on. Or a loss minus 1 million is not even cutting it, dude. It's worse than minus 1 million aura points lost. It's quintillion aura points lost. It's crazy.
Remarks by some speakers at his New York rally. Bob Costa is in Kenosha, Wisconsin with the latest on the story. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Yesterday was a snapshot of what the final week of this campaign has been all about. Spectacle and celebrity and rallies where both candidates are battling over who is standing up for the working American.
Climbing aboard a garbage truck in Green Bay.
Bro, I was thinking about that. It's like, when do you think is the last time Donald Trump actually opened his own door? Like, has he ever in his life opened a fucking car door? I know he's like driven a car because I remember that like rare Trump of him like sitting in the front seat driving and it's Taylor Swift playing. You know what I'm talking about? I guess he opened the Cybertruck door, right?
That had his campaign's logo on the side.
How do you like my garbage truck? This truck is in honor of Kamala and Joe.
Yeah, this is a classic. This is a classic Trump. Donald Trump drives a car with his son Barron while listening to Taylor Swift December 2014. I think this might literally be the only time I've seen this motherfucker drive a car too. Like, I don't think he even drives cars. Like, I mean, he's too rich. He's too rich to drive cars. Last time he opened his own car door.
My car, valet people.
There's a delivery truck blocking your car right now. We're gonna get
Oh, I love this video. This is hilarious.
Sorry, it'll take like a couple minutes, I swear.
I don't have a couple of minutes. I'm busy. You know, I'm making money. I'm busy. Hey, by the way, whose car is this? Whose is it? I like this car. Is this your car?
Yes.
Well, you know what? I'm buying it. I need it. I need it fast. I'm buying it.
You're buying my car.
Yeah, here's a check. Thanks.
Oh my God. Wow. Well, just let me get my kids out of the back.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have time for this. These are your kids?
Yeah.
I'm buying them too.
You can buy my kids.
I'm buying your kids too. Whoa, look at these heroes.
Buy me.
Bye, guys. Be good, okay? I love you. Mommy will email you, okay?
I'm taking your kids to Epstein Island.
Strangers, children. Hello, kids. I just bought you.
Who are you?
What do you live in a cave? I'm Donald Trump. I'm the biggest. I'm the best.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. Look, here's $12,000. That'll take care of your fear. Don't have fear in life.
Donald Trump just paid that little girl not to express human emotion. Mr. Trump, what about your car?
Just keep it as a tip, okay?
Sweet. Guys, I got a car. Mr. Trump, can you give us a quick, you're fired?
Listen, I don't give away my catchphrases. Now I have to get out of here. Buckle up, you kids who I just bought. Just buckle up, please, right now. I'm out of here. The Trumps is the greatest.
Whoa. He just called himself the Trumpster.
The fuck is this, Lamau? Bro, this is back when he was popping, dude. This is back when his shit was popping, dude. It's so crazy that like a reality TV star like this that would do like funny sketches and shit. We raided in. What the fuck? Hey, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. But yeah, it is kind of wild to see a guy who was just like a funny reality TV star like this become such a fucking fascist, dude. I guess I'm not gonna lie. I guess like if, you know, when America was inevitably going to full blown cave and capitulate to its unexamined fascist tendencies, it would have been spearheaded by a reality TV star who only eats McDonald's and slams Diet Cokes. Like, that is the most American way to do it, right? That is probably the most American way that shit would have happened. Are you dressed as Waldo? Oh my God, y'all are annoying. Love the Deku costume, Funkle. You look great. It's not a Deku costume. Shut up. I'm Trafalgar Law. You really couldn't iron the costume? No. Anyway, here's Donald Trump. Back to the garbage moment.
Former President Trump embraced his latest political set piece as he amped up his attacks on Democrats.
Joe Biden should be ashamed of himself.
Even though President Biden has clarified what he meant, Trump and his allies are now confident that Biden's recent remarks can slow down any momentum for Vice President Harris.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Crooked Joe Biden finally said what he and Kamala really think of our supporters. He called them garbage.
Later on stage, in that orange construction vest, Trump insisted that Biden's comment indicated a loathing of the electorate.
You can't be president if you hate the American people, which I believe they do.
Hours earlier, Harris made clear she speaks for herself and welcomes all voters into her coalition.
I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for.
And while polls show a significant gender gap, Trump had this to say last night.
And my people told me about 4 weeks ago, I was saying, no, I want to protect the people. I want to protect the women of our country. I want to protect the women. Sir, please don't say that. Why? They said, we think it's very inappropriate for you to say. I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them.
Meanwhile, Republicans are increasingly focused on the voting process in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Yesterday, an appeals court there struck down a requirement for voters to hand-date their mail-in ballots, declaring it violates the state's constitution. And
bro, that is so rapey, dude. Like, I mean, straight up. He's like, no, I'm gonna protect you no matter whether you like it or not. That like it's so fucking gross, dude. The fuck? It makes no dang sense, you know? I know he loves talking about how he is not listening to his advisors or whatever, and dummies eat that shit up, but like, bro, what are you? Is this a new costume now? Who are you? Y'all are fucking annoying, dude. I don't like that I can't tell if you guys are actively and deliberately talking as though you were oblivious to what I'm dressed up as, or if you're just fucking. I see, look how small this is, by the way. Like, this is a triple XL. This shit don't fit at all in the arms. I'm Trafalgar Law. God damn it. Fuck. Y'all suck. This you? Yeah, this is me. That's my costume. Love the Goku cosplay. What is this? Something wholesome? There is never anything wholesome. Okay, I was wrong. This is wholesome. The joy I get from watching them right now might not be normal. Anyway, happy Halloween. Aw. This is actually wholesome. You were right, March. I'm going to level with you. This is, yeah, I saw this. I'm going to level with you. This is in the top 5 most likely things for a sexual predator to say, which is fitting, I guess. Yep. Kylie Chung. Her only flaw is that she's a James Harden propagandist. Other than that, no notes. Other than that, she's dope. Trump just won Austin's vote. JD Vance says he wouldn't be surprised if he and Trump won the normal gay guy vote. Won just the normal gay guy vote. That's hilarious. Dude, sometimes y'all fucking get on one note and you just can't get away from that one note, you know? And that note right now is look at your costume. Ay. Your costume is this. Your costume is that. Let's fucking move on, man. Yeah, okay. Stop. Enough. We got news to cover. There's like 4 days remaining in the election, and you dummies are just so fucking hyper focused on my goddamn costume, dude. I should have not done this. Is Halloween not Comic-Con? Fuck you mean? Last Halloween I dressed up as Zorro. Admit you fumbled. I did not fumble. I am Trafalgar D. Law. Okay. I am a reputable poster. A reputable, perhaps the most correct poster. Also, I'm a doctor. Also, I ate the operation fruit. Okay. The oppie fruit or whatever the fuck is called. The op fruit. My powers are doing room and then opening up an area that I have complete control over. I'm the surgeon of death. You can't let a motherfucker be nerdy for like 3 seconds without punishing him. What the hell? I can't be myself, dude. It's crazy. I'm getting bullied by other nerds. I'm getting bullied by fucking nerds that are saying that like I'm too nerdy for them. What the hell is going on? I should have never done this shit. I should have never worn a costume. And then the entire chat will be like, why aren't you wearing a costume? Don't you know it's Halloween? The worst bullies are nerds. I know.
Trump, speaking in Allentown, alleged fraud with Pennsylvania mail-in ballots.
They've cheated. We caught him with 2,600 votes.
Trump had this to say about whether he would accept the results in the state.
Pennsylvania, sure. Oh, if they find no evidence of cheating anywhere, I'll accept the results.
And with just 5 days to go, former President Trump today is heading to the Sun Belt with stops in Nevada and Arizona. His closing message, sources say, will focus on the economy and border security. Nate.
All right, Bob, thank you.
So look,
I like that the final days of the Trump campaign has basically just been like calling the island of Puerto Rico trash, saying unhinged ass shit like Palestinians learn how to kill at the age of 2, and a number of different like idiotic things over and over again, when they could have just like stuck to the message that they're the economy party and like maybe built a coherent narrative around how they're going to fix the economy. But nope. Their closing argument is like, we're just going to kill Democrats. We're just going to kill them. We're going to kill Democrats. That's our goal. Our goal is to kill Democrats and also, every person that you've ever met that we suspect of being a migrant. And also, wait, hold on. Another final message. I'm not Adolf Hitler. That was another good one, too. That was a real fantastic final closing message. I'm not Adolf Hitler. That's what Donald Trump is saying. Okay, thanks, sir. Anyway, Tim Walz is popping off on Donalde. He had a good line here. He had a good bar here. Let's take a look.
Plan. We're damn proud of it. It's not a damn concept of a plan. It's real and it's out there. Now, I I've misspoken and said they don't have a plan or a consequential plan. They do have a plan. It's Project 2025, and it's 900 pages. It's 900 pages. Those folks in here, I said, well, they pretend we don't know anything about it. They took the time to research this, make it. Senator Vance wrote the foreword of the book, and the guy who was the architect of it. I had never written a foreword to somebody's book, but I think I'd remember it if I did. But oh no, they're a little dodgy. Here's what I know as a football coach. You take the time to make a playbook, you're going to run the plays. Yes. And this playbook is a goddamn nightmare for the nightmare. So for all the labor folks in here, repeals the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, costing hundreds of thousands of new jobs. Brad just talked about this. Included in there were things like the hydrogen hub that's going to create tens of thousands of new jobs for Boilermakers right here in Pennsylvania. They're talking about taking on that. When Senator Vance got asked and said in Lansing, Michigan, that act created 625 UAW jobs in Lansing, Michigan. They talk about taking that back, and he said that is table scraps. Well, you tell those 625 United Auto Workers that put food on their table with those jobs that that's table scraps. That's what their plan is. He also is talking about putting a national sales tax on everything. Things to buy, every clothes, food, toys, whatever you buy, $4,000 a year that it adds to your family. Now look, this dude's nearly 80 years old. He damn near killed himself getting into a garbage truck. You would think over 80 years you would understand how a tariff works. Smarter people than Donald Trump, which is a good chunk of folks, CEOs of companies like Black & Decker, AutoZone, and Columbia have gone on the record to say if Donald Trump goes forward with this plan, they will simply have to raise prices and pass it on to you. Donald Trump saying China will pay for those tariffs the same way Mexico paid for the wall. It's not going to happen. So look, some of you in here, and they're in our neighbors, they're our family members, brothers, independents and Republicans. The Republican Party added much to this country over the years. When they talked about freedom, they meant it. That's not who Donald Trump is. Turns out when he talks about freedom, it means the freedom to invade your doctor's office, and freedom to invade your bedroom, freedom to tell you what books to read or what movies to watch. And I keep saying this, and I've now seen this is true across the country. I thought it was just a Minnesota euphemism, that the world works best when people just mind their own damn business. You don't need my help choosing books. You don't need my help choosing who you marry. You don't need my help choosing your doctor and the decisions they make. And you certainly don't want Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to do it. When Kamala Harris and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom for you, not politicians, to make those personal decisions. So look. You saw it at the convention in Chicago. We talked about freedom a lot. We took back freedom. We took back family. We took back the damn flag. Because I'll tell you what, I'll be damned if I'll fly an American flag with some man's picture pasted on it or something. That's not how we do things. And for Pennsylvania, this was just me personally. We got freedom, we got the family, we took back the flag. I took football just because we want to, because we're taking that. Look, freedom means a lot of things, but it's very personal. Freedom for our seniors to retire with dignity, to collect Social Security and Medicare. That's freedom. Freedom to be able to send your children to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in the hall. That's, and I say this,
Once again, incredibly effective communicator on issues that he cares about, incredibly effective communicator that has a very unyielding progressive perspective on issues that he cares about. Whenever it's something that he has to defend that he doesn't personally have any any interest in, it's actually dog shit, It's wild to see him speak on issues that he is knowledgeable on issues that he's actually had a long, consistent track record defending. Is it cope to think his voice might push the admin if Kamala wins? Yeah, it's massive cope. Because the campaign, after this fucking choice that they made, would have been the opportunity for them to relook at the way that they're communicating. And the strategy did not change at all. If anything, Tim Walz changed. So, no. I don't think that that is a real thing. So we're of one mind on he was definitely CIA in China. No, you have to be hallucinating if you think that he was doing CIA shit in China. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard. No, dog. He's a fucking teacher. Like, no, he's just like a normal dude. Plenty of fucking normal people have visited China. Yeah, dude. The CIA of laying pipe. That's what he was doing. He was out there fucking having sex. Is Stein the actual spoiler candidate that many liberals think she is? No. If you don't want people to vote for an alternative candidate, then try to win their fucking vote. Like, what do you mean? There is no such thing. This concept is so stupid. Okay? That's not how democracy works. Okay? You have to make an argument. You have to win people's votes. Please stop. It's also like utterly irrelevant anyway in the grand scheme of things. It's like votes are earned. Just, I don't know. I don't know how we're, forgetting this basic principle, I guess. But yeah, no, the Wall Street China article, the X is still salty. She also talked about his pipe game. That's crazy. I didn't even look into this. Kamala Harris' VP choice, Tim Walz, had a secret fling with a daughter of top Chinese Communist official during teaching stint in China. Yeah, my man was dropping seeds, okay? He's so cool. He really, like, how did Biden earn your vote in 2020? Great question. Biden's campaign in 2020 was significantly more progressive than Kamala Harris's current campaign. It wasn't just by not being Donald Trump. Like, that was a big reason, okay? But I think a lot of people forget that Biden literally said he was going to do his first 100 days agenda. When politicians say what they are going to do, I listen to them. Remember the Bernie Biden Unity Commission, Lamau? Yeah, Biden's 2020 campaign was the most progressive general campaign in our lifetime. I would say that Obama was pretty fucking progressive as well in 2008 when he was first running. Not what they did. And you believe them, lol? Come on. Chatters, I mean, you have been in here for 17 months as a subscriber. You've been following us since 2022. I think that 2008 Obama was probably more progressive overall, but like, I need you to explain. I need you to understand something. There was never a moment where I said, yeah, I definitely believe Joe Biden is going to do everything he said. Like, my anger towards Kamala Harris revolves around her not even having the decency to lie to capture the attention of a broader base of support. Okay? Are y'all okay? Anyway, let's get back to this. Kamala Harris's VP choice, Tim Walz, had a secret fling with daughter of top Chinese Communist official during teaching stint in China. Tim Walz had a secret fling with the daughter of a high-ranking Communist official during his 1989 teaching stint in China, DailyMail.com can exclusively reveal. Jenna Wang, 59, claims the VP hopeful showered her with gifts and seduced her at his pokey staff accommodation at number 1 high school in Foshan, Guangdong province. The lovers could not risk holding hands or showing affection in public because Wang's dad was a high-ranking figure in the Chinese Communist Party who would disown her for fraternizing with a Westerner. But their romance blossomed behind closed doors as they sipped tea, made love, and listened to George Michael hits, leading the then 24-year-old Wang to dream about his marriage and a new life in the United States. Oh my God. She guang on my dong. She guang on my dong. Until I don't even know how to finish that. Until I CCP. Okay. No proposal was forthcoming for the future Minnesota governor. However, the shame of being treated like a prostitute eventually left Wong feeling angry and suicidal, she claims. Damn. Dude, his pipe game was so excellent. Pipe game so good. You have people in the background. You're causing international incidents, okay? Pipe game so good you left someone feeling suicidal. Pipe game so good you left them depressed. That is crazy. Tim was very passionate, very romantic. I can still remember dancing with him to our favorite song, Careless Whisper. She told DailyMail.com in an exclusive interview. The fact that we couldn't touch or kiss in public just made it all the more exciting and intense when we were finally done. Why is like every single real Tim Waltz quote unquote controversy just so sick? Like, it's just, wow, dude, are you telling me he was dope and awesome? That's crazy. This is what he was listening to, where he was like, yeah, that's right. You know, one day I'm going to be a coach for a football team. I love China. Thank you. Oh, we have a saying in Minnesota for this. Minnesota, nice. Good going. Oh, that's what was happening, huh? This feels deeply creepy that she still talks about it like this. Yeah. We were deeply in love and I wanted to marry him and start a family. When it didn't happen, I felt very unhappy and sad. Tim's behavior was very selfish. Bro, she's not even... Dog, this is a crazy hit piece because the hit piece is literally the person being like, it's been 50 years and I still love him. Like, not 50 years, but like 30 years. 30 years and I'm still in love. I haven't stopped thinking about that white boy with a whole lot of swag. Like, look at him. Waltz, pictured in a 1990 photo he sent to Wong, is said to have fallen head over heels for the pretty highly educated English language teacher at the nearby number 8 middle school several months after he arrived in Foshan. Swag, dude. The GOAT. CCP daughters will do anything but go to therapy to get over the white boy that they were in a situationship with. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. You will not convince me that this is bad, okay? You will not convince me that this is bad. He is so fucking swagged out. He is so unimaginably swagged out. It is average Brunswick fuckboy. Yeah, he is the man. Also, what's really funny about this is that Republicans are so funny. They get mad when like Chinese agents come to America and like honeypot, I don't know, Eric Swalwell or whatever. But then they also get mad when like an American goes to China and honeypots a CCP high-ranking official's like daughter. So what is it? Like, you just don't want any sex to happen between an American and a Chinese person? Is that what's going on? Like, what the fuck? Figure it out, man. Figure it out. You can't have it both ways, okay? They're like... Twitch streamer HasanPiker thinks giving good dick internationally is a good thing. Yeah. My colleagues couldn't speak whole sentences, but Tim told me if he closed his eyes and listened, it was like being back in America. Wong had a friend on the same teaching staff as Wall, so she was able to gain access to the exclusive school where she could visit him in his one-bed staff digs. It's so gross and slimy the way that they wrote this fucking article. Holy shit. People are just afraid and obsessed with sex at the same time. Fucking horny Puritans. I know. Over the weeks that followed, the lovebirds grew closer, walking in the park and going to dance in the evening, where there was less chance of being spotted by communist snoops. He avoided overt shows of affection in case it got back to Wang's father, Bin Hui, who was an important CCP official and chairman of a labor union in her native city of Guilin. Waltz would travel to Hong Kong and Macau on the weekends, cities that were more or less inaccessible for all but the Chinese elite, and bring back Western-style luxuries like blue jeans, Ray-Ban, sunglasses, and jewelry. Okay, if her father is a high-ranking CCP official, then she has access to those things. You just undermined the own argument that you presented in the fucking conversation. Like, what is it? Is her father a high-ranking CCP official? Part of the corrupt CCP that took advantage of all of the luxury that was afforded only to him because he's a Chinese elite? Or only Tim Waltz gets to have those luxuries? He couldn't sing, and when he tried to dance, he found it very hard. I could tell he was in the military, Wang said. But we talked for hours and hours. We stayed in bed. We had sex. He continued to buy me gifts. I could never stay overnight because of the social conventions. It was very repressive. Couples walked around the city like robots. My father would have been very, very angry and sad if he had found out. Damn! Yo! She was a honey too! Hey, yo! Tim Waltz swung way above his weight class, dude. What the fuck? Yo, I'm sorry, dude. I can't believe the Daily Mail Co-UK is doing a Tim Waltz actually love bombed someone 35 fucking years ago in a consensual adult relationship. These guys are such maladjusted freaks, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? What an insane article to write. Yeah, balls to the walls has a different meaning. All right, we're done with this story. Anyway, Timothy popping off. Well, that's it. He's losing the love bomb scolds on Twitter. Yeah. I think we know why he misspoke about the Tiananmen Square date. Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was head over heels, man. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. He's like, up is down, down is up. I don't know what time it is. All right. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm too busy piping. This is Hunter Biden has a huge cock level scandal. Yeah. The Democrats don't want you to know that Timothy Waltz, was laying pipe. He had good dick game. That's right. That's right. He went to China. Really messed up. Really, really bad. Really bad. Folks, we hate it. We hate it. We hate it. We don't love it. So the story is that Tim is a man as the gross GOP define it. Yeah.
4-year veteran, I am a hunter and I am a gunner.
Well, swing state voters give jaw-dropping response to Biden's garbage remark. Oh, they're trying to make that happen so hard, dude. It's desperado up in this bitch. All right, let's look at a couple things, okay? Let's look at a couple things. So the reason why they're popping like this, the reason why they're popping off on women like this, aside from the fact that they are hyper misogynistic fucking losers, is also because they're looking at the polls, and there's a couple things that came out, including but not limited to the Politico report that showed that out of the new voters, 1/3 of them are newly registered Democratic Party voters that had not voted prior, and they're women, okay, in the state of Pennsylvania. So that has caused a little bit of concern. That has caused a little bit of alarm, okay? Surprise surge towards Democrats after the garbage moment. Voters want Biden back out there on the trail. With independent leaners, +6 Democrat. Look at that. Gallup, in politics as of today, do you consider yourself a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent? Independent -4, Republican -2, Democrat +4. Dude, do this more, please. Do this more. Say Republicans are garbanzo. Say it. The people yearn for more Biden bangers. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I've been saying. The people, you know what the people actually yearn for? They yearn for a fighter. Like they want someone to just look at these guys and go, nah, that's fucking bullshit. You're bullshit. They don't want someone to hug and kiss the people that they're trying to fucking remove from power, trying to actually ensure that they get nowhere near proximity to power. It doesn't make sense. Why is there an election to begin with if that's the case, you know? If you're going to hug and kiss Republicans, if you want to like align with the Republicans, like, yeah, then might as well just let the Republicans win then, I guess. Oh. But yeah, as I said, but it didn't work for Hillary. Brother, Hillary Rodham Clinton is a uniquely bad, uniquely toxic candidate that everyone knew from a mile away was going to fucking be god awful. Okay? The comparisons with Hillary Clinton is not apt. You are not a Democratic Party staffer. Please stop deluding yourself and others in your immediate vicinity. She was the least electable candidate in American nomination history. You're like, guys, let me explain something to you, okay? Americans, kind of anti-Semitic in general. Americans definitely hate socialism, don't understand what it is. Hillary Rodham Clinton was so goddamn toxic that Americans almost made an 800-year-old Jewish socialist their fucking candidate. Do you understand? Hillary Rodham Clinton was so disliked, so intensely disliked, that Bernie Sanders almost became the candidate for one of the two major parties. She got 65 million votes. She wasn't that toxic, clearly. Yeah, I was one of them, and I despise her. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, she lost. I don't know if you know this, but she lost. She lost the election. She won the popular vote, and she still lost the election. Stop coping. Please. Against Donald Trump, mind you, which is also insane. So why did you vote for her then? I don't know. Were you not around? Were you in a fucking vacuum? Were you in a coma for like the first 4 years of the Trump administration? Are you oblivious to, I don't know, the Supreme Court of the United States dramatically changing in its ideological principles, becoming a supermajority right-wing court that has struck down a litany of good laws that were in the books, including but not limited to Roe v. Wade? Voters love to pretend that most of what people genuinely warned about Trump in 2016 came true. Or you mean didn't come true? Because like everything that people warned about Donald Trump came true. Everything I warned about Donald Trump became reality. We're now living in that world. Oh yeah, you meant didn't come. Yeah. Democrats need to stop being losers in general. Didn't you openly endorse Hillary at the time? Yes, I did. Just like I endorsed Joe Brandon as well in 2020. Yeah, fucking Chevron overruled. Like this is so unimaginably damaging. We got chatters like Cliffo out here pretending that 90% of the Democratic Party voters are not simply trapped in the lesser evil reality they're forced to live in. There is also another aspect to this as well. Like, people vote in their in-group dynamic. If you're a lifelong Democrat, you vote Democrat. And there are studies conducted on this matter as well. Like, people will ask straightforwardly, like, do you want, what was it? Like, there's a study on policies. Like, people are asked about their policies and their party allegiances. And when told that their party that they are aligned with is actually against the policy, they swap their decision and go along with whatever the party is saying. There's a big in-group, out-group dynamic. 80% of the country votes along party boundaries without thinking about any sort of like ideological underpinning. That's it. Unless there's something that like truly shakes up the way that they see the world, like for example, a massively consequential Supreme Court decision that robs women of bodily autonomy that is directly happening in the hands of the guy who's now running for president again. Most people just like stick to the party that they vote for. And even then they stick to the party that they've historically voted for, even right now. Like, it is shocking to me. I mean, we'll see what it looks like at the end. But it's shocking to me that there is no... If Kamala wasn't doing an act of genocide, would you have endorsed her? Most likely. I'm still very frustrated with the immigration policies as well. So I don't know. But yeah, it would be, I mean, that is a massive, massive issue for me. Yes. Anyway, having said that, partisanship and ideology of American voters, this is one of them, yeah. But I mean, this is a new study. The study I'm talking about is like 80-20 dynamic is one that has been true for quite some time. Um 80% of Americans vote along party lines without really thinking much of the policies themselves. And 20% of Americans have like an ideological reason for why they're voting for a party. At least this is how they're reported. Wait, what?
She's a total train wreck. And by the way, I looked at her this morning. She had a little news conference. It lasted for like 2 minutes. She's exhausted. You know? She's exhausted. She's a train wreck who is totally unqualified to be the president of the United States of America. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. She's a cracker.
Yo, chill, bro. That's a slur, dog. Excuse me, excuse me. This is worthy of a ban, sir. This is worthy of a ban, sir. And
the more pressure Kamala has, the more you see it happen.
He's talking about this clip. Also, look at the first comment. This election's like, I need to hurry up and end because it's turning y'all R-worded. What do you mean turning? They've been that way. Pay close attention to Kamala when she thought nobody was watching. Wow, she yawned. There's no way. There's no way, dude. That's it. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's it. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. It's done. It's done. Yawn Gate, dude. The biggest thing that's happening out there. What is going on with the Republicans? Is this for real? Yes. And it's only going to get worse. And I cannot explain this enough times to many of you, okay? Twitter is completely far right at this point, captured by a person with neo-Nazi affiliations, okay? That's number one. Facebook, always been a misinformation station from the jump, okay? Also completely captured. Independent sources for news is also mostly captivating to Republican audiences. It's like the top content creators on that front are the likes of Candace Owens and whatnot. I mean, look at this shit. With 5 days left of the election, Elon has decided to tell his 200 million followers that he agrees with a neo-Nazi. This guy's a straight up neo-Nazi. This person, I am yes, you are no. That person is a straightforward neo-Nazi, like openly, okay? I know this account. Like he has said he has done Holocaust denial, okay? Like that's the level of proof. This person literally never stops posting about open, outward Nazi shit. A straightforward Nazi. Go to their fucking profile and you'll see the proof. Anyway, that there is nothing wrong with saying white power and then says actually Jews are to blame for saying it's bad. Elon Musk straight up turns around and goes, is the ADL still pushing this too? Black pride versus white pride. Like the Overton window is slammed, dude. I mean, here. Here. What did y'all think decolonialization meant? Happy Halloween. This Halloween, please remember our culture is not your costume. Why are you speaking English using electricity, cars, planes, and computers? That's our culture. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck is happening? What is happening in the world right now? Like, the most powerful billionaire on the planet who owns a straight up social media platform, okay, which is hemorrhaging his base of users, but still, like, that's one of the major fucking social media platforms. And this motherfucker's a straight up Nazi on it. And he's like following him and actively supporting him. I'm a true American. The only true Americans are Native Americans. You should leave and give them their land back. If you're an immigrant, just like your ancestors from Europe, foreigners should leave Europe. Europe should stay natively white. What the fuck? You're literally a racist bigot. Anyone can live in Europe. Fucking fascist. Good for him. Hopefully many others will follow and return to their homeland. Everyone can have their own homeland. It can be that simple. Born in France, but searching for a future in Africa. Why are we reading this Nazi's Twitter page again? Because some chatter was like, what do you mean he's a Nazi? It's like, what are we doing here? And also, the fucking most powerful billionaire who is in the tank for Donald Trump, like shit that would get you legitimately shit that would cause a serious amount of backlash, worthy backlash, nowadays doesn't even broach the standard of like reporting. Like people don't even consider it a significant offense. Think about that. Can you imagine Trump is speaking like Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini, openly saying like it would be sick? Direct evidence of him talking about Jews. The guy Elon is replying to is a literal Nazi. Here's him talking about the Jewish question yesterday. Elon doesn't mind this, of course, because he's also a Nazi. 2003 versus 2024. What happened, I wonder? Dublin, one of the safest cities in the world. Dublin ranks among the top 10 most dangerous major cities in Europe. What is the most important question of our lifetime? Define the JQ and I'll answer it. Go. JQ is the Jewish question, by the way. The question is what to do with them. They're a known problem. I'm certain that's what the great Hitler meant by JQ. To become the enemy they fear us to be. That is how we defeat them. To become a majority too. Like this guy does not hide his Nazi associations. Will Jews ever be satisfied with fully not enslaving the world, knowing their prophecy is therefore gone unfulfilled? They will not. That is who Elon Musk is associating with. That is who Elon Musk is highlighting. Not only is he highlighting this, but he's also adding the ADL under a straightforward Nazi's Twitter account. What is happening, dude? Like, he added the ADL, not to be like, yo, check this fucking Nazi out. What's that about? He added the ADL to criticize the ADL alongside the neo-Nazi. Now, of course, what is the ADL doing? What are they busy with? The Arabs podcast, making sure that they get fucking banned off Twitch. The ADL is the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League. Okay? At a time when anti-Semitism is at an all-time high, they have defended Elon Musk, who has very openly fucking oh, here, this guy's always been a Nazi and Elon follows him. The evolution of German people. Wait for it. AI prediction. Wow. Oh. Lamau is my first time seeing actual Nazi Twitter. So funny. I mean, it gets so much worse than this. This guy is like a pretty big account, and also Elon follows him. So he at least tries to like dog whistle his way out of most shit, but he like openly talks about the JQ and things like that. But you have to understand, like, there's so many. There are so many worse accounts out there that are so Hitlerian that they outflank Hitler. Okay. JQ is the Jewish question, guys. The Jewish question. That's what JQ is. How the fuck is this community not like well equipped to understand Nazi dog whistles? This is like all I have talked about for years and years and years. More Nazi accounts than sex bots now? I mean, both. Sometimes sex bots do Nazi shit too. Hey man, how can you support or be pro LGBTQ plus as a Muslim? I am only asking as a Muslim because I find it difficult. Why the fuck do you find it difficult? Let people live, dummy. The fuck? You are being dramatic? You're joking, right? I think you're trying to do an ad break debate, even though I'm no longer running ads at the top of the hour. But you can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. And you will get a bunch of different things. You will get a bunch of access. You have a lot of new chatters, brother. Just be patient. I know. Why no more ads? Am I missing something? Contract is over, baby. Twitch doesn't offer content creators contracts anymore. Anyway, yeah, when you are trying to communicate with someone determined to disagree with you and misunderstand is really the only option to walk away. As a Muslim, I'm wondering how you're dressed as a character who hasn't even stated there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Elon is the fucking reply guy for an open neo-Nazi. Okay. But in other news, when we're talking about the Republican Party, in other news, while we're talking about the Republican Party and the insane shit that they engage in, here is the fear that Charlie Kirk and many others are exhibiting, that they're demonstrating, that they have a fear that like women are going to come out and vote against Donald Trump. So are they going to try? I know one of them is your boss, but isn't it deeply unsettling how all these billionaires are influencing this election in favor of one guy and regular people believe that this guy is for them? Yes, it is genuinely terrifying. And I have talked about this extensively. Okay. Yes. Jeff Bezos is like, interference in the Washington Post is unironically damaging. Is incredibly damaging for journalism in general. It will cause people to not trust reporters from the Washington Post, and that in some ways it just shows that like the free and fair press. I mean, he's like very brutally honest in my opinion, even though his like answer for why he did it was like very dishonest. But it shows that like, yes, billionaires do absolutely own media outlets specifically to do their bidding, and that they will intervene in the events, in the reporting, in the editorials output when they see fit, and it's truly frustrating. And Washington Post has like lost 200,000 subscriptions as a consequence of this. And I find that also damaging too, because there's still fantastic fucking journalists of the Washington Post. So it's really frustrating that their like regular news reporting is going to suffer as a direct consequence of this when they can't staff the same amount of people. It's so annoying. Free Palestine, RTTS. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It is incredibly, incredibly damaging. Let's continue.
And she needs people to basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way, which I find that entire advertising campaign so repulsive. It is so disastrous. It is just like
I'll show it in a minute.
It is the embodiment of the downfall of the American family. I think it's so gross. I think it's so just nauseating where this wife is wearing you'll show it, wearing the American hat. She's coming in with her sweet husband who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, and have a nice life and provides for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth. Kamala Harris and her team believe that there will be millions of women that undermine their husbands and do so in a way that it's not detectable in the.
They should play this. Like they should just literally play this over and over again to women to be like, you have no autonomy. Oh my God. You have no autonomy. You have no control over your own decisions. Your husband has all the control in the household.
The polling.
Here's another one of these idiotic statements. Here it is.
And if I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair.
Yeah, this is the ad. No idea if you showed it yet. Fuck, I can't even. God damn it. I've been blocked by so many goddamn blue check markers. Holy shit. How sad for these women.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose. You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls.
It's not a bad ad. It's totally understandable that they're making this ad. It's also ironic that the Republicans' response to this is like, come on, macho men. Make sure you don't let your stupid ass broads go out and vote for themselves. Like, okay, sick, dude. Love that. That's a really great way to run a campaign, I think. Just undermining the autonomy and the decision-making structure of half the fucking population at a time when you are literally worried that they are going to vote against you Good luck. Good luck on that front, you know? Great job, guys. Anyway, look at this fucking annoying loser.
And if I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That to me,
oh my God! Let him finish. Go, Jesse. It's our day.
That violates
Judge.
the sanctity of our marriage.
Preach on. Yes.
What else is she keeping from me?
Exactly.
What else has she been lying about?
Why would she lie
credits.
to you? Have you threatened her? Why would she lie to you?
Oh, they want me to tease.
Why would she do that and then vote Harris? Why would she say she was voting
He's
Trump
not the problem.
and then voting Harris? And I caught her.
So
and then she said, I lied to you for the last 4 years.
Admit you intimidate
It's
people.
over, Emma. That would be D-Day.
Sick, man. Sick. That also obviously, you know, goes along with the idiotic notion from Donald Trump the other day, where he personally said a day ago, yeah, I'm going to be the protector of women. They're telling me, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that, but I'm going to say it anyway. And if women don't want me to be protectors of them, I'll be forcefully their protector, whether they like it or not. Good stuff. Why is the judge sounding like a lib all of a sudden? Because a big part of the Republican mentality is that, oh, it'll never happen to me. Okay? And when it does inevitably happen to them, they turn around and go, oops, how could this have happened to me? It's selfish, okay? So much of the Republican agenda is selfish. And no matter how much blind delusion you demonstrate to your party, no matter how much loyalty you demonstrate to your party, or how much cognitive dissonance you have surrounding some of these policies and what this impact will look like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. When it happens to you, you go, oh my God, the leopards ate my fucking face. I didn't think the leopards would eat my face, but they did. Here I am, fucking faceless. That's what this is. So much of this is driven by resentment, highlighted and heightened by misinformation, and truly just selfish. It's about enforcing your will upon the entire population. And it's a case of pure projection when Republicans say Democrats want to do that. They want to make your children gay. No, they don't. No, they fucking don't. Is it possible for the Dems to get aggressive, i.e. garbage comments, without conceding to the Trump framework he has set? I'm torn on this because I want to see a unifying president, but I also think we need to prune the suppressive cancer. Yeah, you can call him fucking weird. You can say, like, you're not weird, but Trump is. And some of his diehard loyalists in the fandom are also fucking weird. You can say that. I think. Trump is like brain broken a decent chunk of your immediate relatives, you know? It's a cult. There is no such thing as like unifying with fascists, by the way. That's also silly. What is this? Interesting. Good or bad parenting? Memphis rapper made his son hold a stack of cash as punishment for getting trouble at school. Everything is bad under Biden. Even the lemonade is killing people. Did you see that? People drink lemonade and die. The lemonade didn't kill you when I was president. It was tasty and fun to drink. We loved the lemonade, didn't we? We did not. We did, but not under Biden. Bacon is more money. Gas is more money. The lemonade is more money, and it kills you. When life hands you lemons, Joe Biden kills you with them. Yes, this is correct. It is one of the funniest fucking lines that has come out of this entire campaign. Sadly, I think it's fake. No, he did. He did mention not all of that is. I don't think all of that is real, but he did. I'm pretty sure mention the lemonade killing you. Am I misremembering? I think that the quote that they're showing is fake. But if I recall, at the time when Panera Lemonade was killing people, he said something along those lines. Or am I misremembering? I think the meme that they're showing is fake though. This got community noted. No. This is not new anyway. It was like a long ass fucking time ago. I thought he did. Trump urged voting in Iowa caucus, didn't blame Biden for alleged lemonade deaths. Fact check. Oh, it's from 2023. The claim Trump criticized Biden for deaths allegedly tied to Panera Lemonade. In an Instagram post, includes several screenshots. Everything is bad under Biden. Our rating false. Trump did not make any such remarks in the December rally in Iowa. According to a review of the speech transcripts, the claim first appeared on a Comedy Writers X account. Damn, I got. Around the corner, fudge is made. I thought I am misremembering. I thought he said something along the lines of like Panera when there were people dying from the Panera lemonade. I know it's election season, but are we going to cover Dirk being locked up? No. Bro, you're too plugged in. Trump's rhetoric is appalling. Had a patient in his late 40s 2 days ago who didn't speak English that got shot by a white guy because he was Hispanic and couldn't speak English. I remember covering something along these lines. Maybe I literally fucking fact checked it back then. He definitely said the lemonade thing. No, viral images of Trump talking about Panera Lemonade are fake. Wasn't there? I wonder if there's a video at any point where he like might have. No, you're right. This is poop sock. Thank you. Thank you for this. Have fun. You will no longer be participating in the election night coverage as a chatter. I knew that it was coming. I needed to make an example of someone. I will continue making examples of others by banning you for the entire week, which means you won't be able to write your funny jokes on election night. Think about that. You will only be able to see the chat from my screen. You're such a dictator. Yep, you already know it, baby. That's me. Number one dictator. All right. Let's see what the swing state voters are doing with the Biden garbage remark. They're so mad. Everyone's so angry.
We've been talking about the battlegrounds. It all comes down to who is going to win the battlegrounds. They will wind up being the president. Pete is live in Romeo, Michigan today. And you're actually, it looks like you're in a tent. You're in the overflow area, right?
Oh, yeah. Steve, we're in the parking lot.
If you time out Jason D100, you have to time me out too? Okay. What? What a crazy fucking statement. What the fuck? Does anybody else want to catch a band? Like what? Anyway.
Absolutely. Because there's such a big, and it's nice out here because it's a little bit cooler. And we got a lot of folks in here who look like garbage? Yeah. I guess.
I mean, yeah, they do. Like, they actually do. It's not wrong. They do look like garbage. But more importantly, they have garbage opinions. Garbage opinions. That's like the underlying sentiment.
Guys, we're in Romeo, Michigan, the Four Corners Diner, Macomb County. They call it Trump County, I'm saying. And this county went for Trump in 16 and 20. And by the way, it's Halloween. And I didn't know this, but Romeo is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Halloween town in America. What's the name of the street here in town?
Tilson Street.
Tilson Street is where all the decorations are. Apparently, it's just right down the road. We'll have to check it out later on for decorations and for kids and everything else. But this morning, we're talking to voters. How many here have early voted here in Michigan? Okay, that's a lot. This is the first year ever there's been early voting in the state of Michigan. Over 2 million, almost 2 million Michiganders have cast an early vote. Out of 8 million possible voters, that's a big chunk 6 days away from Election Day. But I want to get a sense of how this group, and we'll go talk to the other group as well, is feeling about those comments. I can't help but see this gentleman here wearing a reflective vest like the president did yesterday. Have you ever actually used that to remove garbage?
Absolutely, picking up garbage along the side of the road with cleaning up the highways and stuff like that.
So what do you make of the comments made by Joe Biden and the president's reaction?
Well, I think it speaks to what Joe Biden really thinks and Harris really thinks of the people in this country that support Donald Trump. And he's going to take out the garbage.
Going to take out the garbage. Come with us, because we got a lot of folks here. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your service. How you doing, sir? What do you think of the garbage comment?
Well, I just think it's them. I mean, we need somebody back in office that cares about the American people, not the administration that cares about themselves.
Absolutely. Ma'am, how about both of you? You saw those comments from Joe Biden.
Well, I thought that was a bunch of garbage is what I thought. I thought, oh my gosh, first we're deplorables and now we're garbage? No way. We are the heartbeat of America. We are the United States of America. We are the patriots. We need to get Trump back in office is what I thought.
Well said. What is it?
God, family, and country.
God, family, and country. No garbage in there.
Absolutely.
I love it. Thank you very much. Let's go inside now. We're in the park. We're coming back to you guys. Oh. Well, there is one. We did get a trash can. I'm sorry. He came as his own trash can. You can't make it up. Any comments, trash can?
You can call me deplorable, call me garbage, call me whatever you want. But if the economy gets better, our borders get secure, that I don't care what you call me.
Then we're all trash. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Come on in.
This is weird, man. Didn't they dunk on the people wearing pussy hats and shit? Like, this is objectively worse, you know? Like, you are just openly calling yourself garbage in a way to own the libs, I guess. Like, lib ownage is at an all-time high once again. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
All right. How would you say hello to Fox and Friends, everybody? Holy cow. What a great group. You guys actually got here early and got inside. Yeah. Perfect. Ma'am, what's your name?
Tony.
Tony, and your dad had a profession.
Yes, he was a garbage man for 15 years.
Not an easy job.
Not when the cans were metal and nobody put the lids on it and the ice melted in them.
Yeah, it's cold here in Michigan, taking out the trash.
Yes, it is.
And so what do you make of Joe Biden's comments about Trump supporters?
Well, I think this lady over here said it best. If she wants to repeat it, I don't want to take
Which young lady is that? Right over here?
This one right here.
All right, come on over. Ma'am, her time has been deferred to you. Ought to be good.
I would rather be considered, I just screwed it all up. I would rather be called garbage than be called a Democrat.
Pretty universal sentiment here. Sir, just those comments and your reaction.
Well, absolutely. We need to take our country back, and we need to vote red. We need to bring Trump back, apple to apples, oranges to orange. Our president, Donald Trump, are you better off 4 years ago than you are now? Absolutely. We need to bring President Donald Trump back, number 47.
There we go. I mean, there you have it. Hey, we're going back to God, family, country. We want our economy back. We want secure borders. They can call names all they want. Ultimately, you got a lot of knowledgeable voters in here. How many here have cast your vote already? I mean, tons of early voters. here I mean, it's almost the entirety of the room. And if you haven't voted yet, shame on you, because their votes are helping the rest of us out. It's
how many
almost 2 million in Michigan, guys.
Okay.
That's 2 million in Michigan have cast their vote already. First year of early voting here in Michigan across the state.
Pete.
And of 8 million voters, potential voters, that's a big number.
I cannot believe how popular you are, Pete. Look at that turnout. That is unbelievable. Just to see you in person.
Oh, it's incredible.
You have more people outside than inside.
It's not just about. No, they love you guys. They want to say hello.
I love all the red, white, and
Folks in
blue.
New York. We'll talk to you again later. Good morning. How we doing? All right. We're on live television. Settle down, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. It's good to see all of you. Again, a show of hands, who has early voted? So a big chunk of folks. And ma'am, I was talking to you. This is your first time voting, and it's an early vote.
It is. I waited heavily. I decided that this election was too important, and I went.
That's such a lie, bro. You're old as fuck. You love voting. You voted for Trump, and you would vote for Trump illegally if you could. Like, this is such a lie. Oh, I weighed heavily on voting. This election is the most important of our lifetime. It's like, man, shut up. You love voting. There's never been an election that you haven't participated in, okay? Old people love voting.
And I did it in person. I have a good feeling. I think Sunday the Lions are going to win, and Tuesday Trump is going to win.
Now we're bringing the Lions into this. I mean, that's fair. As a Vikings fan, I understand that.
New Tyler Oliveira video on neo-Nazis. Inside the Rise of Germany's, in air quotes, neo-Nazis. That's incredible. My man is international. My man has gone officially international in his fascist normalization. Tyler Hitler Vera at it again.
Well, come on. Come on, Sam Darnold. How about some other, who else early voted here? Ma'am, you early voted. What issues matter the most to you?
The main issue that matters to me is the illegals, immigrants that are crossing our border and making it unsafe for the rest of us here in the United States.
And sir?
The flow of illegal drugs coming through here, the fentanyl is really a big deal right now. And yeah, we got to stop that.
Once again, you know, I would like to reiterate that there is no border crisis impacting Michigan. That would be ridiculous. Also, on top of that, I grew up in a Jewish community near Detroit that was pretty insular. And let's just say when I started encountering people in the Romeo area, I very quickly learned about the rest of the political landscape in Southeast Michigan. Richard Spencer chose Macomb County to hold a rally, and my friends and I were able to stop it from being held in 2016. Yeah. I wonder why Richard Spencer, neo-Nazi, went there. Much to consider. But yeah, Macomb County. That's a thing that I wanted to mention here again is that remember when I talk about how like most of the panic that these guys delude themselves into believing is just completely made up. Macomb? I thought it was Macomb. Anyway, doesn't matter. Remember what I told you? It's pure selfishness, and it's like being mean to the other. That's like a big part of Republican campaigning, Republican promises, just in general. But in terms of like this guy being like fentanyl's a big problem, it's true. It is a big problem. Fentanyl overdoses are declining for the first time ever under the Biden administration. If only the Democratic Party promoted that or talked about that. But also beyond that, 90% of the chemical compounds necessary to create fentanyl are trafficked over the border and are apprehended or caught at regular points of entry. Okay? Border crossings. 90% of the people that are caught trafficking fentanyl or any other kind of drug really over the border are actually American citizens. So the idea that like illegal immigrants are bringing in fentanyl is ridiculous. If only the Democrats would routinely talk about this fact. They do not. They never do. It's just factually inaccurate. These guys have deluded themselves. These guys have deluded themselves into believing a false reality. Yeah, because it's not true. Major cap. Why not, Hasan? Because so many fucking people just genuinely would rather believe a false narrative like this fucking dipshit instead of looking at the truth, instead of believing the truth. Okay? Nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to look at the data anymore. You would rather fear this supposed other doing nefarious shit, okay, instead of looking at the data and realizing that it is not undocumented migrants that are responsible for the fentanyl trafficking over the fucking border. Why even have facts? I don't know. I mean, narrative is more important than truth. Narrative is 100% more important than truth. Narrative will guide what people perceive as truth. And in this day and age, when nobody is doing the job that they're supposed to be doing, which is like, hey, this is a completely made up thing that you are repeating over and over again. It's gotten worse and worse. Why are you spreading fake news, bruh? Why is it that no one ever actually presents data when I am guided by the official Department of Homeland Security numbers? Okay? I tuned out of politics for like 2 months and I forgot Hasan has to repeat the same statistics like a million times. I know. And I'll never stop. I'll never stop repeating it. Just understand. I will never stop repeating it because I know that even if there are people in here that are refusing to reckon with the reality, it still does not matter. There are still plenty of people who are maybe hearing it for the first time ever. Okay? The information I'm presenting to you is from the Department of Homeland Security. The information I present to you is from Customs and Border Patrol. These are not woke institutions. These are institutions that are in the tank for Donald Trump very openly. Okay? They are comprised of individuals who are still very much pro-Trump.
That affects everybody, no doubt. Ma'am, you early voted, right? Do you mind if I ask who you voted for?
Well, it's the special person that starts with a T.
And what motivates you? What motivated you to vote? What issues matter the most to you?
Too many. There are a lot of things in that are not going right, and somebody's got to turn them around. Just like the illegal immigrants coming across, they are well dressed. They are not. Okay.
No, I get you.
What?
Motivates you? What motivated you to vote? What issues matter the most to you?
Too many. There are a lot of things in that are not going right, and somebody's got to turn them around. Just like the illegal immigrants coming across, they are well dressed. They are not. Okay.
The illegals that are coming across are well dressed? Like she's saying they're actually secretly rich? Is that what it is? Like, I don't even understand. They're too swagged out? Like, is that the argument? What the fuck?
No, I get you. I get what you're saying. Illegal immigration is a huge issue. And ma'am, now you said you're going to wait for Election Day.
I always do.
Okay. Why is that?
Just because it's tradition. You know, I like being able to actually stand in the long lines and be able to talk with people. It's just my own personal tradition. Yeah.
She likes long lines. No, I get the tradition of it for sure. A lot of enthusiastic folks here in Romeo, Michigan. We're going to be back with them in a moment. Don't go anywhere. On Fox and Friends.
Let's go out to Pete. Pete, you're in that state of Michigan where there's going to be a lot of focus.
That state.
And we understand, according to our last poll, we're in a dead heat in Michigan.
It's a dead heat, and there's already 2 million votes, and we've got 6 days to go to Election Day. A packed house here. Hey, everybody, how are we doing this morning? All right, raise your hands for me. I'm going to poll the other group as well. Is Donald Trump better at serving fries or running a garbage truck? Who says serving fries? How about garbage truck? It's kind of...
Wow. A lot of policy in this room, you know? A lot of well thought out opinions as to why we're all voting for Donald Trump. Have you ever in your life seen this much sexual hog energy in one room? Oh my God. New 538 polls show Kamala Harris losing in Pennsylvania. We shall see. Lead poisoning has had a devastating impact on this country's future. Okay.
Both. It's not really fair. Good to see y'all. Let's go to the other side. Let's see what they think. You know, Good morning, everybody.
Nobody who actually knows anything about elections in this country is saying this. There's no one more puzzled by the Atlas poll result in North Carolina than me. The early voting data suggests very strong performance by Republicans, and frankly, it's difficult. It's difficult to see how, based on this data, the race is even close. Our own poll also suggests Republicans will win the election day vote by quite a large margin. The only possible explanation is higher rates of Republicans and independents voting for Kamala in North Carolina than one would expect, or perhaps Democratic turnout is indeed lagging and the poll result will be off because of that. We will be releasing a new set of results this Saturday, so we'll have the opportunity of looking at this issue with more data, but I confess I am quite puzzled by this. Every single aggregator in this country treats this guy's surveys with New York Times level weight because he put out a bunch of results that showed things in the margin of error in 2020. Copra's germentum is off the copium. So the analysis was correct. The Republicans galvanized early voting. Interesting. I didn't think it would be accurate. I think both you and Austin talked about this. What is your opinion? Republicans have made an initiative to do early voting this year, unlike last year when they were, or last election cycle when they were stupidly going against the wishes of their local party members in states where there are a shit ton of early voting. This year, they have been back and forth on it, but they have actively made an effort to try and get people out in early voting. Now, having said that, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But Austin's opinion here is that Republicans are cannibalizing their same day voting by pushing for early voting potentially, which I think there is truth. There's truth for that. The pollster is hilarious. They're from Brazil and known for being off by 10 plus in their own country. It came here and got lucky in 2020 by saying everything is a tie, and then got called accurate. Lamau is awesome. Their favorite poll, Polymarket, has started the move towards Kamala the past day or two on the right. People are freaking out and trying to explain it. North Carolina's early vote split evenly in thirds with Dems, Reps, and Independents. These results for this pollster are not very surprising to me, looking back at some analysis I did on their 2020 national election poll microdata at Roper. To begin with, their unweighted result for Trump was 66, Biden 33. No idea how they were getting so many Trump voters in 2020. Then I try to replicate their weight according to their stated methodology. There's a discrepancy here because in one, it's mentioned they weighed by 2016 recall vote, but not in the other. From other polls in the same pollster, I'm pretty sure they did weigh by recall vote. I tried several different versions of weighing by those variables, but none of them was able to replicate their final estimate of Biden 52, Trump 47. In fact, in none of those weights, I was able to get Biden ahead of Trump. The closest I got was Biden 49, Trump 50. I do not care about Polymarket or Predict It or any number of different, election gambling websites that are, I think some of them are like cryptocurrency backed anyway. I just don't give a shit. I don't consider any of that to be a reliable way, an accurate way of looking at the odds, like the real odds. Like maybe Vegas odds could be more accurate than I think like Polymarket and shit. Yeah, the betting odds are really, really fucking stupid. Don't worry, big bro. I put all my Haas coin on the Jill Stein sweep. Hasan is sad. Joe Biden has low chance on the poly market. Yeah. Where does their claim that betting odds are more accurate than polling? It's just fucking stupid. I don't know. Stupid people are saying this. Like others have said, you made the poo on head thumbo. What? It's no different than like surveying this community and being like, well, this community is going to Kamala Harris by wide numbers. You know? Regarding what Austin says to you in North Carolina, 9% of all early vote Republican voters were 2020 E-Day voters. For Dems, only 3% of early voters were 2020 E-Day voters. In Georgia, 8% of all election or early voters are election day voters. The vast, vast, vast majority are rural white. Looking at the polling data and also adding on a little bit of the HasanAbi vibes, see Kamala Harris winning the election. My position on that has only, I was more confident of a Kamala Harris victory maybe a couple months ago, and now I am less confident, but I still think that Kamala Harris will likely eke out a marginal victory over Donald Trump. I mean it is definitely a toss up. It is obviously a toss up. Clip for the fifth. I mean, I have said this. I've said this a bunch of times. I that's what I think. I mean, all of this still hinges very much, in my opinion, on Pennsylvania. That is the most consequential aspect of this. If Kamala Harris hemorrhages her base too hard in Philadelphia in terms of black, brown, young voters, and can't make up for that with high propensity, college educated whites in the suburbs, she's absolutely fucking cooked. This should have never been a toss up. And I think that Kamala Harris will probably eke out a marginal victory over Donald Trump in spite of her terrible campaign. That's what I think. Something odd in that Fox News PA poll. The two-way LV screen has Trump up 50 to 49. It has Trump winning whites just 42 to 48 and Harris winning non-whites 72 to 28. In 2020, whites were 81% of the PA electorate. If that were the case in 2024, this should be Harris up 52.5 to 47.4. In order to get a Trump lead in 50 to 49, the LV sample would have had to be 93% white instead of 81% white. In 2020, Trump won PA whites by 57 to 42. So if he's winning whites by just 52 to 48, he's in very big trouble. Yeah. Strange then that they would list the white vote at 52 to 48 and then show Trump winning overall 50 to 49, even without a massive non-white gain. So where are the non-whites? Note that I'm not questioning whether the crosstabs themselves are wrong. That's usually a bad idea because of high margin of error. I'm merely computing the total based on the crosstabs, and there are presumably only two race categories here, white and non-white. So what's going on here? For what it's worth, the gender crosstabs add up perfectly to the reported result based on 2020 exit. So the crosstabs should actually add up. Is there a third category that is neither white nor non-white? Either way, 48% of whites for Harris is a clear Harris win in PA. That's what they are relying on. That's what the campaign has been actively trying to do. Now, there was a way to do that without. There was a way to definitely do that without coming across as like overtly off-putting, which would have, in my opinion, reflected better in the polls as well. Please do not read people who aren't pollsters wrong about assumptions on polling. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the analysis, but the campaign's goals are correct. Like he is right. And it's something that I have mentioned time and time again. White suburban voters that are normally firmly committed to the Republican Party, high propensity voters, have been going the way of the Democratic Party in special elections, in midterm elections where they come out. Okay? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden has been able to make gains in this constituency. This is a very important constituency because they vote. They vote a lot. And not only do they vote and vote a lot, they also are, there's a lot of them. There's just more white people in this country than there are any other kind of person. Okay? So, if you are able to shake away some of these voters, because many of them are concerned with Trump's rhetoric, many of them are concerned with January 6th, many of them are concerned with the fact that Trump wants to undermine democracy. If you're rich and a believer that the system still, to a certain degree, works in your favor, you are going to be less interested in voting for a guy who wants to blow it up. Kamala Harris is still very much the institutional defender. That is the way she has presented herself. That's the way that Joe Biden presented himself. People that are, and there are a shit ton more people out there who are upset with the institutions, certainly. But the problem is, people who are upset with the institutions, what did you eat? Is Zin. I packed the fucking Zin. People that are upset with institutions are oftentimes poorer on average. That's the reason why they're upset with the institutions. They're like, this shit's not helping me. And many of them do not vote. The likelihood of them voting is lower than a wealthy white person with a college education in the fucking suburbs. Okay? So, for the Democratic Party, shaking them away from the Trump base is their method. It's the way that they're running this campaign. It's how they've chosen to do so that frustrates me. Do you think that a suburban white constituency falls away if the Dems can reverse Dobbs over time and Trump goes away? I mean, they don't even need to reverse Dobbs. When Trump goes away, that suburban white constituency will absolutely flip back by unimaginable numbers to a competent Republican and more, and then some, because in that entire time frame, the Democrats have actively primed the rest of their base to being less resilient towards fascist sentiment by openly communicating that they will be the border control party. This is my fear for the future of this country. This is something that I have communicated time and time again. This is a very dangerous prospect for America's future. Okay? That's the way I see it. For what it's worth, the New York Times poll shows Harris up plus 16 with college-educated non-whites. Biden was plus 3 in CNN exit polls in 2020. The suburbs outside of Philly seem a lot more blue than before. This is just through my observation while doing Uber Eats in the Philly suburbs. And in super red areas where I used to see a lot of Trump signs outside of houses. I used to see a lot of Trump signs outside of houses. I've seen significantly fewer Trump signs and surprisingly some Kamala signs popping up. No Trump to run against in 2028. Every Republican that endorsed her this cycle won't back her next cycle. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
All right. Quick question. So Donald Trump worked the McDonald's fries and the garbage truck. Who thinks he's better at fries? Who thinks he's better at garbage truck? This group is full of garbage men. I love it. And we're going to talk to a special annex table over here. All right, excuse me, folks, while the camera moves. I'm going to move through here because they've been stuck in a room by themselves, and we don't want to leave them alone. So here they are. How you doing? Good to see y'all.
I don't care about the women split. I care about the white women. Okay? Do you understand? I don't know what number Trump has to arrive at with the women split to figure out the outcome, because Trump's base of support comes from white women. It's white people. This is something that you have to understand. Like, the reality of the matter is 60% of the women vote is white. Okay? A 66%, or give or take, more than 60%. I don't know what the exact number is off the top of my head. But that is what Trump's base is. Trump has always captured majority white women. White women make up the largest chunk of the women vote. If you see the white women vote go by, if Trump no longer has the majority of white women, that means he's losing the election. Okay? Trump gains with Hispanic men, Harris up with white women. Reuters Ipsos poll shows. I know, we saw this, we looked at this yesterday. Why do we put so much emphasis on the popular vote when the Electoral College ultimately has the final decision? I mean, the Electoral College ultimately has the final decision. We're not looking at the popular vote. We're trying to make predictions on what, like looking at demographic patterns. We're trying to make a prediction on which way the, yeah. Hold on. We're looking at votes in only states that matter, not the popular vote, chat. No, we're looking at national polls as well. But given that party polarization is completely set, and that people are either a Democrat or a Republican, and that is just like set in stone across the board, you can extrapolate from that data, looking at the way that like certain demographic votes are, whichever way certain demographic shifts are happening for the national parties, and make an assessment on what that would look like in each individual state. That is specifically why I'm looking at white women in general, because white women by majority have gone to Donald Trump in the last 2 election cycles. If Kamala Harris has made inroads with white women come November 5th and has actually broken that allegiance due to Roe v. Wade, then Donald Trump has no path towards victory. Why? Because Donald Trump is already maxed out on all of the demographics. He's already tapped out. He already hit his ceiling. Okay? He was president already. He lost. And people either love him or they fucking despise him. They're not necessarily undecided on him. Now, there are avenues that he could go to, untapped wells that he could draw from. But the problem with those untapped wells is that they are inconsistent. They might actually say that they love Donald Trump. They might even respond to a pollster about how much they love Donald Trump. But they might not necessarily be registered to vote. They might be in college. They might not be home, so that they can't even fucking mail in their ballot. And that is the issue for Donald Trump. I do not foresee, and I might be totally wrong on this, but I do not foresee young men specifically, a demographic notorious for being unreliable voters anyway, going out and voting for Trump. And a big part of that is because Donald Trump has not made any positive arguments as to why you must vote for him for a lot of these people. He has simply said, remember the economy was better. I'm going to fix it. Okay? He is ironically doing the harm reduction argument. He has done the harm reduction argument. He does not make a compelling case. He can make a compelling case for why he's better than Kamala Harris for young men by appearing on these podcasts where young men are listening and tuning in, the anti-establishment voters. But Kamala Harris does not have the undesirables that Hillary Clinton had. Kamala Harris is not a toxic enough individual that Hillary Clinton was that would then point to these guys going out and voting by large numbers to punish the Democratic Party. These are some of the reasons why I think Donald Trump's chances of an electoral success are worse. And they've always been worse than Kamala Harris's chances of winning this election. Kamala Harris never had decades of Oppo research on her. Kamala Harris did not have decades of conspiracy theories, some warranted, some unwarranted, that carried that was, something that she carried along with her everywhere she goes, in the same way that Hillary Clinton had that. But voting is so much easier now that the lazy voters will be out in large numbers. I don't think voting is so much easier. Do you really believe that the majority of young male voters care about the undesirable aspects of Trump's character? No. Donald Trump never made a convincing argument as to why young male voters should vote for him. He has made a convincing argument as to why young male voters should vote against Kamala Harris, i.e., the Republican version of harm reduction arguments. But harm reduction arguments are not successful at converting someone. They might be good at winning your support, But winning your support does not mean you're going to go out and fucking vote. Especially if you are a low or mid propensity voter. Especially if you're a low propensity voter. Young men don't need to hear a convincing argument for him is the point. In 2020, men were almost evenly divided between Trump and Biden, unlike in 2016 when Trump won by men by 11 points. Trump won a slightly larger share of women votes in 2020 than in 2016, while Biden's share of women was nearly identical to Clinton's, 55 to 54. Young men, just like everybody else, also needs to vote for something. I hope you are right. We need all the copium. Propensity to vote is the likelihood that you will vote, and it's tracked by looking at who you have voted for or how you have voted, or if you haven't voted in the past elections. Out of the past 4 elections, which includes midterms and general elections, if you have voted in all 4, as in midterms and general elections, you are a high propensity voter. If it's less than 4, if it's down to 2 out of 4, you're a mid propensity voter. If it's 0 to 1 out of 4, then you are a low propensity voter. Does low propensity take into account young people who haven't been able to vote in the past 4 elections, but only 2? I think it does, yes. It would be so funny if all the theories fail on election day the same way it did in 2016. Well, the difference here, as opposed to 2016, is that the polls are not actually showing Kamala Harris putting up fucking LeBron numbers in the way that they were showing for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. That's the difference. So I think a lot of people are terrified of a Trump victory. As a matter of fact, they consider it likely. They consider it likely that Trump will win. And it makes sense, especially in a community such as this one. You are younger on average. You're under the age of 35. You're more likely to be under the age of 35. And this is a very male-dominated space, Twitch is. So there are plenty of young men who may or may not go out and vote, but still will openly say they are for Donald Trump. And so this is the reason why. This is the reason why I think a lot of people have this sneaking suspicion that Trump is going to put up incredible numbers. And the reason why they think that is because people around them are saying they're pro-Trump. But if you were to actually examine the likelihood of those pro-Trump people under the age of 35 who like the Joe Rogan Experience or watch Theo Vaughn, the likelihood of them actually going out to vote or remembering the vote at all, you will get a better understanding of how things are going. Part of that is because Donald Trump hasn't, in my opinion, actively argued for anything. Like, these guys, I'll give you an example. Donald Trump's number one fucking thing for the podcaster vote is constantly talking about trans people. There has never been an election where people put trans people and dominating them and dominating their lives in the top 40 fucking priorities, okay? It does not track. Like, Israel, Gaza is infinitely more important than that. Gun control or, having access to guns is infinitely higher of a priority if you're a Republican, right? Protecting your guns, your arsenal of weapons is an infinitely higher priority for Republicans. Nobody gives a fuck about trans people. People don't know enough trans people. Okay? They don't think about trans people at all. Most normal people do not ever think about trans people. But we are deluded by what we see on Twitter because all the fucking crazies get highlighted on Twitter. If you were to look at Twitter or if you were to look at your YouTube algorithm or if you were to think about your coworkers that are mainlining, insane right-wing podcasts, you would think that's all people care about. Everyone is a Matt Walsh supporter. This has never been successful in terms of turnout and in terms of how people vote in any of the last elections, whether they are the midterm elections or whether they are the general. As a matter of fact, it has been remarkably unsuccessful in the last midterm election in 2022. So the more they fucking talk about trans people, the more people just go, okay, whatever, who cares? It doesn't actually cause your podcast watching coworkers to go, hell yeah, brother, I'm actually voting specifically because Donald Trump is going to kill trans people or Donald Trump is going to forcibly reverse gender surgeries. No one does that. The people that believe that are most likely not going to vote. Okay, they're fucking crazy. Do you understand? Why are there still insane amounts of anti-trans legislation, though? Because the party needs to do busy work. The Republican Party, that is. And this, seemingly for them, is busy work. They're like, oh yeah, we get to fucking dunk on a marginalized group that, that is virtually helpless and with no way of like fighting back. And it's a good way to signal our vices that we're doing something different. It's like their version of Dems banning random tobacco products. Kind of, yeah. It's just significantly more consequential for the trans community than it is for people who like mango flavored vapes or whatever. Why do you think Trump has been talking about trans people, Dan? Has he just lost the ability to read the room, or is he just going with what the think tanks are making up? I think Trump goes out. I mean, there was a point I remember so vividly when Donald Trump was like, you guys love when I talk about trans people. You like it more than the economy. And the room was like, hell yeah, sir. You're right. I think he's just going to these like donor meetings or going to like his super fans, and he's seeing how much they fucking cheer for the trans shit. And he has in his corner a bunch of people who are fucking stupid and love the podcast circuit. He has Elon Musk. He has JD Vance. He has Don Jr. He has Laura Loomer. These people are fucking stupid. They don't know anything. They are also primed by the echo chamber that they have cultivated. They have mistaken, and this is something that I keep reiterating, okay? They have mistaken the algorithms for reality on the ground. It's a big mistake. They've done too much internet. Okay? They have done entirely too much internet. They've gotten gross and they've gotten weird. The average American does not care about this shit. They care about putting food on their table. They care about having a stable job and potentially being able to, one day retire. That's what they give a shit about. Don't worry, Hasan. This is what the Trump camp is doing to drive headlines in the last few days. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's what this is. This is Hunter Biden's dick. They're doing it. They're doing Hunter Biden's cock again. It's so fucking stupid. It's dumb. It's dumb as fuck, which is also part of the reason why I'm saying that Kamala Harris is going to fucking win this election. Okay? In spite of her also equally dogshit campaign. Like, this is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. What an idiotic way to fucking run a headline. What an idiotic way to try to change the fucking campaign narrative. In the last couple of days. Wait, I thought you said Trump was going to win 10 minutes ago? No. So you predict Kamala? I have been saying that I think Kamala Harris is going to win over and over and over again for the past couple of months. I still, however, am unimaginably upset with how dog shit of a campaign that she has run. Okay? I've said it over and over again. I told liberals in the chat that were coconut pilled, fear not. I think she's running a dog shit campaign, especially post DNC. It's just been awful. Like, it's been a sequence of fucking L's over and over and over again. And yet I still believe that she has a likelihood to win. Now, that likelihood has dropped. I think you've fallen for one here. What do you mean? My goat has spoken. What are we even talking about here? When I think about my kids and my family and how they will grow up, the choice is clear to me. Vote Kamala Harris.
Together, it was awesome. All right. Heck yeah, it's cool. Black guy. That's one of my buddies. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome.
No, I'm not a racist.
You did say they will snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I said never underestimate the Democrats' capabilities of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. If you look at the fucking polling for the past couple of months and the momentum in the direction of Donald Trump, you will understand that I'm not wrong for saying that. The Democrats, I have said over and over again, are slated to win in spite of the Democrats, okay? In spite of the Democratic Party's best wishes. The Democratic Party is desperately, seemingly trying to fucking lose. It makes no damn sense. The problem, however, for them, even though they are trying to lose, is that there is a lot of animosity towards Donald Trump, and that has not changed. This is the third Trump referendum, okay? The third Trump referendum now. It is basically turned into a Republican primary at this point. So you want Trump to win? When have I ever said that? When have those words ever come out of my mouth? I can make stuff up about you as well. Like, you skipped the gym today. I finally got your attention. Okay, thanks. When you sang the song, yeah, dude, the fucking earworms that I have. I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
They're taking black jobs now. The whole country's going to be like, it'll be like Detroit. A lot of it's about the genes, isn't it? Don't you believe? They're poisoning the blood of our country. Troublemaker. These are troublemakers. Look, I love the old days, you know? Do you know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. Now, if you had one really violent day, like one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. But we're going to indemnify police officers and law enforcement from being destroyed by the radical left. You're changing history, you're changing culture.
Of course I hate these people. And let's all hate these people, because maybe hate is what we need.
God damn. My goat. He's so good. He's so good at running campaign ads. He's literally better. He's literally better than the entirety of the Democratic Party at running a fucking campaign ad, dude. He's the goat. Once again, he's the fucking goat. He has demonstrated his goat status once again, dude. Listen, we might be at odds sometimes, okay? But my God, LeBron, what have you done? LeBron, he's done it again. He did it again. Swung the election in favor of Kamala Harris. Straight up. He knows what white supremacy looks like, okay? He's played against the Celtics many times. He knows what it looks like. He knows what it feels like in his bones. People doubt him because they're Klansmen. People say stuff like MJ better. Again, it's crazy. The problem is the right will just set it to different music and use it as a hype video. Yeah. Westbrook better, to be honest. Okay, dude. Kamala will absolutely lose. She's neck to neck in PA, and Democrats usually need to be a couple points ahead to win. I know polls have tried to account for that since 2020. However, I don't think it's enough. Historically, Trump has been underestimated, and if the Democrats don't have a change in policy, they will lose. What do you mean change in policy? There's no change in policy coming. There's 4 fucking days out from the election. Are you crazy? This is putting me at odds with LeBron James because I already wrote in LeBron James as who I was voting for as president. Instructions were unclear. Now it seems like my goat has spoken in favor of Kamala Harris, but it's too late for me to change my decision because, like I said, I already wrote him in for president. I think he would do a fantastic job. He can win if you all vote for him, if you all write his name in. I thought you were riding with Biden. Yeah, no, I was lying this whole time. Anyway, let's move on. So, yeah, the good stuff. This is like, once again, bad instincts from the Republican Party, hyper focusing on like idiotic nonsense to try to change the dynamic, to try to change the narrative, but it's not even a good narrative. And it's also, in some respects, not a good narrative because like they can't fucking point to the gas prices because they're going down. They can't really point to inflation that much. They can only say like, things are very costly, which it is, right? And with no actual solutions, and the only solution that Trump has presented being fucking tariffs, which Kamala Harris obviously directly pointed to as a massive sales tax across the board. Good luck to Donald Trump in the upcoming election. Republicans are psychotic. Kill Obamacare now. Yeah, that's great, man. Good shit. I'm sorry, but anyone citing 2016 is talking out of their fucking ass since everyone was wrong. All the models are trying to account for Republican undercounts. If anything, we may overestimate Republican turnout, far more likely than an underestimation. This is also, I mean, if we're talking about like post-election, this is the type of shit that's like really scary. Chuck Schumer saying he's going to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and like sneak it into a bill. Very scary. On the one hand, you have Project 2025 and like the Esther project or whatever that Heritage has put forward, which is like basically a way to like creating a fucking task force to specifically go after people who have hurt Israel's feelings. You know, that kind of thing is genuinely terrifying. There is no real like group civil rights organization that will fight against that anymore. By the way, we've gutted most of those institutions post Donald Trump. And that is, by the way, like both parties are doing different things in that same direction. Like they're both moving in the direction of McCarthyism, and that's terrifying in general for the future of this country. So you have Project Esther for the Republican Party, and you have Chuck Schumer trying to advance the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and both of those things are legitimately worrisome. Anyway.
We're into the latest on the race for the White House. 5 days ago until the final votes, Vice President Harris is storming the battleground state. She hit 3 in one day, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Former President Trump also hit the last 2 on his blitz. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is in North Carolina with the Harris campaign. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, Kamala Harris is trying to leave it all out on the field. She is hitting multiple battleground states a day. We spent some time with her down here in North Carolina, and while she is confident, she tells me she isn't taking anything for granted.
With 5 days to go, Vice President Kamala Harris taking her closing message on the road. Across the battlegrounds, Harris hammering home her pitch for unity.
It's time that we start locking arms together as a people.
Unsubbing because I used to be a fan until you ruined my life. The Donald Trump song has been stuck in my head. My wife has left me. I haven't worked and got fired. I'm now homeless and addicted to drugs because they're the only thing that can silence the voices of that song. Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been in the back. It's been burning in the back of my mind as well. I will vote for Donald Trump.
She's promising to put Americans' needs first.
When I am elected, I will walk in with a to-do list. And at the top of my list is...
It's funny because like the election is bad policy on one side and some decent policies, but mostly bad policy on one side versus no policy on the other. And the only policies that Donald Trump even remotely mentions is mass immigrant deportation. Okay? I do not believe that enough Americans are like, hell yes. Okay? I don't believe that enough Americans are like, oh, dude, that's fucking sick. I love tariffs and I love mutilating migrant children. Like, that is my exciting reason for why I'm going out and voting.
Bringing down your cost of living. That will be my focus every single day as president.
And vowing to be a president for all.
Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at my table.
And this morning, she's distancing herself from President Biden's comments that seem to disparage Trump's supporters as garbage. The White House adamant the president was reacting to a comedian at Trump's recent rally who spewed racist insults.
What did you think when you heard President Biden make those comments?
Well, first of all, I think that the president has explained what he meant. But I've said it earlier. I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. And that I've made that clear throughout my career, including my speech last night before I think this all happened, which is I intend to be a president for all Americans, and including those who may not vote for me in this election. I take very seriously my obligation and my oath to concern myself first with the needs of the American people and put them before whatever might be my selfish issues.
With just days to go, we spoke with the vice president in the key battleground of North Carolina, and we asked her how she's preparing for the likelihood that Trump won't accept the results if he doesn't win.
In 2020, we saw Donald Trump come out and prematurely claim victory on election night. I know you've got a whole team of...
Mark Cuban says strong, intelligent women are never around Trump. The entire Democrat closing argument is to call Trump supporters weak, dumb garbage. Yeah, they should say it, and it's correct. I don't like Mark Cuban, but he kind of cooked here, okay? Sorry. He's right.
Donald Trump, you never.
Yeah, I don't like Mark Cuban at all. But let me tell you, when he's right, he's right. I call balls and strikes, baby.
See him around strong, intelligent women, ever. It's just that simple. Donald Trump, you never see him around strong.
Any intelligent woman is nasty to Trump. Why don't I like him? I don't know. Look at him. He's a billionaire sitting in his fucking private jet. That's like one of the first reasons. Wait, explain. Hey, Mark Cuban, if you never see Trump around strong, intelligent women, then explain this. I mean, come on. Most lib thing you've said, it's not. It's not. Like, bro, are you seriously Democratic? My anger and resentment for the Democratic Party revolves around their closeness to the Republican Party. There has never been a moment, there has never been a singular moment where I have ever been anywhere near Republican attitudes. Okay? My entire job, the way I see it, is to de-radicalize people away from right-wing reactionary sentiment opinions. Are you paid to be Democratic? Yeah, dude, I'm so fucking paid to be Democratic that you have sitting Democratic Party representatives who are trying to get me fucking banned off of the platform that I'm on as the largest progressive voice in North America right now, 5 days before a fucking election. I'm progressive. I'm to the left of the Democratic Party. Also, my man wrote paid with a Y. Open the schools. No more child left behind. None of that. None of that. Abolish homeschooling. What are we doing? What are we doing? Stop.
Lawyers standing at the ready. But what is your plan? What are you going to do if he does that again?
Well, we are sadly ready if he does, if we know that he is actually manipulating the press and attempting to manipulate the consensus of the American people based on fiction instead of fact. We're prepared to respond.
Are you concerned he's going to try to interfere again with the certification of the election results? What will you do then?
I don't know. I think he is capable of anything as proven by what he did on January 6th.
Now, after blitzing the Rust Belt yesterday, Harris is out west today in Arizona and Nevada.
The only people I paid by are you, okay? People who subscribe. That's it. And many subscribe to support my editorial independence. Some subscribe to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which I no longer serve. I no longer have a contract from Twitch because they're done giving out contracts. But that's it. You may not agree with every single thing that I say, but ultimately, that's who pays me. Okay? Benign Burger. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Base Silly, thank you for the 10. Tech Slug, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Does that mean I don't have to subscribe anymore? I mean, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You've never had to. Barry Balls, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Hasan, I love you, but what are we going to do to replace ad break debates? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet.
He is hitting every major battleground in these final days, Michael.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for that.
We begin with a stunning news statement from Donald Trump out on the campaign trail last night when the former president said he would be the protector of women, quote, whether the women like it or not. The comments could backfire for Trump, who has faced decades of allegations of abuse from multiple women. And of course, it was the former president who placed 3 justices on the Supreme Court, which overturned Roe versus Wade, sending the question of abortion rights back to the states. Here's what Trump had to say.
4 weeks ago, I was saying, no, I want to protect the people. I want to protect the women of our country. I want to protect the women. Sir, please don't say that. Why? They said, we think it's very inappropriate for you to say. So why? They said, sir, I just think it's inappropriate for you to say. Pay these guys a lot of money. Can you believe it? I said, well, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them.
Today, we will be leaving Wisconsin, heading west, and I'll be obviously in 3 states again today, talking with the American people about the stakes of this election and the opportunity that we, the American people, have to chart a new way forward. I will comment on the former President Donald Trump's remark about women and whether they like it or not. And listen, it actually is, I think, very offensive to women in terms of not understanding their agency, their authority, their right, and their ability to make decisions about their own lives, including their own bodies. And this is just the latest on a series of reveals by the former president of how he thinks about women and their agency. Whether he has said, as he has, that women should be punished for their choices, whether he has talked about his pride in taking away a fundamental right from women.
Trump was watching Kamala Harris's live reacted to Kamala Harris's fake news conference. All lies. She's desperate, but more importantly, she looks totally exhausted. She should rest now and leave the campaigning to me. That's so sad. Okay, my man has lost his juice. He's lost the sauce. Okay, he's like, come on, don't campaign anymore. No more campaigning. Come on, Kamala. Stop with the campaigning. Don't do it. Don't campaign. You no longer need to. All right, give up. It would be quite nice if you gave up. It's not even a bad statement from Trump. Lots of women don't support abortion. He's just uniquely an awful person to deliver it, Lamau. Like, it's so funny to be like, our strong message our strong closing argument in this fucking campaign cycle has started years ago because Donald Trump unceremoniously threw his hat in the ring because of fears that he was going to get prosecuted. Much longer than like normal campaigns as a consequence of Trump starting early is now coming to a close with the last message being, we're suing CBS for $10 billion because they edited Kamala Harris. A thing that every outlet has done for Donald Trump over and over again. We're also saying that Kamala Harris yawned. So she's lazy and tired. And maybe we could just get come on, please forfeit and let us win as a last Hail Mary, last second Hail Mary. Great stuff overall.
Whether it be how he has actually...
The cope from both sides is an all-time high law. I don't think it's cope on the... I think that there are a lot of Democrats who are terrified I would say most Democrats are worried. Most Democrats who have voted for Kamala Harris, who are excited to vote for Kamala Harris, who want other people to vote for Kamala Harris, are legitimately worried about the prospect of this election.
Created a situation in America where now 1 in 3 women lives in a
30% of women do not support legal abortion. That is objectively a lot of women. That is objectively not a lot of women. Okay. Like, what are you saying? That is, you have described a minority. I never said no women support abortion. Or, I mean, no women are pro-life to a degree where they like would actively vote against a candidate. Actively vote against a fucking candidate that is like saying they want to restore Roe v. Wade. There are plenty of women in the pro-life movement. It's just not, there's not a lot of people in the pro-life movement in general in comparison to the pro-choice movement. There are a lot of people who are pro-life and still don't think that the government should interfere in the affairs. For example. Bro just says 60 million women isn't a lot of women. Yes, because 70% of women are in favor of defending Roe v. Wade. 70% of all people are in favor of defending Roe v. Wade. 75%, as a matter of fact, even larger than that. There is, I mean, we ran through this yesterday. We ran through this yesterday where I talked to Alabama chatters, Alabamians who were like, well, my coworkers are fucking so anti-abortion, I think you're wrong. And I was like, nope, there's not a state in this fucking nation from sea to shining sea where anti-abortion, like abortion restrictions are reaching majority support. Not a single one. HasanAbi arguing with chatters why 70% is larger than 30%. What the fuck is this timeline? I know. I don't know where Hasan went, but Trafalgar Law is spitting facts. Thank you for calling me correctly by my name.
Trump abortion ban state and has legal restrictions on the right she rightly should have to make decisions about her own body. The other point I will refer to about in the last many hours is the speaker's comments about the Affordable Care Act. Look, I've been saying throughout this campaign, be very clear that among the stakes in this election are whether we continue with the Affordable Care Act or not. It has been a part of Donald Trump's agenda for a very long time. He has made dozens of attempts to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And now we have further validation of that agenda from his supporter, the Speaker of the House. And what that would mean for the American people is that insurance companies could go back to a time when they would deny you coverage for health insurance based on pre-existing conditions such as you being a survivor of breast cancer, asthma, diabetes. And what I know is that the American people, regardless of who they're voting for, know the importance of the Affordable Care Act, as it is also called Obamacare, in terms of expanding people's coverage to health care based on a fundamental principle that I hold deeply. Access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. So there's still a lot of work to do, but each day I think that there are also indications that we are receiving from my opponent that verify, validate, and reinforce the fact that, one, he is not going to be fighting for women's reproductive rights. He does not prioritize the freedom of women and the intelligence of women to make decisions about their own lives and bodies. And health care for all Americans is on the line in this election as well. I'll take your questions.
Dan? Oh, yeah. You know, since the beginning stages of your campaign, you've described yourself as an underdog. That language is gone from your speech now. Has something changed in how you're feeling?
No, listen, I am putting it all on the field. And it's going to be a very tight race. And I'm running like the underdog, because we are. Donald Trump's been running for the last decade. I've been in this race about 3.5 months. And the stakes are so high. But I've been saying for quite some time, regardless of what the polls say, we are going to win. I do believe that. Because I do believe that this is a choice about two very different directions for our country. And the choice being offered by Donald Trump is about going backward, about a constant emphasis on degrading the American people and our capacity, versus a track that is about bringing the country together, knowing we have more in common than what separates us, and we should have a plan, which I do, to actually get things done, including bringing down the cost of living for people, investing in our small businesses, expanding access to health care, investing in American industries, including the future of American industries and American workers. So there you go.
Well,
so you talked about what the former president said being offensive to women.
I think it's offensive to everybody, by the way.
Well, that was my question.
Yeah.
What the sort of hyper-masculinity that he is talking about, what do you think about it possibly resonating with men and male voters specifically?
You've been...
I think that people keep saying, like, are you worried about the outcome of this election? And I think people don't understand that, like, I'm worried about the outcome of this election regardless of who wins. I'm worried about the future of this country regardless of whether Kamala Harris wins or Donald Trump wins. Okay? That is what that is the terrifying nature of this this current election cycle. This does not mean that, like, Donald Trump is going to be as bad as Kamala Harris. On some issues, they are going to be identical. Okay? But win or lose, we have genuinely changed this. We've genuinely changed the trajectory of this country. The future is bleak. This is something that I brought back. This is something that I brought up a lot. Like, this is, we're basically running a fucking Republican primary at this point. Three Trump referendum general elections have occurred. And by the third one, Donald Trump has successfully changed American politics permanently in his own vision.
Following me, and you will see that in the tens of thousands of people who attend our rallies, which is an opportunity to talk about the issues, to talk about the future of our country, right? There are men, women, young people, people of every race, every background. One of the points I think that is a point of pride for everyone who attends, and including myself, is that our campaign really is about bringing people together, people of very different and diverse backgrounds, around a common theme that is about love of country, defending the Constitution of the United States, and investing in our future, and rejecting the notion that we are divided or that should be acceptable, that we would be divided as a nation. So I'm very proud to have the support of men, women, young people, people of every background.
Ebony?
So we know we have 5 days into the election. How are you going to continue to draw the contest with former President Donald Trump, specifically with the undecided voters, as the pool is really shrinking now?
I will continue, as we will do today, as we did yesterday, and so on, to talk with people where they live. So again, here in Wisconsin, heading to Arizona, heading to Nevada, to talk with people about issues like how we're going to deal with price gouging, corporate price gouging as a way to deal with grocery costs, how we're going to invest in small businesses and expand access to capital, how I will give first-time homeowners a $25,000 down payment assistance if they are first-time home.
Some folks, including Emma Vigeland, think that the Harris calculation to court older white women in swing states may prove to be the right strategy. Following a more progressive tack would, in a sense, have been rewriting the Dem playbook. It would have been interesting to see a comprehensive strategy for truly running a progressive campaign. Yeah, I disagree. I've never once said that Kamala Harris shouldn't try to court older white women in the suburbs. I understand the necessity for doing such a thing, but you can do that without fucking hugging and kissing Liz Cheney. You can do that and simultaneously also advocate for policies that help the base, the actual base, without undermining the actual base of support for the Democratic Party. Like, I'm telling you right now, Kamala Harris, like, leaving the Gaza question on the table and just being full tilt pro-genocide wins no additional votes. It actually hurts some of the base of support that she has. Okay? That's number one. Kamala Harris running a right-wing immigration agenda instead of communicating that a more humane approach to immigration is an absolute necessity and that Democrats are hallucinating problems. Okay? Hallucinating problems that immigrants are causing when they're just our neighbors, you know? When they're just people exactly like you. That is not just courting the older white suburban women, okay? You court the older white suburban women by talking about January 6th. You court the old white suburban women by showing Donald Trump as like an ugly, rude man who is not the kind of person that you want in your home. You court the old suburban white women by talking about Roe v. Wade and what Donald Trump's policies in action look like for the next generation of white women. You don't have to completely rewrite the party's agenda on right-wing notions that are not born out of like a logical demand for a real problem, but instead created by complete hysteria. It's ironic that you think we would be rewriting the Democratic playbook when Kamala Harris has rewritten the Democratic Party's playbook. Joe Biden rewrote it for her. But when we rewrite the Democratic Party's playbook to openly undermine a massive, massive policy differential in the way that we communicate, in the way that we legislate on the issue of immigration, when we rewrite it in a right-wing manner, nobody thinks that we're rewriting the Democratic Party playbook. Everybody thinks that's expertise in action. That's great. That's great campaign strategy. Do you understand? Do you get it? That's rewriting the playbook. There's never been a moment where the Democrats have said immigrants constitute a national security threat until this election cycle. That's a massive change from the ways in which they have. You said Trump as bad as Kamala. You misspoke. Oh, I meant Kamala as bad as Trump.
Home buyer to help them get their foot in the door. These are the issues that the American people want to talk about because these are the issues that affect them.
Do you think once Harris is elected, she'll change course to be more progressive? No, I do not. Not even a little bit.
These are the issues they think about when they're sitting at their kitchen table or when they're trying to go to sleep at night. And what I know is that they want a president of the United States who, as I say, will walk into the Oval Office with a to-do list and not an enemies list. And so that's what I will continue to do over the course of these next few days, to let folks know that I see them, I hear them, and I'm prepared to address their challenges with a plan that is about getting things done.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, can you just do that?
All right, that was Vice President Kamala Harris addressing reporters in Madison, Wisconsin. She was responding to former President Donald Trump's comment last night at his rally that he is going to be the protector of women, quote, whether the women like it or not, end quote. The vice president just a few moments ago pointing out that she thinks that Trump's comments on women are not just offensive to women, but, quote, offensive to everybody. I want to go back to our campaign reporters who are covering all of this. Eva McKend is out there in Arizona. Christian Holmes is with me here in Washington. Eva, your response to what we just heard from the vice president. I mean, there was, out on the campaign trail over the last 24 hours, it was sort of this back and forth over garbage. It started with what the comedian said at that rally at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night, calling Puerto Rico garbage. And then there was the president's gaffe more than 24 hours ago or so. And then, when the Trump campaign thought that they had something, they were sort of, they thought they had the tiger by the tail here with Trump climbing into a garbage truck with his name on it and everything. Then he makes this comment about women. And you saw the vice president just seize on it a few moments ago.
She did, Jim, because clearly she was setting the tone for the day with issues where she feels especially comfortable. So as it relates to connecting with women on this issue of reproductive rights, and then also talking about health care more broadly, which has become so.
Where has this been? Campaigning in Phoenix, Harris says that if Trump wins, you can be sure he will bring back family separation policies, only on a much greater scale than last time. Wow. With fucking 4 days out, you remembered that Arizona has a young Latino base of support that is not fucking blood red and red hot and bloodthirsty for fucking mass deportations. Wow. Wow. Where the fuck was this energy? How many times did I say? How many fucking times did I say over the course of the past however many months that, like, the Sun Belt is not as excited at the prospect of concentration camps at the border as the campaign thinks it is? Can't wait till she sees a swing in her direction because of this stance. And 2 days out, they're trying to completely remessage. It's too late. New Tim Walz hit piece by Fox News. Fox News presents this as a hit piece, but the young man in question is quoted in the article as follows. Clement thanked Tim Walz for his impact on his life, the caring attention he gave, that positive support can pull you through really dark times in your life. That's amazing. Once again,
I want to get your reaction to the president.
Once again, they are trying to fucking present him as a bad guy, but then they fail to do so and showcase that, after all, he is a good guy. Do you think it is really important, in your opinion, whether Kamala or Trump wins? I mean, yeah. It's either going to be god awful or worse than god awful, okay? There is no good here. There is no good here at all. There is no harm reduction even. It's more so, how much more harm can you withstand? I've never once said that I want Donald Trump to be president. I do not want Donald Trump to be president again. Can you respond to what I said? I feel like you're getting more and more out of touch every day. Hasan, I've been watching your shit for years, and it's really disheartening to see you start shitting on the populace of southern states. I thought you, more than anyone, would recognize that Alabama and other states like it are progressive communities who've been gerrymandered into the red wall shitholes. What? I can't respond to your delusions, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're wrong. Shitting on the populace of southern states? The fuck are you talking about? Bro, as a Floridian, same. Are you guys associating like being my statements about like Trump Republicans and Trump supporters as like you and people that you know? Is that what you're saying? Can you point to a single moment where I've been like, oh yeah, fuck these red states? No, but you talk mass shit about Florida in the past, just saying. Yeah, I lived in Florida, okay? Yeah, it's apt. The fuck? Florida sucks ass. Yeah. Hasan, can you address the comments I made up in my mind about how you said you hate every single Alabaman and Floridian and wish them harm? I imagine that that's what you said. I think it means that you shit on people that are just manipulated to vote Republican, hogs, etc. Yeah, I don't care. Okay? On that note, there's a very easy solution to that. Did you use Alabama as a parallel for religious extremism and said, what if we bombed enclaves of white people in Alabama? Wait, are you that fucking stupid? I was saying that that is not an appropriate argument. I'm saying it's inappropriate to bomb Alabama just because there are religious enclaves in Alabama. What the fuck? Bro, why do my fucking haters literally assume the exact opposite of what I am saying all the time? Yes, if what you fantasized about what I'm saying was true, you would be correct. I would be a ginormous piece of shit. It's ironic that you, an Alabama chatter, weren't here when I was shitting on someone saying that Alabama is actually anti-abortion. Specifically talking about even in a state like Alabama that is hard right, that people still are cognizant of the harm that they are experiencing with a decision like overturning Roe v. Wade. I apologize. I didn't realize what you meant. You listened to me use that as an example of how unacceptable it would be in the argument, and you thought I was advocating to bomb Alabama? What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. It's all good. You apologize, and that's fine. But no, I do not think that we should bomb Alabama. The argument that I was presenting in the conversation with Asmongold was literally that we should not bomb Alabama. Just like we should not bomb Gaza. And that people's ideological predisposition does not warrant a bombing campaign. I'm not really important, Bammy, when I mention your name. Yeah, it's really funny because I actually really liked the way he destroyed Ben Shapiro. Regardless of our disagreements on many other things, I think he did a fantastic job dismantling Ben Shapiro's arguments. That's the difference between me and many of my haters, I guess, is that like I can be honest and be like, no, dude, I see the much greater evil here. Too charitable? I don't care. There's no such thing as like being too charitable. And even if people are not charitable to me, dude, chill. This would be my only reason I get tired of you fucking harsh on everyone. What? Are you not listening to what I'm saying? Why do you think the messaging is getting more aggressive a few days out? All right, we're done reading chatters. Let's continue.
Central to this campaign. And the hope is that it resonates in states like this one, in battleground Arizona. You know, when President Biden won in this state in 2020, it was just by a little more than 10,000 votes, a remarkable feat for a Democrat. Hadn't been done since Bill Clinton in the 90s. And it was due in part to the winning Biden coalition that include Latino and Native American voters. And so what we see from the Harris campaign is them trying to replicate that strategy, this multiracial coalition, but also running on the strength of this argument of reproductive rights. Los Tigres del Norte, excuse my Spanish, it's the best I could do. They're performing tonight here in Phoenix, and then later on she's going to be joined by Jennifer Lopez in Las Vegas. And you know, the way that she's messaging to these Latino voters about her opportunity economy, for instance, it's very much grounded in talking about the family. So clearly she's trying to make the cultural connection there. And I'll end with this, Jim. I'm very curious to see how she talks about the issue of immigration in this border state. You know, she often pushes the bipartisan border enforcement bill that doesn't include a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants in it. But you have immigrant organizers here on the ground that are canvassing for her, working on her behalf, and she'll have to speak to those communities as well. Jim?
Yeah, and the Harris campaign with that out, that Spanish language ad out this morning, targeting those comments about Puerto Rico made at the Madison Square Garden rally. And Kristen Holmes, your response to what we just heard from the vice president, they obviously saw a moment to sort of shift the narrative, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they saw the same moment that Donald Trump saw, right? I mean, for 3 days, we talked about the jokes that were told at that Madison Square Garden rally, the vile, racist jokes leading up to it. Then the narrative was flipped because Joe Biden had that gaffe referring to Trump supporters, however you want to break it down, as garbage. They seized on that. And now you're seeing Kamala Harris take to the press to reiterate the remarks and repeat the remarks that Donald Trump said last night. I mean, there's a reason that they're all doing this. They want to amplify what the other side is saying. Kamala Harris wants anyone who wasn't paying attention last night to know exactly what Donald Trump said at that rally. The best way to do that isn't necessarily always just through social media and cutting clips, but also by holding a mini press conference in order to pay attention, to shine a light on those remarks. And as Eva said, a lot of this is reaching out to a place where they feel comfortable. They are still trying to secure as many women voters as they possibly can. Donald Trump has a problem with women. Kamala Harris has a problem with men. They are trying to get as many of their demographic that already support them out to the polls as quickly as possible and get them revved up so that they actually show up either for early voting or on November 5th.
Harris is also seizing on House Speaker Mike Johnson's vow to overhaul, I should say, health care. Overhaul, I think, might be how Democrats feel about it, though, a little bit. Johnson on video telling supporters no Obamacare if Trump wins the presidency. Here is what Vice President Harris said about that.
He's like, oh, I didn't mean it. I might have said it, but I didn't mean it. Good stuff.
He has made dozens of attempts to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And now we have further validation of that agenda from his supporter, the Speaker of the House. And what that would mean for the American people is that insurance companies could go back to a time when they would deny you coverage for health insurance based on pre-existing conditions such as you being a survivor of breast cancer, asthma, diabetes. Health care for all Americans is on the line in this election as well.
It's important to give viewers the context for the comments that Johnson made, so let's actually play them now.
Healthcare reform is going to be a big part of the agenda. When I say we're going to have a very aggressive first 100 days agenda, we got a lot of things still on the table.
No Obamacare?
No Obamacare. Yeah, the ACA is so deeply ingrained. We need massive reform to make this work, and we got a lot of ideas on how to do that.
CNN chief congressional correspondent Manu Raju spoke to Johnson about those comments. Also, the anchor of Inside Politics Sunday will update that intro. Manu. What did Johnson say?
Yeah, he claimed that they don't want to repeal the Affordable Care Act at all, even as Republicans, of course, spent years trying to kill the signature health care law under the Obama administration, but a much different tune yesterday. I caught up with him as he was stumping in New York, and he made clear that they don't plan to go after the ACA. At least that's what he said. If the Republicans keep the House and Trump becomes president again.
Yeah, that's my question. So how much are you talking about what you will do if you're in power, and does that include repealing the ACA?
No, look,
not repealing the ACA.
No. This has been ascribed to me. That is not what I said. You can pull the recording of the event in Pennsylvania. That's not what I said. Look, we are laser focused on improving health care as we are every area. We need
no, come on. Who would do such a thing?
We need greater access. We need lower
Stop
costs.
it.
And there are ideas on how to do that. That's what I was referring to. And that's what President Trump wants to do as well.
Because you haven't had a plan for many years.
Well, no, we do have plans. I mean, when I was chairman of the Republican Study Committee, it's the largest caucus of conservatives in Congress. We had we published a whole booklet, and I was the leader of all that. We have a docs caucus. They have lots of ideas that are published and prepared. So there are lots of ideas there. We'll put it all together in the final playbook.
But it just shows you how concerned Republicans are about these comments about Obamacare being an issue this late in the campaign. Trump himself posted on his social media page about Harris's comments seizing on Johnson's initial calls for major changes to Obamacare. Trump says what Kamala is saying is that I want to end the ACA.
I never mentioned doing that. Never even thought about such a thing. That's so funny. Because if I recall, Donald Trump ran on destroying Obamacare. In 2016. So that's interesting what he's saying. He's never done that. I don't know about that. He definitely has done that, actually. Not only has he done that, he's tried to do it and failed to do so because of the maverick himself, John McCain. And he shit on John McCain for that, like a lot. She also said, I want to end Social Security. Likewise, never mentioned it or thought it. Okay, to be fair, he hasn't actually talked about ending Social Security. He has defended that. She is the one that wants to end Social Security, and she will do it by putting the millions of migrants coming into our country into it. Kamala is a liar. Everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie. Made up fiction.
He never mentioned doing that, never even thought of such a thing. So I guess we should rewind to the first Trump administration, the first 2 years under Donald Trump with Republicans in control of the House and the Senate. They tried very hard to appeal Obamacare. There was, of course, that infamous moment on the Senate floor where John McCain joined with a couple other Senate Republicans with Democrats as well. You see the thumbs down there on the Senate floor. They killed a partial repeal of Obamacare, and Trump spent years berating McCain over that. To this day, still does. And why did John McCain vote against that? Because they did not have a plan to replace it at the time, and they still don't.
Going back to Johnson's comments, Manu, was he trying to say that when somebody asked no Obamacare, did he mean no, we're not touching Obamacare?
It's a little unclear. He was sort of taking questions from the crowd and seemed to be getting energized by the crowd's enthusiasm about all of it. But it's a difficult thing because they've spent years campaigning against Obamacare, but now those provisions are very popular.
New Elon Musk reportedly worked without authorization in the U.S. in the 1990s. Experts in immigration law say that if he lied about that as a part of the immigration process, he could be denaturalized and open to criminal prosecution. Oh my God, stop. I will nut. I will fucking nut. I will nut. Like I said, I am anti-deportation except for one man, and that is Elon Musk. Okay? I am anti-deportation, except for Elon Musk. Oh my God. Get him out of here. Get him out. Deport his ass. Can't believe they dropped this a day before No Nut November. Yeah, they want you to nut freely before No Nut November. Poll results on Elon getting deported. I said this before. If Kamala Harris said Elon Musk will get deported if I win, this would be the results. Okay? Maybe like Florida would be the only place. That would be... It's true about Musk. It's true about Musk. See the full story? He never registered at Stanford. Yeah, we know this already. I've talked about this a lot.
Popular. They don't want to be talking about this point. And as you heard from Johnson there, he told me they're not going to repeal it if they stay in power.
Vice President Harris will also be in Arizona and Nevada today after a star-studded rally last night.
After this, we're going to get to Jake Paul, the greatest political theorist of our time, finally doing the brave thing and supporting Donald Trump, which is, of course, very brave.
In Madison, Wisconsin, focused on getting young people to vote. Nancy Cortez was there. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. Here's a stat for you. Harris currently leads among young voters ages 18 to 29 by 23 points nationwide, according to our polling. And so it's in her campaign's interest to try to drive up vote totals in college towns like this one. But young voters are also the least reliable voters. And so last night, the Harris campaign put on a show here in Madison that they're hoping these students will remember come Tuesday. Rally or rock concert? In Madison, Wisconsin last night, the vice president's warm-up acts were famous in their own right. From the folk band Mumford & Sons to singer-songwriter Gracie Abrams. A big draw for some of the University of Wisconsin's 50,000 undergrads.
I have already gone to Memorial Union and voted early for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Come here, let's just meet. Before taking the stage, Harris visited with the Badgers women's volleyball team. In the arena, her comments about reproductive rights got the loudest applause from this young crowd.
The fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom. And the men who support them.
It was her third battleground stop of the day after rallying supporters in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
And pitching her plans in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
I will give a middle-class tax cut to 100 million Americans. Enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries.
She also got a surprise boost from a well-known Republican. Former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger announced he's voting for Harris because of Trump's refusal to accept he lost in 2020. Rejecting the results of an election, Schwarzenegger wrote, is as un-American as it gets. Today, Harris heads west to campaign with film and music superstar J-Lo. J-Lo, of course, is one of several major artists of Puerto Rican descent who spoke out on Sunday after a comedian at one of Trump's rallies described Puerto Rico as a floating island of garbage. Tony.
Nancy, thank you very much.
Nervous, scared.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The long-awaited. Many people, I suspect, were undecided and holding out until they got to hear from the homegrown Ohio boy now living in Puerto Rico to avoid paying taxes, Jake Paul. And a lot of people I see in the chat are going, "Oh, dude, is he Amish now?" No. He is presenting himself as Dagestani. This is not Jake Paul trying to look Amish. This is Jake Paul trying to look like he is from Dagestan. Okay? Now let's take a look at what he had to say. I mean, I myself have been undecided up until this moment. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what Jake Paul's decision is. Yeah, Jake Paulomedov.
To make this video because of what it means in terms of my career, my life, people coming after me, more accusations, more turmoil, more division potentially. However, I just want to provide information to the potentially undecided voter, the things that I have seen over the past couple of years that have led me in a certain direction as to who I am supporting in this presidential election. And most of all, encouraging y'all to actually vote, encouraging y'all to actually do your own research and to base that research in the truth, not just reckless
What's up with the camera angles, dude?
propaganda or your favorite pop star telling you to vote.
Dog, your people's like maybe your teenager's 8th favorite charlatan on YouTube. The fuck do you mean? Don't vote because Bad Bunny told you to vote for someone. Do your own research and listen to me. Your least favorite pop star.
A certain way, and you believing them because you love their song. And with that said, after watching this video, you shouldn't necessarily just listen to me either. Do your own research before you go and vote, but I highly, highly, highly encourage you to exercise your right to vote. Because I moved to Puerto Rico in pursuit of becoming a world champion in my boxing career, I
became a world champion at dodging taxes. That's why he moved to Puerto Rico.
Have rescinded my right to vote, but that doesn't mean I can't present my 80 million large audience with proper facts, numbers, and data to encourage them to vote in the proper direction.
Oh my God, this only got 100K views in 8 hours. Oh, is he juiceless? Is he sauceless? Is Jake Paul no longer a person with, oh my God, this video got 266,000 views, the Mike Tyson promo. 2 weeks ago. Brother, go back to, burning shit. What are you doing? Like, clearly, this stuff is not working. Yeah, go back to flexing. God damn. Bro fell off harder than you did. I know. My fall off is devastating. I only have 36,000 people. I only have 36,000 people watching. It's fucked up.
To quite literally save America. And I'll start off with something that bothered me recently was Tony Hinchcliffe, a comedian who made a bad joke. Obviously, he's doing his job, trying to be funny, but him talking smack about Puerto Rico was not funny. And I want to shine a light on the fact that these aren't Donald Trump's views. It was a comedian who made a bad joke.
I have no idea who he is. Never saw him. Never heard of him.
Oh, dude, this facts-based analysis has started off strong. That's awesome. All right. Mr. Facts-based analysis, dude. He's coming in. He's done his own research.
And don't want to hear of him.
Tony, while I love most of your work, Puerto Rico is the most beautiful place on earth, and the people here are absolutely incredible. Wars, health, guns, jobs, economy, inflation, border control, freedom of speech. The list goes on and on and on with the number of problems that America currently faces. And I don't come to you to make this video to create more division. I believe love is the key to the universe and that we should all love each other more and more and more. And it saddens me that in the current political state of the world in America, people can't have opinions without outrageous backlash. And I truly believe we can all agree on that things just don't feel right. America doesn't feel good. It shows that
Dude, these multi-camera jump cuts are gonna make me throw up, dude. It's not helped by the fact that I have to look at his face, which is, I don't know what happened to this motherfucker. Did he do like a shit ton of steroids? Like, what's going on? Why does he look like this?
we are more divided than ever, and I can't sit back and watch this blasphemy unfold in front of me any longer. What is the problem? Democrats have been in power for 12 of the last 16 years. So if we aren't happy with the current political state, economic state, environmental state, then who is to blame? Tim Walz, the vice presidential candidate, has even said this himself.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
We can't have 4 more years of this. Even
Wow. Wow. He's great facts-based analysis. I wonder what Tim Walz was talking about. Oh, dude, this is like, I'm going to go back to this. After Jake Paul's endorsement for Donald Trump. He's literally too stupid to make a good convincing argument for Trump.
Even Tim says there needs to be change, and he's right. We need to change from Kamala Harris to the Republican candidate, Donald Trump. Tim, I remind you that your running mate, Kamala Harris, is vice president, currently in the office, and hasn't done anything while she's in office. Basically no accomplishments. Let's start with a chart of inflation during the Biden-Harris term. Their overall inflation is 20.2% compared to the Trump-Pence administration with an overall inflation of 6.7%. Statistically 14% better while Trump was running the economy. As you can see in every category, energy, gasoline, rent, and food, the numbers are exponentially lower and the lowest of the past 30 years of presidents. Again, regardless of your emotion, I'm just presenting you with facts. Do I think Donald Trump is a perfect human being? No, I don't think anybody on this planet is a perfect human being.
Why are you dignifying this trash with a react? Because he's making true facts. Okay? He's right. And his 12-year-old fans that actually demand that he blow up more monster trucks or whatever are going to learn so much about how Biden did the brand inflation. Also, the conversation about vice presidents is really funny because Trump literally almost killed his vice president. Okay? So in terms of like vice presidential impact, I feel like, you know, they're not exactly impactful. The one thing that the vice president does have the right to do is certify the fucking votes or choose not to certify the fucking votes. And fake friend Mike Pence couldn't even do that for my goat, Donald Trump. Kind of fucked up. If you ask me, that's all I'm saying.
Myself included. Don't judge people off of a character that the media has portrayed them to be. Because Democrats control 90% of the US media, so they
What the fuck? Democrats control 90% of the U.S. media. 90%. He's right, dude. That's right. Democrat run news media. That's why I had to do it. I had to do it to him. I like that his facts-based analysis is that there's a lot of mentions of racism, racist, sexism, sexist, and misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. Like, this implies that Democrats run the media. They own 90% of the media because mentions of these sorts of things have gone up. I love this. More like the media controls 90% of politicians because they're owned by giant corporations that bribes politicians. What is this fucking argument, dude? You don't understand. Anti-racism is woke nonsense. That's the funniest part about this is that, like, these guys, again, right-wingers in general, especially prominent right-wingers online, including now Jake Paul, will often talk about how, like, woke is a bad thing. Like, being woke is a bad thing. But once again, when polled, Americans are like, yeah, it just means you're in favor of social justice. And yeah, I agree with it. By overwhelming majorities, as a matter of fact. There's never been a single fucking poll that has showed that, like, being woke is a bad thing. Okay? So when he puts this up as, like, homophobia mentions have gone up, like, what are you, fucking against the coverage of are you homophobic? Why are you voluntarily ascribing these values, okay, to the Democratic Party and then just sitting there and making it seem like that's a bad thing? Are you that fucking stupid? Did you get CTE? What's going on? I think Logan Paul has to do the right thing and come out and endorse Kamala Harris.
They will paint a picture to y'all, and that picture is what they want you to see. And to be frank, I'm not concerned with Donald Trump's character flaws or what he's done in the past. What I'm concerned with is how good of a president is he? Because that is his job, and that is what's going to affect the people of this nation. Oh, Bill Belichick, so hard to work with. He's a dick to all of his players, but yet he's the most winningest coach in all of the NFL. We're not here to call names and get involved in emotional battles. Let's look at who was a better president during their terms. Statistically, the next major point that always comes up is abortion. Donald Trump abortion. Donald Trump isn't protecting women's rights. That's what the media has painted to you, and it's absolutely not true.
Okay, I can't wait. I can't wait for this one. This one's going to be good. Oh, he's really going to cook. The 90% of the media is owned by the Democrats with a irrelevant statistic that I'm not entirely certain as to why Jake Paul would even show as a bad thing. Wasn't enough for me. That I'm still holding out. I'm still holding out because this is my favorite political thinker, perhaps my favorite thinker in general. And I'm assuming that he's going to come out with a banger on this one and explain to us everything that we've known about this process is wrong. It's not Donald Trump's own Supreme Court appointees that ended up overturning Roe v. Wade, which undermined women's bodily autonomy in every red state, as a matter of fact. So let's see. Let's see what he says here.
True. Donald Trump was the president before for 4 years. What rights as a woman were taken away from you?
Yes, dude, why did Trump not hire him? Trump's argument for the abortion thing is really bad because there is no real good argument you can make, right? There is no real good argument you can make about, like, Roe v. Wade being overturned, okay? So Trump does this thing where he's like, everybody wanted to overturn it so that we could bring it back to the states. We could bring it back to the states. That's what all the legal scholars wanted. Except, make no mistake, even my Supreme Court appointees openly stated that they would not overturn Roe v. Wade. They lied to the American public because of how popular it was to protect it. Even though they all wanted it, everyone secretly wanted it. That's why everyone's so happy and certainly voting against me. But that aside, super precedent, words like super precedent, lame, who gives a shit, okay? All of that aside, what matters is what Jake Paul has to say. And Jake Paul is right. Women's right to choose was not undermined when Trump was president. It's just that Trump appointed Supreme Court justices that did end up doing that. But I guess this is one of those instances where, like, I don't know if Jake Paul is too stupid, so he's like earnestly stating this, like a Aiden Ross style situation. Y'all remember when Aiden Ross was having a convo with Your Rage and Kai about abortion? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, here it is.
Give me 3 reasons why Trump is better than Biden. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know if you're actually talking and you're not just a bot repeating
First
shit.
of all, what happened with abortion is ridiculous. You should not be able to tell a woman what to do with her body. That's first of all. That's a woman's body.
You think.
Yeah, why are we doing this right now, bro, on stream?
You're so brain dead. You're so brain dead.
All right, Josh, do you have a sister?
Yeah, I have a sister.
Wait, the TikTok is the HasanAbi pipeline, by the way. I just realized.
Bro.
Okay.
Wait, you think Biden was the one that wanted abortion to be... That's what you think? That's how that works?
He's a president. He can, you know what I'm saying? He can not ban it. What do you mean?
All right, bro. Tell me...
All right, bro. Young Thug got 15 years probation. Free him. Free him from the treacherous nature of probation, too. Free Thug. But it's a good result overall. Anyway, truly humble under God, baby. So yeah, it could be, going back to Jake Paul. This could be a moment where Jake Paul is simply saying this because he's too stupid to recognize what he's saying. Or maybe he's disingenuously framing this as an argument.
The answer is none. Donald Trump wants to put the power into the hands of each state to determine whether abortions will be legal there or not. So if you live in a Democratic...
This is so funny because, once again, wrong. Kentucky actually voted in favor of protecting a woman's right to choose. And then the Kentucky Attorney General turned around and was like, I don't care about democracy. Shut the fuck up. So wrong. If also the overwhelming majority opinion, democracy, was important for each individual state, the reality of the matter is that there has never been a moment where abortion wasn't popular. Abortion protections weren't popular. Don't watch the whole 18 minutes. If you voluntarily watch 18 full minutes of Jake Paul talking about the election, you should be lobotomized. No, I'm going to watch it. And you can't stop me. Like, we have to watch it. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. And Jake Paul is the most important person to speak on this matter.
State like California, yes, the Democrats will vote to allow abortion in California, putting the power in the hands of the people. So while many women are focused on this single issue vote,
I have made 2 comments about the love test. Yes, you have. I heard from a video you were like 46 or something. Is that true? Please just stop spamming about the love test or whatever
voting,
the fuck.
I encourage you not to be a single issue voter.
He was already president, and how many rights did you lose? 0. He's trying to protect women's rights. What do you think it is when we have men in women's sports? We have men in our personal spaces. What do you think it is when dangerous men come over the border? That's what protecting women and children is. Oh, he already said he's not going to do a nationwide abortion ban. He's not going to do it.
Facts. And if you really cared about women and their opportunity.
Facts. Dude, I love this is more important than the 13 keys. Yeah, Alan Lichtman would never be able to predict a Jake Paul endorsement and its impact.
In their lives, I think it would be better to have a president that doesn't want biological men competing in women's sports. How many opportunities?
Yeah, this is why I'm voting. This is why I'm voting, dude. Yo, fuck the economy, dude. This is what's important. We got to make sure that the American president has a say in the Olympics. Okay?
Over the last couple of years have been stripped from women who spend their whole entire lives in a sport hoping for opportunities for it to be taken away by a biological male. And not to mention biological men in women's restrooms. What world have we gotten to where that seems acceptable and that...
Dude, there's something really funny about him just like trying to do transphobic commentary as like the camera pans from one camera angle to the next and he's like, dude, what? What is the world that we've gotten to? This is what the fuck? I think he's just a single issue voter and doesn't want biological women fighting against him because he's worried he will lose. What? I just like, no, he's just a fucking idiot. And he's repeating talking points without really putting much effort or thought into it. Okay? That's it.
Is a political discussion in any way, shape, or form. And as a future father, you will find me dead before I send my daughter to a school where men can go into her bathroom and where men can compete against her in sports. It's bullshit. That is taking away a woman's rights. And I don't hate trans people. It's not an attack against them.
But I also consider you to be biological men, all of you, including trans men. Trans men, also biological men. Trans women, also biological men. Everyone is a man, actually, in my worldview. I have not really considered any of the things that I'm saying. So, you know, I like that gender affirming care has done wonders for this man, making his face as puffy as possible. And yet here he is being like, well, I will deny everyone else the opportunity. It's cool. Denies their existence, but also says, I don't hate you. Yeah, who is this argument supposed to convince? Why are you even saying, I don't hate you? This is the thing I don't understand. Like, you just went on a transphobic rant for no reason, like out of nowhere. You don't even have to bring this up at all, but you're using it as a way to be like, Trump actually cares about women, and that's why he's going to fucking kill trans women or some shit. And then you're like, and also, I don't really hate trans women, but you guys are weird, and I think that you should not exist. Like, why even deny it at that point? I do not understand this. Like, who is convinced by this? Like, oh, well, he said he doesn't hate trans people.
I believe adults should dress and act however they want.
Oh, God, he's sweating so much. What the fuck?
Shouldn't encroach your rights into other areas of delusion and infringe on other humans' basic rights.
He's like, trans people, You can exist if you want, but I will call you delusional. And also, you are not allowed to piss or shit. Okay? You are not allowed to play sports, and you are definitely not allowed to piss or shit or exist in public, really. Actually, I've decided I want doctors to reverse your hormone therapy, as a matter of fact, just now. But I don't hate you. No hate. No hate, but I think you're weird and scary and delusional, and also I will do everything in my power to stop you from existing. But no hate though.
And Caitlyn Jenner herself is a perfect example of this, and someone who carries herself perfectly in a complex and tough situation and conversation across the world. And as a man, you should be offended.
What? You got Nick Twiz. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Don Jr.'s holding a camera. Don Jr.'s behind the camera holding a gun at Jay. He's not doing this on his own free will. Hasan, please understand this is under duress. No man sweats like that normally. I'm gonna agree with you. Straight up. I agree with you. There's got to be some reason why he's sweating profusely, okay? There's got to be a reason for it. There can be no... it can't be reasonless. And I suspect that he is under duress.
Offended by the fact that Kamala Harris goes on a podcast saying that there is no law that governs a man's body.
Can we try to think of any law that gives the government the power to make a decision?
I know what you're going to ask.
About a man's body. Let's
No.
just pause.
No.
Is there any law?
No. No.
Hey, Kamala, what about the draft, which requires...
My goat! My goat! Let's go! Woo! Woo! Oh my God. Hey, Kamala! What about the draft? Woo! Woo! Make women draft. Oh. Jesus Christ.
Men to fight for their country, die, go to war, or face imprisonment and $250,000.
I love this argument. What a fucking awesome argument. He's like owning Kamala Harris in the marketplace of ideas with this one. He really did it. He really did the damn thing, dude. No laws that govern men? Excuse me. What about when a man has to get a driver's license to drive their car? Fucking owned. That's amazing. True facts. You're right. You must also object the draft. No, yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, fuck the draft. It's funny because I'm female to male and had to sign up for the draft. Yeah. Well, remember, in the minds of transphobes, many of them don't really realize that there are trans men out there. So if you were to describe to Jake Paul that trans men also exist, I think you would literally cause him to have an aneurysm. He would perish on the spot. Like his brain is basically the size of a walnut due to CTE and steroid usage at this point, that it would it would explode. Are political commentators voices for the people? Okay, the two-button thing, put it down. You're milking this. How appropriate? What?
In fines. What about that law, Kamala? As a man, that should frustrate you that she's neglecting the truth about what.
What's the counter argument to the draft thing? It's utterly irrelevant. It's not like it's not a real thing in general. Okay, last time it was a fucking real thing was during the Vietnam War. The American military has a poverty draft. It is voluntary, the way that it currently works. And also, I am not in favor of the draft anyway. The poverty draft is a myth. No, it's not. Stop. I hate that argument. I know what counter argument you're going to make. Okay. No. Upward social mobility is only afforded to people if they go through the military and get their college education and healthcare paid for. That is still the poverty draft. Okay. Just pointing to a bunch of military family kids being also a part of the military and a part of the officers program does not change that dynamic. Okay. I hate that. I know the arguments against it. I'm very familiar with it. It does not matter. It is not a myth. Did women force the draft up on men, or what am I missing? No, you don't understand. Jake Paul is woke. He wants women to also be drafted, or he wants to abolish the draft. It's got to be one or the other. Otherwise, why the fuck would he be pointing to this as an argument? You know? Like, what is the point of this? What is the point of being like this thing that is never really fucking used and has existed long before? And the last time it was used was like fucking during the Vietnam War, which ironically enough, Donald Trump, the person he's advocating for, skipped. One of the best things he did, dodge the draft, is something that Kamala Harris is like brought upon the American population. Or even then, it's like comparing the draft. If that is what you're going to, if your argument is like, oh, well, the draft exists, how dare you say that we don't control men's lives? That's kind of a fucking stupid argument to make in terms of like how abortion is designed specifically to harm women's bodily autonomy. Like, you are denying someone a medical procedure that they can get. The poverty draft has never been a real phenomenon. In the last 15 years, basically non-existent.
What men do for this country, and women do so much for this country. But let's not make this a battle of sexes. Everyone is equally important in this discussion. And sorry, Thor. Yeah, I know. It's madness. It's a crazy world. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, that's Thor. He's voting for Donald Trump. I would also argue that Donald Trump is protecting women by not letting 15 million illegal immigrants through the borders. 662,560.
Dude, that's like, this is the type of shit that's like really insidious, I think. Like the way that the average like guy who believes Donald Trump is great just so quickly fucking hits these unimaginably racist lines, unimaginably racist lies in general, is very, very frustrating. Okay? As of July 21st, 2024, there were 662,566 non-citizens with criminal histories on ICE's national docket, which includes those detained by ICE and on the agency's non-detained docket. Of those, 435,000 are convicted criminals and 226,000 have pending criminal charges.
66 have criminal histories, 13,000 convicted of homicide.
What is the counter to this? Yeah, it's across multiple fucking decades, dude. What are you talking about? It's across 20 fucking years. Some of those people legally came here and then did crimes. Some of those people legally came here. Their immigration status was either revoked or their visa expired and they overstayed and then did crimes. And the most consequential aspect of this is that you see big number. Okay, you see big number and you go, oh, that's crazy, big number, that's wild. It is at a significantly lower rate than a significantly lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay?
Homicide and so on. Having those unidentified...
Like, do you understand?
The borders. 662,000.
Do you get it? Do you understand? Yeah, the homicide number has gone up to 29 as of fiscal year 2024. It comes to a close, by the way. I keep repeating this stat, but 29 homicides are manslaughter. 29. Donald Trump says 100,000 Americans are being killed by migrants every fucking day. So it's not related to those 16 million because that's how he made it sound, I think. It's crazier that people believe this shit. Yeah, I mean, it's very nefarious the way that they... Yeah, by the way, it's homicide and manslaughter as in it could literally be one murder and 28 fucking fatal car accidents. Yes. What is the biggest number on that sheet? Circular reasoning much? 80% is immigration crimes. Oh, you're saying, yeah. In terms of like all of the processing and all of the arrests, the biggest crime is that they are just undocumented immigrants. Yes, that chatter is correct. That's why the number is so fucking high. What is the citizen rate of murders? I don't know, but it's like, but I mean, how many murders happen every year? Like 10,000, I think. Like 10,000 or maybe more. Especially if you add homicide. America's like homicide, sorry, especially when you add manslaughter. I think homicide manslaughter numbers across the board. Number of deaths, 24,849 deaths per 100,000. Not one per 100,000, you mean total number. Yeah, if homicide manslaughter totality is 24,000 every year, and that's really fucking high, guys. That's crazy. Okay? You need to put the hat back on, bro. Okay, stop. It's incredibly high. Immigrants constitute a tiny margin of that. Okay, like a minuscule, statistically irrelevant number. If there are 24 to 29,000 if there are 24,000, let's say 29,000, it makes up 1/1000th of the number of fucking homicides and manslaughters in this country. It's just like, it's ridiculous.
1,566 have criminal histories, 13,000 convicted of homicide, and so on. Having those unidentified people roaming the streets, I believe, arguably, is a bigger potential threat to the women of America. Even the Border Patrol Council, the people who are in charge of the border, endorsed Donald Trump. Quote, "If we allow Border Czar Harris to win this election, this great country is going to hell."
The untold millions of people, unvetted, who she has allowed into this country.
Yeah, Jake Paul is right. We should deport all threats to women, starting with fucking Jake Paul. And Elon Musk, as a matter of fact. Okay, now I'm in favor of 2 deportations. At first, I was in favor of Elon Musk being deported, but now I'm in favor of Jake Paul being deported as well. I've decided, dude, this number keeps going up, man. This is what happens when you let a little bit of that reactionary dog into your mind. When you let reactionary sentiment even a little bit, when you accept it even a little bit, all of a sudden, see, I doubled the number of people that I'm in favor of deporting. Doubled. You got Nick Twitch. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. This motherfucker's caking me with some Twitch subs. What's happening? You're being radicalized to support deportation. It doubled overnight. I know. It's really fucked up.
That are committing murders, robberies, burglaries, and every other crime.
I gotta pee.
Will continue to put our country in peril.
Take it from the people who are actually on site, actually managing the border, not from me. And throughout Donald Trump's campaign, the left, who owns 90% of the media, has convinced the world that Donald Trump doesn't like gay people. But when we pull up the footage of Donald Trump's past supporting gay people, people will want to ignore that clip.
I'm all for guys that like men, but it's just not my thing.
I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens.
And then we pull up Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden, who are all Democrats, being anti-gay and anti-gay marriage and campaigning it publicly. It's on camera. Roll the clip.
Do you support gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage.
I believe that marriage is the union between a man and a woman.
I believe that marriage is not just a bond, but a sacred bond between a man and a woman.
But somehow they convince people that no, Donald Trump's the bad guy. Meanwhile, he's hosting gay marriages in Mar-a-Lago. And as he should. We're all for people loving whoever they want to love. What we're not here for is adults campaigning in the streets to young children to have surgeries that will affect them for the rest of their lives when they don't know who they are, what they want to be, or what they want to turn into. And people should really understand the difference between those 2 ways of thinking. You have to be 18 to vote, 18 to smoke, but you can mutilate your body at 10 years old. It's not okay. Donald Trump's a felon, convicted of felonies. He's a bad person. We can't let a criminal into the government. Every member founding the U.S. Constitution and this great country that has grown from the U.S. Constitution was a convicted felon of Great Britain. The people rebelling against the system, wanting to create change, wanting to disrupt, and wanting to do right by the people that founded this country were all felons. Shouldn't it be obvious that the good person they don't want in office? Shouldn't it be obvious that the one they're trying to kill is the one we need? And shouldn't it be a sign that a member of the most famous Democratic family, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., switched this year from Democratic to Republican, stating so many things that the party has lost its way, he doesn't stand with what they represent anymore, and is joining Donald Trump in his cabinet to make America
I'm not rewinding
again, which I think as a young person is one of the biggest problems in America.
That's not
the
happening.
Unhealthy food, the vaccines that were forced upon us. This is a major problem that is killing so many people. Obesity. You look at other countries, they're not fat like Americans, and I believe RFK will actually make a difference in this. But on the Democratic side, there's no mission forward on this side. And one of RFK's biggest points is he believes that the left is a threat to democracy, to free speech, all of these things. And that's the very thing.
I know he said Obama hates gays, and he's right. Okay? And he should be able to say it. What now, liberals? It's silly. It's worth rewinding. It never is worth rewinding. Shut the fuck up. It's Jake Paul. Please stop.
That the left campaigns to be holding tried and true. We're going to protect democracy, all while doing the least democratic thing possible. Suppressing RFK, not providing him with Secret Service, not allowing him to be a part of debates. Isn't that a part of democracy? Again, I'll let you ponder on that one. And me personally, I don't really like politicians. It's, oh, look at me, I'm nice, I'm this, I'm perfect, this is what I'm gonna do. I like the fact that Donald Trump is a businessman who has billions of dollars and won't be influenced by some deal or some treaty that's gonna make himself personally rich, which we all know the dirty game of politics.
The fuck? That's literally all he did, bro. The argument that Donald Trump is like a good businessman is so fucking annoying. It just like pisses me off. It's the furthest from reality. Yeah. Also, yeah, rich people famously hate getting more rich. That's famously a thing that they hate doing. They're like, oh, please, no more money, please.
Politics. And the following statement is just my opinion and not necessarily hard facts, and it's alleged. But isn't it crazy that apparently Nancy Pelosi goes into office and then comes out $200-300 million richer from knowing what stocks to invest into because of the deals that she is making? No, we want a rich, wealthy president who won't be influenced by money and make the proper decisions for the country. Shouldn't this be obvious? Which leads me to the madness of this current presidential administration who is funding multiple wars, different sides of each war, funneling billions and billions and billions of dollars into Ukraine, where 1 million Russians and Ukrainians have died. 20 times worse than the Vietnam War. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are funding that. Funding Iran to give money to Hamas to fight Israel. Then funding Israel to fight back against the Hamas. Funding both sides of a war of terror where innocent people are dying. And then hurricanes hit the United States. Thousands and thousands and thousands of Americans who don't have supplies, who don't have basic needs met because, well, Kamala and Joe spent all of our money funding these wars overseas. But when the Americans...
I like that the true fact stated is a Donald Trump Jr. tweet. I love that. I'm loving the amount of research that he has done. He's like, I did my own research for this. And by that, I mean, I looked at a Donald Trump Jr. tweet.
Need the money. No one's there to help.
And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750.
$750. LOL. I remind you, that is the current presidential administration where Trump had peace.
This is fucking extra annoying for me. Because the $750 is just immediate. That's not all you get. And it was really frustrating that there was so much goddamn misinformation surrounding this shit, where they made it seem like, one, that a lot of the budget went to the immigrants or something, whereas Donald Trump had allocated actual disaster relief funds directly away from FEMA to set up migration camps, like immigrant camps, under his administration. And secondly, FEMA is consistently underfunded, should be funded more for sure, and was slated to run out of money. But the Biden administration did not actually reallocate any of the resources away from migrant facilities, or towards migrant facilities in the same way that Donald Trump did.
In the world. Why? Because people respect him. Imagine Vladimir Putin, one of the most powerful, hard men on the planet, in a meeting with Kamala Harris, talking about war. Yeah, right. People forget Trump went and shook hands, the first president ever to do it, to go to North Korea, make friends with Kim Jong-un, friends with Putin, because they respect him. And that is why the world was at peace. We are on the brink of World War III. It's happening in front of our eyes, and the effects that will have on you and your kids are unfathomable. And quite frankly, I hate all the circus, all the madness going on, bringing up celebrities to talk and trick you into voting for certain sides, which is why I wanted to make this video, because I haven't seen anyone just sit down and talk logically about what the fuck is going on. Wake up. Stop being tricked into, oh, look at here, we have this person. Oh, look at this. Oh, vote for this person because this guy said so. No, just look at the facts. Think for yourself. Don't be a
I think he might be the dumbest person I've ever encountered. Like, he unironically makes Logan Paul look fucking brilliant. Like, it's not even a joke. Logan Paul interviewed Donald Trump. And he is far, far more intelligent than this fucking goon and the way that he presents himself here. It's quite shocking. Like, it's quite shocking because, like, I mean, he's like, oh, that's why. He's like, don't be a sheep. Do your own research. Listen, like, vote for Donald Trump just like I am, a celebrity telling you to vote for Donald Trump, while also simultaneously telling you, don't listen to celebrities that tell you to vote for Kamala Harris. I mean, this is not going to have any impact whatsoever, and I think it's pretty funny that he just tried to do this shit, but...
sheep in this world full of sheep. And yeah, I see it already. Everyone attacking me, coming for me because of this video. I'm putting my business, my career on the line during my peak, going in to fight Mike Tyson on Netflix, sitting here telling you the truth because I don't give a what the consequences are. Come for me, attack me, make up shit with your liberal left media like you've always done about me in the first place. I'm not scared one bit because I am protected by God. God has sent me here to tell you this message and have pushed this in front of me and put this on my plate to do this. Do the right thing. Vote for...
Dude, why do they always do this? The right-wing grift orbit is so wild. Like, why do they always got to hit that, like, God sent me on a mission shit? Like, dog, your fan base is like 12. Nobody gives a fuck. What are you talking about?
Donald Trump. Not because I said so, not because Beyonce said so, but because it's what's right. And I got news for you. Most of your favorite celebrities, athletes, all of that are secretly conservative because the left has created a world where conservatives like me speaking out have major consequences. It's only okay for a celebrity to speak out and endorse the left. And that's only gonna get worse unless people like myself stand up and say, fuck the system. And even if you hate me for making this video, my message to you is, I love you, even if you are lost. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I have love for all of the people of America. And with all of this said, I have friends that are Democrats and Republicans, and we all go about our lives in one harmony. That is what I really wish and encourage for this world. Remember, it's the United States of America. And if you are a Democrat watching this, maybe there's something you can learn from this. Maybe there's something that I can learn from you. I don't know everything, but these are my opinions. And the way we move forward is by communicating and having a positive discourse versus attacking each other on X all the time. Please.
Dude, this was awesome. I did learn a new thing. I learned that Jake Paul is actually stupider than I fucking previously thought he was. Yeah, calling Twitter X massive telltale sign of someone's level of mental wellness.
Go. For the love of God, go exercise your right to vote on my behalf and vote for Donald Trump in this election. America depends on it.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the
There you go. There's more. Fight breaks out after Trump supporter clashes with poll worker over MAGA hat dispute. Americans who want to go out and vote don't understand simple electioneering laws, okay? You cannot wear campaign merch or political merchandising of any sort when you go out to vote. It's called electioneering. There are rules against that.
Oh, wow. There's no reason for all that, sir. This is
wow.
Why is it defending you? It's not defending me. All right, then. Let me vote. Okay, Jamie. Okay, we ain't got nothing else to say. We ain't got nothing else to say.
Wow.
We cannot serve him. We're gonna move on. Next in line. There it is right there. No.
Wow. Oh, wow. God.
That's so funny.
Oh. Wow. 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 Wow.
Shut up! Fuck! God damn, the fucking person recording, like, thank you for being there, but god damn it, shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Oh!
Wow. You might want to help with him. You may want to help with him.
And his last name is Stillinger. White male, blue shirt.
Well, that's -1 Trump voter right there. He just caught a charge, baby.
James, cursing, assaulted an employee of the state. He is Mr. Stillinger.
Wow.
Last name Stillinger.
Wow.
No, we're not wrong. We just told you he is still here. He is still handcuffing.
Wow.
That's all we told you.
Wow.
I've never been more fucking annoyed at someone filming a cool video like this before. She fucking ruined it. Americans are tied to division. Me instigating in the corner. Wow. Anyway, yesterday we watched Harry Enton make an argument for why Donald Trump would likely win. Today we're going to watch him make an argument for why Kamala Harris will likely win. I think I have it here somewhere. Does anyone have the Harry Enton video, or is this the one?
Five days out, both candidates very clearly pushing to win. And if they win, why will they have won? That is a question that Harry Enton has been pondering. And so we're bringing you the scenarios. Yesterday, Harry, we talked about the winning factors if Donald Trump would win the race. Today, you're looking at Kamala Harris. So what's the factors?
So yesterday was Donald Trump. Today, the case for Kamala Harris, the signs as clear as day. And the number one sign is that Harris, simply put, is more popular than Donald Trump. Her net favorable rating is higher than Trump. She's at -2, Trump's at -7. I went all the way back since 1956 and looked at the polls. Does the more popular candidate usually win? The answer is absolutely yes. 16 times the more popular candidate has won. Only one time the less popular candidate has won. I will note that was Donald Trump back in 2016. But of course, remember, Hillary Clinton was quite unpopular herself. But the bottom line is this. Kamala Harris has been consistently more popular in the polls than Donald Trump is. She's consistently had a higher net favorable rating than Donald Trump. And normally, usually, the candidate who's more popular goes on to win on Election Day.
Democrats are fond of that saying, forget the polls, when we vote, we win.
Yes.
And you see something in that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the special elections, right? Democrats in special elections, their performances the last 2 years. What has happened? We're looking at state legislative and federal special elections. On average,
Stop. Now Chad's just fucking posting wows in the chat, and it's like reminding me of how annoying the previous video was. It's like I keep hearing it. It's like I keep hearing the woman in my ear going, wow. Wow. Wow.
Democrats have surpassed Joe Biden's 2020 margin by 2 points. By 2 points. And remember, Joe Biden won. So the fact that these Democrats have been doing better than Joe Biden's been doing is a good sign. Historically speaking, there is correlation between how folks do in the special elections, especially in this polarized era, and how folks do eventually in the presidential election. It was actually one of the warning signs last time around in 2020, where Democrats really weren't doing that great in special elections, despite the polls saying that Joe Biden was going to win rather easily. It suggested Trump would do better on Election Day. This time around, the special elections are suggesting the opposite, that in fact Joe Biden, because Democrats have been exceeding Joe Biden's margin, that maybe Democrats will actually do better than the polls have been indicating.
But what about the fact, two factors.
Yeah.
One, the right track, wrong track. Country, so few people think the country is going on the right track right now.
Yeah.
And also something you pointed out yesterday as a factor, which is Biden's bad approval rating.
Yeah. So yesterday I pointed out that very few people think the country is going on the right track. Very few people approve of Joe Biden's approval rating. You can see it right here. In 2024, it's just 28% who say the country's on the right track, 40% approve of Joe Biden's job. But remember, in 2022, these metrics look awfully similar. In fact, slightly less believe the country was on the right track, slightly more approved of Joe Biden's job, but very similar numbers here. And remember, even though the top metrics were bad for Democrats in 2022, the White House party did historically well in that midterm. So the bottom line is, Kate, a lot of Democrats believe when voters vote, they win. And with abortion being a much bigger issue this time around than historically speaking when it was in 2022, Democrats did historically well. Perhaps Democrats will surprise a lot of folks and do historically well come next Tuesday.
Very interesting. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Want to talk about where the presidential candidates are going today? Both will be in the state of Nevada. This is a state.
Hex 8A2BE2. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. We are officially at Hype Train level 3.
That Joe Biden did win 4 years ago. Pretty narrow race there. He won by 33,000 votes. Look at the polls right now. You can see no clear leader. It's very tight in Nevada. Here's a news flash, okay? It's always pretty tight in Nevada. At least it has been recently. As I said, Joe Biden won by about 33,000 votes. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won by 27,000 votes, very close. There was a Senate race there 2 years ago. The Democrat won by just under 8,000 votes. It's tight there. What are the dynamics in Nevada that make it this tight? Well, it's an urban-rural split, one of the biggest urban-rural splits that we see in the entire country. Clark County,
Thank you for the 10 gifted
Las
subs.
Vegas is,
Hype Train level
it's
5.
75% of the vote. 75% of the population in Nevada. Democrats need to do well in Clark County. You can see Joe Biden edged Donald Trump there 54% to 44%. May not look like a huge margin, but he was able to bank a surplus of about 90,000 votes from Las Vegas and Clark County, and he needed
Hammond
them.
Fist, thank you for the 10
Because
gifted.
look around at the rural counties. Look at the margins that Donald Trump had.
Benign Burger.
84%, 78%.
Benign Burger, thank you for the 10 gifted. Gum Gum, thank you for the 5 gifted.
76%, 75%, just huge margins in the rural. So he banks thousands and thousands of votes in all these rural counties that need to be offset by Clark County. Now, there is one swing county in Nevada, and that's Washoe County, out where Reno is. You can see the margins here are very, very tight. Typically, as Washoe goes, so goes Nevada. Joe Biden won it. 2016, Hillary Clinton won it. And just
I lost 100 gifted. Oh, Zylax! Thank you for 100 gifted. Holy shit, I didn't even see that. MND, your BS, mind your business. Thank you for the 5. Cheese and Co, thank you for the 5. X Sir Timo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Cosmic Hoodie, thank you for the 5 gifted. Goddamn.
Just one thing I want to show you. You know, Nevada's not big, not a lot of votes, so you're fighting over the same votes, and elections can look pretty similar. Look at the margins in the presidential race in Washoe County in 2000. 50.8 to 46.3. These were the margins in the Senate race. 50.8 to 46.3 in Washoe County. Exactly the same there. Not a lot of votes at stake. Elections can look pretty similar. One other thing that people know about Nevada who follow politics closely, they vote early. Early in person and early by mail. Now, John Ralston, who's sort of the Lord Savior of counting early votes in Nevada, he works for the Nevada Independent. This is where the early vote stands in Nevada right now. Of the ballots that have been returned or in person, Republicans have an edge, 39.2% to 34%. Ralston notes this is an edge Republicans, he hasn't seen them with this kind of edge before. This could bode well for Republicans. The unknown is this group right here, the other independents, unaffiliated. If Kamala Harris does very well with them, she could still win. There's still time. It's kind of a big unknown right now, Kate.
Absolutely. And as John's talking about, that is one key battleground state, and one key battleground state where Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are essentially chasing each other and having matching travel itineraries in these final days of the election. Both held big events in Wisconsin yesterday, and the heart of the battle there is happening in the suburbs. CNN's John King is visiting 5 battleground states in 5 days as part of his All Over the Map series. Here is Battleground Wisconsin.
Sunrise in the suburbs. Pewaukee on the red side of a critical dividing line in battleground Wisconsin. Octane Coffee is a startup, your morning jolt here, prepared by a robot. Adrian Deasy is the founder and CEO.
This is all of the robots.
That's how you know shit's starting to get serious. They busted John King out. They broke him out of the office. They were like, all right, John, you got to get out there. Qatari! God, thank you for the 10 gifted. Damn, even my fucking Qatari Oilers are in the chat. Qatari Cat with another 10. Awesome Cake Cat. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. I think you guys want it. I think the reason why people are gifting like crazy is because I think you want what I know you want. Sorry, I accidentally. No. I think you want hold on. I can't find the goddamn. I can't find the goddamn video. Yeah. Everyone's rancor. You want it.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
Thank you, por favor. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I go for Trump. Come on. Oh my God, I will vote.
Oh my God.
Vote. Oh yeah. For Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote
for Donald Trump.
I don't believe in fake news. All I need is the truth. Because we love our country. We love it just like you. Economy.
Economy.
For Trump. Because we love our country. We love it just like you. Oh my God, I will vote.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will God bless America. We're at the new level 11. Level 11 on the hype train. New record for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. God, what a song. You know what I've found to be really funny about that song is that they're like addressing something that is like inherently racist, where they keep saying, because we love our country, we love it just like you. Like they're like, I love the song because they literally are like, listen, white people, we're just like you. We love the country as well. Like, I promise. Don't be afraid. Meanwhile, as we're setting a new record on level 12 on the hype train, okay, we are going to run another record of running this back.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more.
No more.
Vote for Trump. Let's go.
Vote for Trump.
If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote
For Donald Trump.
I don't believe in fake news.
No, I don't.
All I need is the truth, because we love our country.
We love it just like you.
Economy. For Trump. Life is good. For Trump. Because we love our country. We love it just like you. Oh my God, I will vote.
Silex! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. I know my daughter. If you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America. If you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America.
God bless America.
Oh my God, I will vote.
Vote for who?
I will vote.
Ah, Donald Trump. Oh. Anyone that even remotely acts like that shit is not an absolute fucking banger is a goddamn liar, okay? It is. It is a banger. It is an earworm. It is permanently stuck on my fucking brain. Okay. I love how the song just mentions the economy. So I'm brand for Trump. No real brand. No real plan, but he brings up people are like, yeah, that's important. He cares. No, that's the best part. Yeah, they go, economy for Trump. And it's like, you didn't even say that he's going to fix the economy or anything like that. You just said economy and then just said Trump. And then the second follow-up is because they brought this song, because they originally made this song in 2020, they're saying life is good. Anyway. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, here's the. Okay, a lot of you want to reach level 14 on the hype train. And that's, I think, the reason why you want me to fucking play the official Trump boat presents Trump song. Havana 3. Havana 3. Okay. En español.
With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on fighting. And together, we will make America great again.
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Repítelo. Ay, 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 por Dios. Ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar. ¿Por quién?
Por Donald Trump.
Mi gente sale a votar sin miedo a la calle. No hay miedo. No te quedes en la casa. Así que tú no me falles. Oye, sale a votar, vota con los tres de La Habana. Mano para arriba la gente. Mano para arriba. Ciudadana americana.
I got a loud environment hit. I got a loud environment sound level warning.
Por Donald Trump.
Por Donald Trump.
Ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar
Por Donald Trump.
No me creo la mentira.
Yo voy a votar.
Televisión. Y aunque digan lo que digan, mujeres por Donald Trump, la buena vida, por Trump, la economía.
La economía.
No sé tú, pero yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote.
Por Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Me siento orgulloso de ser cubano y americano. Sube las manos si tú te sientes orgulloso de ser cubano y americano. Sube las manos. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar
Por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 ay.
Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Déjate ir. Vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Pero que dura Melania con su vestido y su cartera Louis
I thought they were saying ay, ay, ay.
Por Donald Trump. Trompita.
Coño.
Trompita. Pero que
Trompita. I thought they were saying ay, 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 oy, coño. Not ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Pista. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Repítelo. Ay, 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 por Dios.
Yeah, I thought
Yo
it was,
voy a votar por Donald Trump.
I thought they were saying ay, ay.
Ay, 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 por Dios.
Yeah, instead of saying por Dios, I thought they were saying ay, coño.
Por Donald Trump.
I was wrong. Anyway. Trompito. Hey! Okay, all right, we're done. You're never beating the MAGA allegations. Listen, if saying yo voy a votar por Donald Trump is wrong, I don't want to be right. Okay? That's it. Arrest me, Kamala Harris. Me and 80 million patriots are waiting. Guy is so done with your ass. Yeah, she's re-examining everything that has happened that led her to be trapped in this situation. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. You know that middle lady is giga racist? Yeah, no, like racism levels through the fucking. MSNBC will have a story about how you tilted the election by endorsing Trump law. Nah. I think MSNBC will be too scared to show the clips of me dancing to Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump, because if they heard the song, then the entirety of the MSNBC audience would be on board with voting for Donald Trump. It would genuinely swing the election.
He grew up in a Democratic household, voted twice for Barack Obama, moved to the Milwaukee suburbs a decade ago.
Toppings, cold foams.
A self-described moderate ready
Thank
to
you for
vote
the
a
100
third
gift
time
subs.
for Donald Trump.
I just see that Donald Trump, from a business-minded standpoint, from a let's make a deal standpoint, and from an economics and financing perspective, I think he's got the right mindset for how the country should be run, how to support small and medium-sized businesses.
Are there downsides to him in your view?
Does he have some character or personality, things?
Dude, people say this shit about like Donald Trump having like big business mindset or whatever, but like I've never understood where, like, I think just a lot of Americans are fucking stupid and they just assume like, well, Donald Trump is rich, so like obviously he's done good business. He's done big. Oh shit. Okay. I mean, are you not gonna let her out? Can you let her out to pee and also hang out with Fiona, please? Let her out to pee. Wait, I guess you had enough time to grab a protein shake, though. Like, people always fucking turn around and they're like, oh, Donald Trump was a big businessman. He's big business. He's awesome. He's all right. Okay, that's fine. Oh, they're gonna be awesome at they're gonna be awesome at business. They're gonna do businesses. Like, Donald Trump is a failure. He fucking bankrupted a casino, man. It makes no sense.
That go on, for sure. But I would say you have to separate the message.
Like, this is before we even talk about how, like, the country should be run like a business is a fucking idiotic idea, because a business is inherently undemocratic. A country, on the other hand, should be ran on democratic principles. If anything, a business should be more democratic. That is my argument. But Americans are so fucking stupid. They're like, no, you know what the country should be run like? My fucking business, my place of work, where I have no control over my fucking life and I just literally can't do whatever the fuck I want. It's just so fundamentally flawed. Capitalist mindset.
From the messenger sometime.
Trump won suburban Waukesha County in both 2016 and 2020, but his margin was smaller the second time, and Wisconsin flipped back to blue. Deasy believes Trump is stronger this time.
I would say over the last, say, 6 to 12 months, definitely a large Trump bump, if you want to call it that.
Waukesha is a key test of whether Trump can reverse his suburban slide. And across the county line in Milwaukee, a pivotal test for Kamala Harris, too. This is the Trickle B Cafe on Milwaukee's north side. Pay what you can is the motto here. We found a lot of apathy on our first visit to these predominantly black neighborhoods a year ago. Chef Zakiya Courtney says the switch to Harris ended that.
You know, you got somebody that's younger, you have somebody that's with an agenda, you got somebody that's relatable, you know, you got somebody who understands the issues.
Courtney hears talk more black men are for Trump this time. She doesn't believe it's a big number.
And I've heard what it is that people have said. I've heard people talk about the fact that she's been a prosecutor and she's put, you know, black men in jail and things like that. Well, you know, you have to look at that closer. You know, if you've done a crime, you deserve to go to jail. And there's nothing that shows that she has a track record of targeting black men and putting them in jail.
This line for early voting is in Sherman Park, one of the north side neighborhoods where Harris needs high turnout and giant margins.
What I'm seeing right now is an enthusiasm and excitement that's even bigger than when Obama won.
The vice president's chances here depend on Zakiya Courtney being right, or at least close to right, about that level of enthusiasm in the black community. Joe Biden won only 13 of Wisconsin's 72 counties en route to his victory here in 2020. How did he do it? Run it up big in the Democratic areas like Milwaukee and hold your own in the suburbs. John King, CNN, Milwaukee.
In a sign of how soon one of them will be the next president, representatives for both the Harris and Trump teams met just yesterday.
Trump transition team co-chair endorses RFK Jr.'s anti-vax theories. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're doing the dang thing. FBI is investigating the arson attacks on ballot drop boxes before we get to the fucking the other pivotal thing that occurred this past in this past 24-hour news cycle, which is of course the JD Vance Joe Rogan interview. Let's get an update on what happened with the arson attacks on ballot drop boxes in Oregon and Washington.
Arson attack on ballot drop boxes before Election Day. That's very spooky stuff. The FBI believes one man is responsible for these fires, which damaged hundreds of ballots in Portland, Oregon, and in Vancouver, Washington. And they warned that he might do it again. So the search is on for this guy. Nicole Skanga has more from Washington. Nicole, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Portland police issued an interesting warning saying the suspect in these incidents may actually have metalworking experience. That's based on the detailed welding found on incendiary devices deployed during Monday's sabotage.
This is such a funny. Sorry. I can't. I always keep going back to it. Ridiculous. MAGA Congressman Mike Collins from Georgia blew up a ballot drop box with a rifle in a political ad, claiming Dems used them to steal elections.
Drop boxes across this state that the Democrats use to stuff the ballots and steal our elections.
He's a lefty? That's crazy.
Mike Collins here, you pro-Trump America First trucker, running for Congress here in Georgia 10. Get rid of those ridiculous drop boxes.
Get rid of them. Blow them up, god dang it. Do a federal crime. I urge you. I urge you to do a federal crime. I urge you 25 to life. That's what I want. I want you to go to jail. Here's the suspect. Don't trust links from other chatters. Who's that man? Who's that beautiful, handsome, patriotic man who blew up that ballot box?
They also say he might strike again.
Investigators believe it is very possible the suspect intends to continue these targeted attacks across the area.
Investigators say the suspect, still at large, is a middle-aged white male driving the dark gray Volvo seen in these surveillance images. A law enforcement source tells CBS News the devices used to ignite both drop boxes were marked with the words "Free Gaza." And the FBI, they've taken them to its forensic laboratory in Huntsville, Alabama. But it's unclear if the suspect here is a pro-Palestinian sympathizer or just trying to stoke controversy. This is what's left of nearly 500 ballots recovered from.
It's funny that even the media is like, this seems a little bit too suspicious. This seems a bit too suspicious. Because, like, it's not like neither candidate is... It's not like either major candidate is, like, anti-permanent genocide in Gaza. You know what I mean? Someone who's pro-Palestinian would protest, not burn votes. Yeah, it's not like that doesn't like burning ballot boxes in a deep blue district in both of these places are deep blue districts is a little bit interesting. You know, it's like Like it's always a political act. But also, having said that, I don't think that like I think it's like suspicious in the other direction too. Because I don't think Republicans are smart enough to do a psyop like that to like blame pro-Palestinian protesters. If that makes sense. Like I think they're too stupid to do that. If anything, they would do like I love Joe Biden or something. Like they would write like I love Joe Biden if they were going to do a psyop. So I don't know. Something about this doesn't add up. It's a little bit Fed coded, I'll admit.
Inside the drop box in Washington state's Clark County, election officials there told us they've already identified nearly every one of those voters and are reaching out to them directly. What they don't know is how many ballots were destroyed after finding a pile of ash at the bottom of the drop box. In Portland, only 3 ballots were damaged. Police in both places are stepping up patrols around ballot drop boxes, with county officials stressing their election offices are safer today than ever before. Nate.
Nicole, thank you.
We're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
The Majority Report literally has the left is best slogans because some dumbass conservatives tried to graffiti buildings after a peaceful BLM protest and thought that would look believable. Yeah, I mean, in this community, we do the blacks rule meme. Like the one that we use is the blacks rule one. That's like a super famous one as well. It's very funny. I mean, there have been many instances of like not very well thought out fake attack style things like this. How will those ballots that were burned be recovered? How would they figure out whose ballot got burned and resend those people or the new ones to them to vote and be like, just, oh, well, and move on? I don't know. I think that, oh yeah, new Donnie as well. Very excited for this. My goat, my king, Donnie. Lol, you lying, lol? What do you mean? I think that there is a way to track if your ballot actually made it. And beyond a certain point, if your ballot has not actually been received, because you can track your ballot online. If your mail-in ballot was not received, then you can go in and vote on election day. And so I'm sure that like the impacted area, they probably sent out a message to everyone to pay attention to see if their ballot actually made it. Isn't the procedure to go to the precinct and cast a provisional ballot in case their mail is never received? Local radio was saying they were going to do their best to go through all the wet and burned ballots to try and identify them. They just put out a general notice that if you dropped off at one of these ballots at a specific time, they would recommend to go to your local offices to do another one. They sent out another ballot to them. I live in the area. Did you see the Chinese citizen that was caught voting? I did not, but that sounds fucking hilarious. Yesterday was my birthday, and almost as if it were a present, my very conservative stepdad, who was also the chief of the fire department in a PA city, called me for the first time in like a year to shit talk Trump and compare him to Hitler. Got the vibe that he's embarrassed to talk to his peers about it, but really gave me more hope than ever that there are more like him. Face holding back tears emoji. I think maybe not, but who knows? We'll see. Chinese netizen voted. Chinese citizen charged with illegally voting in Michigan, authorities say. Michigan prosecutors charged a Chinese citizen with voter fraud and perjury after he allegedly cast a ballot in the 2024 election, authorities warned Wednesday. Sources familiar with the matter told that the 19-year-old Chinese man who allegedly voted as a student who lives in Ann Arbor. Authorities said the man isn't a U.S. citizen, therefore can't vote in the federal elections. What the fuck? Experts say illegal voting by non-citizens is extremely rare, and when it does happen, it's usually caught quickly. The Chinese man, a student at the University of Michigan, cast his ballot on Sunday and then reached out to local election officials later that day in an attempt to get the ballot back, according to a source familiar with the situation. The man registered to vote at the polling place on Sunday, the source said. He used his university ID and other documents to demonstrate his residency in Ann Arbor while filling out the same-day voter registration forms, the source said. The suspect is legally present in the U.S., the source added. If he is convicted, he could potentially be deported over the incident, legal experts said. Investigations in multiple states and nationwide have found no evidence of a large number of non-citizens registering the vote. Who did he vote for is the real question. He wrote in Xi Jinping. Most situationally aware engineering student. What are you guys doing? Hi. Be nice to one another. They also said that any non-citizen who attempts to vote fraudulently in Michigan will be exposing themselves to great risk. I know that this is like most likely, as many of these other cases that of like voters who are not eligible to vote that end up voting, most likely a mistake. Okay. Most likely a mistake. But it is funny that the system, once again, very clearly works. But it won't stop Republicans from pointing to this and being like, you see, the Chinese man is in the pocket of Kamala Harris, who's also Chinese. A different kind of Chinese. The students' vote will be counted, it said. Oh, let's go. They also said that any non-citizen... Wait, where does it say that? They said they do have to count it? Wait. He's facing one count of illegally attempting to vote and one count of perjury, both felonies. It appears the student's vote can't be nullified after the fact, and it will be counted. Oh, I don't even know who he voted for. I'm just in it. I'm just invested. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boys. I don't even give a fuck if he voted for Donald Trump, voted for Kamala Harris. Doesn't matter. +1. I really want to know who we voted for. Legal non-citizen residents are already not allowed to vote in Wisconsin, but there's an amendment on our ballot right now that proposes changing law from every citizen can vote to only citizens can vote. It's so redundant and stupid. We already know who we voted for. Let's be fucking real, okay?
America, great again. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
You already know. You already know. He saw this video. He saw Yo voy a votar. And he was like, damn. I will vote for Donald Trump. I'm not gonna fucking play it again. I really want to, but I'm not going to. Anyway, let's continue. That's what it Yo, this lady is so good. She literally was like, well, Kamala is already vice president. Why won't she change stuff? And then the expert retort from the door knocker was, well, Donald Trump was president and he already had his chance too and he wasted it. And she was like, you know what? This is logical. Yeah, she passed the QTEs. She yelling at their elected representatives because they think that the vote's going to be stolen again. That's incredible. God, I love this fucking country so much. Oh my God, we're so stupid. We are literally the dumbest country on the fucking planet. How the fuck do we get to dominate everybody else? Oh my God, American military superiority is so undeserved. It's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is so incredible, dude. We have so consistently harmed our working class. Like, we have so deliberately made them dumber and dumber and dumber, and now we just, you know, this is it. God damn. That's awesome. The elected representative is agreeing with the fantasies of the crowd. That's awesome. No, definitely. Lean into it. Lean into it, Jim Justice. Oh, thank you guys for saying bless you.
Action was, Lord of mercy, it's terrible. It's terrible.
These false claims of a stolen election are forming a key.
Baby dog is there. Oh my God, it's baby dog. Oh my God, it's baby dog. Oh, baby dog. We want to speak to baby dog. Jim Justice, move your fat ass off the podium. We want to talk to baby dog. That's what I would say if I was there. As in, not statistically relevant level. It's not zero. It has never been zero. I don't think it can be zero. What matters is if it is statistically relevant or not.
Gone, didn't we?
Taking over our private equity firms, buying up all our businesses, selling all the assets after over leveraging with the existing assets they have and taking an untold amount of debt only to bankrupt our businesses, running them into the ground, and then laying off every single person. Really fucked up how these Haitian migrants are doing this thing, you know? The fact that the right is winning these people over speaks volumes of the failures of the left. Yes, you are right. You're absolutely correct. I mean, the argument that I just memed about, the argument that I just fucking memed about in terms of like, yeah, the undocumented migrants are fucking coming over and becoming hedge fund managers or private equity, leading private equity firms and the purchasing companies and then taking out a shitload of debt against the fucking assets that the company has created, only to then bankrupt the company in its entirety and pay themselves off in the process and engage in mass layoffs, is a joke, but it's also the truth. It's not migrants doing that. That is the real problem here. Democrats never communicate that. How do you respond to the people that say immigrants commit more crime? It's just unreported. That's what a buddy of mine said in England. Yeah, that's really stupid. I don't know what to explain. I don't know how to say to that. Ask them why they think the police, which are notoriously right-wing, at least in the United States of America, would be in the pocket of big migrants and are just like not reporting it. Ask them why they think undocumented crimes would go unreported. You're either going to walk them through the steps of recognizing why sanctuary cities exist, or you're going to walk them through the steps of recognizing they're fucking stupid, unless there is a mass conspiracy happening that the police are also involved in. Please deport him. Just like think about how sweet that would be if we simply deported this man, Elon Musk. Kamala Harris, deport Elon Musk, and my life is yours. Please.
It's important in this country.
He said because they can't get paid properly, they resort to cash and hand jobs, which pay less, which leaves them resorting to theft. What? Dog, the point is, crimes are being unreported. The premise that your friend said is that undocumented migrants and the crimes they commit are unreported. That's ridiculous. We're talking about the reporting of the crimes that are being committed. The girlies are fighting. If Kamala Harris wins, this is going to be one of the funniest tweets of all time. Nate Silver claims to have applied my keys to predict the Trump victory. He doesn't have the faintest idea how to turn the keys. He's not a historian or a political scientist. He has no academic credentials. He was wrong when he said I could not make an early prediction of Obama re-election. He'll be wrong again in trying to analyze the keys. Bro, this guy is so invested in his fucking keys. Like, how does he not realize he just comes across like a straight up madman? That I don't understand. Like you have no wherewithal whatsoever. You don't recognize that you just sound fucking delusional. Like, he's always operating under the premise that like the key shit is like to be respected. Like everybody, he's like, no, everybody understands that the keys are this infallible metric, and only he has the keys to figuring out how to interpret said keys. Economía por Trump. Sorry. I can't get. Okay. I'm not closing that tab. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it open. It's my comfort tab. It's my comfort tab. I. All right. Funny, this graphic looks like it's attacking Anderson Cooper. He's like trying to overcome the graphic attacking him.
If you watch CNN or read mainstream news publications like the New York Times, you know this is an incredibly close presidential race and that few people have a high level of confidence, not to mention, or who they don't know who's going to win. But those getting their news from far-right media figures are getting a far different message about this election. Ardoni O'Sullivan recently went down that rabbit hole.
Good morning. The reason you are here at my home at this God-forsaken hour of the morning is because we're about to spend the
Damn, he's got a nice kitchen.
day in the MAGA media universe.
Every day, millions of Americans get their news and information not from newspapers or cable news.
The momentum behind Donald Trump's campaign, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost tangible at this point.
But from a new world of online MAGA media outlets.
The secret ingredient to the COVID-19 injections has been found.
Today's going to be a long day. But you don't have to work too hard to get sucked into the...
Based on just your monthly Twitch income, you'd actually realize a much better personal income under Trump, which is why I admire your fierce support for Kamala, who would put you in a much more aggressive tax bracket. I don't want to alarm you, chatter, but I don't think either party is actually doing anything for my taxes. I wish, but also fierce advocate for Kamala is pretty funny. Yeah, if Kamala Harris was talking about taxing the rich, maybe I'd be a little bit more on board with her fierce support.
Mega media universe. I have a Samsung television. As long as you're connected to the internet, you got all these free channels. You have channels you'd recognize, but then you go down, Real America's Voice. But Real America's Voice is anything but
New politics rules for Twitch. Twitch will soon launch a new content classification label, politics and sensitive social issues. Creators who create this content must label their streams. Viewers can hide this content. Advertisers can opt out of ads running on this type of content. Yeah, you guys already saw this. You guys already saw this happen the other day when I got age guarded automatically. I like this. It's not a bad idea. It's a good thing. Why is it a good thing? Your ads will suffer. I mean, I don't personally care. I would rather be able to do political commentary without like any kind of outside pressure campaign actively trying to fuck that up. Can't wait for the deal to claim this is some kind of ruse to hide your influence over Dan Clancy. Yeah. Well, I guess I should be like, oh, I'm mad. I mean, I know what the downsides to this sort of thing are. I recognize it. But, it's hard for new political streamers. No, you're too rich to be really fucked by this. I know. But I think this will cause other newer political streamers to also focus on creating a subscription built model. This kind of content classification is pretty normal. Is the downside reach? I think the downside is reach, but more importantly, the downside is advertisement revenue. I don't know how they'll be able to apply this model to like random content creators if they start like falsely slapping this on like any kind of queer content creator, for example. Then I think it'll be very shitty. But this already exists on YouTube. Yeah, this is a normal, you're right. This is a very normal safeguard on most platforms. So I don't necessarily disagree with it. Don't variety streamers engage with politics too? Does that mean they will get the label as well? I don't know what would be considered under this. I don't know exactly, but I suspect that that'll be up to the platform to decide. Like when Asmongold is doing commentary. Won't streamers who cover DEI and woke games be hit with this too? I suspect that they would, yes. But I don't know. Why'd they do this and not ban the freaks platforming terrorists and wishing harm on veterans? Number one America simp. Only here to follow Oklahoma politics and post online. Paid asset. People are going to make a bigger deal out of this than it needs to be. Probably. And we'll see how it goes.
Network.
Because we're going medieval on these people.
It's the home of Steve Bannon's War Room.
Where do people like that go to share the big line? MAGA Media.
I know that guy.
Good morning, Bossy. This is Dave Bossy sitting in for Steve Bannon.
Big part of what's happening on MAGA Media is convincing their audience that there's absolutely no way that Trump can lose.
There's a 99% chance we are.
You've unironically reached Twitch Illuminati status for Destiny viewers. Brother, they are not all right, dude. The many times where I've said, like, dude, please, like, this is not healthy for you, has not worked. It's only made them more insane. And I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how they deal with it, honestly. Alex Jones looks kind of hot. What the fuck?
We are facing total crazy town.
As the day went on,
if anyone believes that Kamala Harris is ahead in the polls, you need to have your brain checked.
it became clear that MAGA Media is telling their audience to expect the election to be stolen.
Pennsylvania's done it 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. 3 elections in a row. They had more votes than voters.
This is not true.
I just voted in the White Settlement election. I voted for one president, checked it on the video screen. When I got the paper ballot, it had the other candidate's name on it.
Dude, I love this shit so much. They're just so insane. Like, people just like believe anything. People are like, hell yeah, brother, I agree. That's right. That definitely happened.
This video was quickly going viral, with some saying it was proof of election fraud. This one has 7 million views. Voters in Tarrant County are reporting that the voting machines are flipping their votes from Trump to Harris. Election officials had responded to the video. Now, Tarrant County has put out a press release, 51 retweets compared to millions of views.
I don't really watch any political streamers other than you on YouTube, but the algorithm keeps showing D clips about you. It is bizarre. YouTube algorithm, just like every other algorithm, is incredibly fucking right-wing. So, do with that information what you will.
The video. The original ballot was spoiled and the voter remarked a new ballot with his preferred choice reflected. Essentially what they're saying is this guy made a mistake, and that's the whole point of having the paper receipt. You can make sure, and he was able to cast his vote correctly.
But I want to tell you guys about our final sheets that just came in.
Before I do that, I want to tell you how I sleep every night.
But MAGA Media isn't all doom and gloom. There's also a lot of stuff you can buy.
But I've got my Beam Dream powder. Now this
it is kind of sad. You see Sean Spicer, once the White House press secretary.
My own brand of organic specialty coffee, Rudy Coffee.
Rudy Giuliani, once America's mayor, selling sleeping pills and coffee.
The MAGA Media universe is surreal, but also scary.
The country's probably going to be in a state of whipped up chaos.
There are so many shows, so many influencers, so.
You're on the thumbnail on this one, The Man Problem. Why are men moving right? Why would I ever watch this video, man?
Many people just posting all day long. Clearly, one thing that is being pushed really, really hard is that Trump is definitely going to win. And if he doesn't win, it is because of fraud. It is because the election was stolen.
Donnie Sullivan joins us now. I love that Sean Spicer is pitching sleeping aids with the tagline, people ask, how do I sleep at night? Yeah, how does that guy sleep at night?
Yeah, he's pitching the sleeping aids. Mike Lindell is pitching the pillows, and then you can wake up with Rudy Giuliani's coffee. Yeah.
What better to wake up with than Rudy Giuliani in your home? How'd you like that every morning?
It is so surreal, of course, seeing those characters pushing that. And by the way, the way they pivot so quickly from America is doomed, the election's going to be stolen to, by the way, buy this. It just happens. By
the way, Rudy Giuliani may move in with you into your apartment.
Well, I think I'll send him your way first. I think you might have a bit more space. But there will be good coffee. I mean, maybe good coffee.
And this is, I mean, how wide-reaching is this?
It's huge. I mean, and it's the hard thing to get your head around, which is it's just endless. I mean, I have to watch this stuff for a living. Every day there's a new show. There's a new show. There's a new account. There's just hundreds of these shows. Millions of Americans are seeing this BS every day.
Donnie O'Sullivan, thanks so much. Better you than me, man. Coming up.
This shit is genuinely fucking terrifying, dude. Oh, here's some fun news. Haaretz and government crosshairs after publisher calls terrorist freedom fighters. Newspaper boss also tells his conference in London that Israel's imposing an apartheid should be sanctioned, and some ministries cut ties with it. The government is considering a complete boycott. Great stuff overall, I think, for what a wonderful year this has been for press and journalism globally. Israel has killed, I think, at this point, more journalists than the amount of journalists that died in World War II. Israel has done that already. It's wonderful. They have a complete censure internally. They also, on top of that, they have shut down the Al Jazeera offices inside of Israel, and then also in occupied West Bank, which is again doubly illegal. Beyond that, in the United States of America, you have Washington Post and Los Angeles Times. Washington Post and Los Angeles Times also refusing to endorse a candidate because they're like, whether you agree with that sentiment or not doesn't matter. The fact that like a billionaire can step in and be like, no, I own this paper. I'm the real boss. Cool stuff overall. Washington Post lost 200,000 plus subscriptions as a direct consequence of this. It's genuinely fucking terrifying. And also on top of that, you have, one of the largest progressive voices online in North America, at the very least, myself, getting relentlessly and mercilessly attacked by the biggest charlatans of all time, 4 days out of from an election, with the hopes that, I'll be silenced also for my criticisms of the apartheid state of Israel. And now Israel itself is saying, like, even Haaretz is an Israeli newspaper, by the way, is saying unimaginably, unacceptably anti-Semitic things. Really cool. Yeah, here it is. After Haaretz publisher Amos Shakan suggested sanctions on Israel over apartheid in the West Bank, Justice Minister Yariv Levin announced he's publishing a bill to impose a 20-year prison sentence for Israelis advocating sanctions, which ironically proves Shakan's point. Dude, Zionist got a congressman to write to Twitch. I'm sure you saw it. Yeah, I did. A congressman who's supposed to be a Democrat, by the way, which is also doubly funny. Yeah, we are in a really unique predicament. I think as things before things get better, they are slated to get worse. What is this? Here is
apartheid regime on the Palestinian population. It dismisses the costs of both sides for defending the settlements while fighting the Palestinian freedom fighter that Israel calls terrorists. In a sense, what is taking place now in the occupied territories and in part of Gaza is a second Nakba. A Palestinian state must be established. And the only way to achieve this, I think, is to apply sanctions against Israel, against the leaders who oppose it, and against the settlers. The Netanyahu government.
I need people to understand that you can say no, okay? You can say no to all of this. It's allowed. It's appropriate. Okay? Meanwhile, Schumer pledges to pass anti-Semitism bill in Senate's lame duck session. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recently promised Jewish leaders that he would try later this year to pass a bill aimed at curbing anti-Semitism on college campuses. Why it matters. The bill would be Congress's most forceful response to the pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses across the country this spring, which sometimes led to the harassment of Jewish students. That's an insane way to write that article. Wow. Between the lines. However, critics argue the definition of anti-Semitism the legislation offers is overly broad. A nonprofit group has spent about $5 million on an ad campaign blasting Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish lawmaker, for his inaction. Schumer has privately said he plans to attach Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, making the federal government adopt the broad definition of anti-Semitism to enforce anti-discrimination laws, to a must-pass defense bill after the election, multiple sources told us. The bill passed the House overwhelmingly over the summer, but it has been a divisive issue in the Democratic Party, laying bare internal strife. The nonprofit group behind the ads, Florence Avenue Initiative, doesn't have to disclose its donors. The big picture: frustrations from pro-Israel groups have grown since the bill passed the House in May, repeatedly asking Schumer to get it through the Senate. Sources familiar with the discussion say they remain skeptical that Schumer will get the bill through the Senate this year. Pennsylvania GOP Senate nominee Dave McCormick has used the Senate's inaction on the bill to attack Senator Bob Casey to court Jewish voters. McCormick slammed Casey and Senate Democrats for leaving Washington this fall without passing the bill in an op-ed for the New York Post. Also, meanwhile, Canada adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and that is completely unacceptable. It means that, like, it doesn't even internally make sense. But basically, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic is the official position of the Canadian government. The preamble is comprised of 3 subsections. First subsection, whatever. Conversely, criticism of Israel that is different, for example, in terms of its nature, magnitude, severity, or suggested remedy, then that leveled against any other country is presumptively anti-Semitic because it's discriminatory. The second subsection also describes how anti-Semitism often manifests through conspiracy theories, myths, and conspiratorial thinking, as well as scapegoating. Anti-Semitism is broadly anchored in the notion that Jews are the enemy of all that is good and the embodiment of all that is evil, depending on what is considered to be good and evil by each individual in each society. Like, there are obviously appropriate parts of the IHRA definition, which is, of course, you know, when you say Jews control the media or things of that nature. Here's Independent Jewish Voices, a grassroots organization. The IHRA handbook poses a danger to Palestinians, Jews, and all Canadians who advocate for Palestinian human rights. We call for the handbook's immediate retraction and urge all Canadians to reject it. While the handbook includes several genuine examples of anti-Semitism, it also includes examples that plainly constitute political speech. In doing so, it promotes the anti-Palestinian racist idea that virtually all Palestinians and their supporters are inherently anti-Semitic. Here's an example. A post made on Instagram claimed you can't be anti-racist and Zionist, and that Zionism is a racist, violent, settler colonial project to ethnically cleanse Palestine or Palestinians, including by genocide. This was considered an anti-Semitic political act. Okay? I need you to understand this correct statement, okay? This correct statement about Zionism, a political ideology akin to fascism, which is like an inherently fascist political ideology that revolves around the maintenance of a ethnic religious supremacist in-group with the forcible expulsion of an out-group of indigenous populations that are living on that land, and the constant domination of said population is a racist, violent, settler colonial project. Okay? That is what it is. And now, labeling it as such is considered anti-Semitic. By tying Canadian Jews' efforts to that shield Israel, a state currently committing a genocide in Gaza, from legitimate criticism, the government is also fueling anti-Semitism. Conflating Jewish identity with the actions of Israel only serves to deepen dangerous stereotypes about Jews. Yeah, something that I've reiterated time and time again. It's crazy that we are openly saying, like, you cannot say the truth. It is now illegal to say the truth. ACLU, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International are calling on U.S. colleges to protect the right to protest. Say, while they've spoken out separately in the past, they came together to give the high concern of force against protesters. It suggests colleges risk violating international human rights law, which they are. This is exactly the kind of shit that was completely ridiculous. I have already covered Project Esther, which is the Heritage Foundation's direct targeting measure to try to slap RICO charges on pro-Palestinian demonstrators in a direct effort to jail, arrest, and possibly deport anti-Israel campus protesters and just anyone who dares defy Israel in the United States of America. So on the one hand, you have a great expansion of what constitutes anti-Semitic speech from the Democratic side being potentially advanced, as Chuck Schumer gives assurances that he will pass an anti-Semitism bill in the Senate's lame duck session, tying it to a must-pass defense bill, right? On the other hand, you have deportations and RICO and jail if you dare criticize the apartheid state of Israel. It's actually quite alarming. Israel itself is also taking action or trying to take action against its own newspapers for saying the truth. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. Is there any public movement to combat this? ACLU, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch have gotten together to criticize this move. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this situation. It's just like, it's so horrific. It is yet another glaringly obvious incursion into free speech, a liberal principle that Western nations were supposed to be built upon. You know? Like, there's a difference between bigotry, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, hate crimes, hate speech, versus like an accurate assessment of an entire nation state being an apartheid state and criticizing an entire nation state that is trying to do fascist policies. Like, openly criticizing Israel is not only valid, but it's the moral thing to do. And it's really interesting that Americans who claim to care about free speech are just so awfully quiet about this. Are you scared genuinely? I'm sad. I mean, you know what you're doing is right when an apartheid state is coming down on the niches of niches streamers who are like, yo, genocide bad. Yeah. Here's Ta-Nehisi Coates speaking on his opinion and the repercussions.
Or public figures fear that they get marginalized over putting that view out publicly.
So how does that work? Like I say, I think Gaza is genocide, and then what happens?
And then you don't get invited on, let's say, on the top networks anymore, or you don't get interviewed by the top magazines.
I don't give a fuck. Like, I really, like, I love, like, obviously, I like being honored. I like that people like my work. I like that I get invited on those networks to make those cases. But, like, at the end of the day, I close up my computer. I kiss my beautiful wife. I call my lovely son. You know what I mean? I hang out with my beautiful friends. You know what I mean? Those are the things. That's why when we started this conversation, I was talking about the love part, which people can. And the thing that I guess the reason why it is unfortunate to me that people can't see that is because part of this is what we model, and we model this notion that being a writer means that people with power and people with platforms are supposed to like you, want to put you on. You got to be able to go home at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like your kids, your family, they have to be able to look at you and respect you as a human being and as a person and as a writer. And so if you're out here dancing because you might not get back invited on some network somewhere, I mean, I don't know what it was all for. I don't know why write. There are a lot of other ways where you can be more respected and become a lot wealthier than this.
The point that I was
Yeah, the U.S. Navy gave themselves a badge depicting the Houthis as sand people from Star Wars. Meanwhile, their attempt at ending their blockade in the Red Sea has failed so badly that the Houthis expanded their operations in the Mediterranean and attacked Tel Aviv with drones. Houthi hunting club. Nice. Did you always know that the West doesn't give a fuck about free speech or human rights and genocide, or even surprised? It's not necessarily that I'm surprised by it. I mean, if you are a student of American history, you've already seen this happen time and time again, and maybe even worse things, right? Than just simply saying, you cannot continue speaking your mind. You cannot continue saying the truth. I think that there are far worse consequences for people than that in American history, in terms of their opinion, in terms of what they've been brave enough to say. And by that, I mean like literal death, right? Arrests and murders, assassinations and the like. It's just that it's still frustrating, you know? It's also partially frustrating because not only is this the truth, but also a lot of people understand it. A lot more people than you think. I know that I often talk about like the New York Times or Washington Post or Los Angeles Times. Like, I know reporters at these outlets. Okay. I know them personally. I know them well. Some of them are in here. Okay. Parts of this community. Some of them tune in for the coverage. And I talk to them. I talk to producers at CNN. I talk to producers at other outlets, MSNBC, commentators. And there are far more people than you think that know the truth. There are far more people, especially on the lower levels, especially on the ground level, especially on the reporting side of things, that are very aware of what's going on. And they understand, they recognize right from wrong. Okay? And I think that's why there is a lot of leeway given, and that a lot of the, oh, you're criticizing Israel, I'm going to portray you as an anti-Semite narratives are now relegated to the likes of the New York Post, which is a right-wing dish rag, right? And the most ardent defenders of Israel are the likes of Michael Rappaport, you know, disgraced figures in general that most people kind of look at and go, ugh, okay, dude, calm down. The likes of Richie Torres. Like, the ADL has also lost its sauce in many ways. I think that there are far more people. I think that there are far more people out there that know right from wrong, and you kind of see it every now and then. I can't speak for the UK, but the only thing you can do is keep pushing, you know, keep protesting, keep making noise, keep disrupting. There's nothing else that you can do in spite of all of the attacks. And hope that one day history will vindicate you. And hope that one day many Americans, the rest of society, will be open-minded enough to recognize right from wrong in the same way. It's so funny how the ADL never goes against Republicans. Yes, because Republicans are unconditionally pro-Israel. Why the fuck would the ADL go after people that are on their side? Their ultimate goal is to defend Israel. That is why I call them the Apartheid Defense League. Anyway. How do you argue with the people who invoke the original idea of Zionism and ignore what it devolved into? I mean, you can point to many famous examples of people who are, originally Zionists, Holocaust survivors who were Zionists, who very quickly recognized that it was built on top of a lie. A land without people for a people without land is a lie. Okay? A land without people had people in it. Israel forcibly expelled 750,000 Palestinians in the Nakba and never allowed them to return ever again. So clearly, there were people there. Albert Einstein is another example of a famous Zionist, so much so that they want him to be the first president of Israel. He warned about Zionism being and behaving in exactly the same ways as fascist and Nazi Germany behaved. That kind of sentiment, when I express it, is immediately clocked by Israel defenders as anti-Semitic. The most anti-Semitic thing anyone has ever said. Fucking Albert Einstein said it. Noam Chomsky is another prominent example of someone who went and saw the kibbutzim. He lived there. And then spent the rest of his life saying, yeah, this is unacceptable. This is fascism. This is fascist. In Toronto, the police did early morning raids on Palestinian protesters and made arrests, confiscating laptops and cell phones. It's crazy. All at the behest of Zionist retail chain owner. She has a charity helping foreigners serve in the IOF. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You can understand how the Holocaust galvanized public opinion in favor of Zionism while still rejecting it as an ethno-nationalist ideology. Yeah, no, I that's why I'm giving you prominent examples of early Zionists that thought, oh, what a wonderful idea. Jewish people have a long history of being forcibly expelled from villages and countries, towns that they lived in. The Holocaust being, the largest event of expulsion and death and destruction. So that's what's so dangerous about Zionism being an inherently fascist ideology, is that it's built atop real hurt and real harm that Jewish people have historically faced. It is precisely because of that there is validity to real existing anti-Semitism fears. As a Jew raised in America, growing up, I was taught that Zionist was a racial slur. Now I know better, but I think that's part of the reason people refuse to even listen to you. I think plenty of people listen to me. Plenty more people, at least, now than ever before. But I think that scares a lot of people. A lot of people who still think that I'm using Zionist as a substitute for Jew to be secretly anti-Semitic, while in the process of regularly and routinely speaking out against real anti-Semitism. Sure, but if it can all be summed up as colonial imperialism, then what side are you on? The side of almost every powerful country on the planet, or the side that would be willing to do anything to disrupt modern civilized society under the pretext that it is inherently bad and should be disassembled? Yeah, this is the issue here. You know? That's what happened in a lot of cases. What about pretty much every other instance where it's happened? Just living in America supports the very concept you seem to be against. Fantastic argument, my friend. There has never been a moment where I have not recognized the indigenous genocide that occurred for the United States to exist in its current form, nor have I ever denied the atrocities committed in the form of chattel slavery. As a matter of fact, a big part of what I do is try to explain these concepts to Americans who refuse to understand it. The problem is, you're looking at historic wrongs, you're arguing with a guy who, you know, advocates for these historically wronged people, while in the process of defending the ongoing wrong that resembles the historic wrong, saying might is right. And not only that, but then you're packaging it with like colonial supremacist ideals, such as the other side is willing to do anything to disrupt modern civilized society under the pretext that it's inherently bad and should be disassembled. All you've done in this circumstance is engage in whataboutism and then followed it up with like some inherently racialized, infantilizing, savage barbarian tropes. Palestinians are, as a whole, incredibly well read. Like, they have a higher literacy rate than I believe even Israeli society, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it's your assumption that they are barbaric, in spite of the circumstances that they are subjected to. Like, why is it that you decided that? Why is it that you chose to believe this thing, that they are just bad? Perhaps this requires some self-examination. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything specific about you. Rather, I'm just wondering, what exactly do you think the solution to this complex modern dilemma is, other than inciting violence? What do you mean? I'm against that. I'm against further violence. I want the violence to end. It's not actually a complex modern dilemma at all. One side is a nuclear militarized state and is actually pummeling defenseless people with incredible frequency every single day. And they only get to do that because my state that I currently live in allows Israel to do so. It gives Israel the weapons to do so. It offers Israel the political cover to be able to do so. Because America is the global superpower. It is the hegemonic power that dominates the entire planet. So whatever we say goes. This also comes with the recognition, by the way, that there have been historic wrongs that were committed. So if you read it in history books and you recognize right from wrong then, why can't you apply it to a modern standard? We're at 50,000 dead civilians past needing to say I'm not anti-Semitic when we shit on Zionism. It's ridiculous at this point. It doesn't matter. I'm in the United States of America. There are plenty of people who will falsely smear me as an anti-Semite. I'm not going to discard that. I'm going to, every single time, talk about real existing anti-Semitism and what it looks like and combat it. It is very much a part of what I believe in general. Regardless of what cynical smears I get fucking attacked with. Because it is something that I think is important to address. And it's precisely the reason why I have, for years, continuously addressed it. As Dr. Ofer Kasif, Israeli Knesset member, once told me in our early October conversation in 2023, anti-Semitism is a crime, anti-Zionism is a duty. My whole point is that there are some people who refuse to listen and think you're saying racial slurs just by talking about the problem. Yeah, I know. So what? I advocated for Black Lives Matter and the disproportionate targeting of black people in the hands of the American police for many years before it was fashionable to do so. I advocated for it when Barack Obama was antagonistic towards Black Lives Matter. That didn't stop me from advocating for it regardless. Many Americans looked at that and said, this is black terrorism. You're anti-white. It never stopped me. So people immediately discounting what I have to say because of my background or because of fears that they have that are completely ridiculous in terms of me being secretly an anti-Semite is not going to stop me from advocating for the emancipation of Palestinian people, for all people. We are facing down the barrel of a dual fascist leadership. You have already a fascist leadership in Israel, and that is playing itself out in incredibly violent ways. America has a lot of resilient, underlying, unexamined fascism as well. And it's slated to get a lot worse with Donald Trump. I don't disagree and I hate Bibi, but it's so hard to look at Holocaust survivors and tell them that the only Jewish country shouldn't exist. How Israel exists matters. Okay? This is precisely the point. How it exists. And it cannot exist as an apartheid. This is where we arrive at the problem. Israel's demographic concerns are inherently fascist. It is an ethno-state. Like when a country says we have demographic concerns, that's genuinely scary shit. It's kind of like if Americans were openly being like, we have demographic concerns. Oh, wait, they do say that. It's called white supremacy, and we understand it as such. We understand it as a genuinely dangerous idea, right? Do you see what I mean? It's not about you secretly being an anti-Semite. People think that being anti-Zionist is intrinsically anti-Semitic, though. No, I know people think that. They're wrong. I think a lot of the justifications and defenses of Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. Freedom Pfeiffer, thank you for the 15 community gifted subs. What are your incentives? What do you mean? What are my incentives? Ebola virus? I don't know what you're talking about. And by the way, you can tell your grandparents that they're wrong. Chatter. told my grandparents they're wrong all the time if they have wrong opinions. This guy, I'm like, what do you mean? What are my incentives? And he just repeats, what are your incentives? You say that a lot. Could you explain how Zionism is anti-Semitic? Just curious. Of course. Something that I repeat all the time. Zionism and the way that it exists is a maintenance of an ethnic superiority and an ethnic majority in a land where there are more Palestinians who are not Jewish than there are Jewish people. In order to keep that going, you have to maintain an apartheid. You have to maintain a permanent occupation over an indigenous population. The notion that this concept represents the interests of all Jews and that all Jews are monolithic in their understanding of Israel and in their defense of Israel is the exact same thing that Nazis say about Jews. Zionists in defense of Israel and anti-Semitic Nazis who hate Israel say the exact same thing. They play into the dual loyalty tropes. Wait, I missed there's more Palestinians than Jews there? Yes. This is the reason why there is a permanent military occupation. Anyway, saying Judaism and Zionism are inherently linked undermines my identity. I come from a long line of secular, non-Zionist Jews, and I find it incredibly offensive to be ignored or othered because of that. That's how it's anti-Semitic. Well, that too. I realize this is something you just have to do, but it's genuinely upsetting how every conversation about Palestinian emancipation gets hijacked and becomes about condemning anti-Semitism. It's okay. I will always do that. I live in the Western world. Okay? There are many people who don't even broach the subject matter. You know? They don't even look at it. So it's understandable that people will have these hang-ups. I make an argument to the audience that I know is listening. Always. I try to tailor my message specifically to the audience that's listening. I'm in the Western world. There's plenty of people who have been taught this wrong lesson and are subject to social conditioning. My job is to try and shake them out of this stupor. Anyway.
Trying to make is I think that's the position that a lot of Palestinians and pro-Palestinian voices find themselves in. Is
Yes,
that
they do.
even
Yes.
even if they get invited, even if they do get invited on the top networks, it's always in limited doses, because at the end of the day, they're not really finding an audience for what they have to say, or the networks don't necessarily like what they have to offer.
Yeah. And I feel like it's like you acquire an amount of capital. You know, but what was it for? Like, what is it? What do you want to use? And I take your point. I don't want to be dismissive of what you're saying. There was a certain amount of career capital that allows me to go certain places and say certain things, right? But why did I acquire that capital? You know what I mean? Like, did I acquire that capital simply to go to those places? Or did I acquire that capital to deliver a message when I'm there? You know, we get into this like with politicians, right? And so they don't take certain positions because they fear losing like their seat, right? But it's like, why did you want the seat in the first place?
I have a coworker that's pro-Israel but makes anti-Semitic jokes all the time. But since I'm pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist, he calls me anti-Semitic and anti-American, and it breaks my brain. Oh, is he a Destiny fan? Are you coworkers with Destiny and his entire community? It's very common. Very commonplace.
Listen, this is very simple to me. If the price of having access to those networks and to those places is that I have to act like I did not see apartheid, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a black writer. Like, I'm the descendant of this. And you telling me I got to look away from segregation? Which is about the mildest word I can say about it. That's the price of it. No, I mean, I don't know what we're doing here.
Ta-Nehisi Coates gets it. That community's insane, bro. I was just chilling in here the other day. Some freak private messaged me about, why are you watching this loser? I can't believe people watch this guy.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right. How are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, too.
What is it like running for vice president of the United States? How crazy is this experience?
It's pretty weird. You know, I was just telling you this earlier, but the first time that I've been in a public spot without Secret Service in the room is right now. So I'm like looking around for these guys because I'm used to just having them. It's 3 months, right? So he asked me the Monday of the RNC convention, which I think was June 15th. And I really didn't know that morning. I thought that he was probably going to pick me, but I didn't know for sure. Probably 60-40, basically. And so I had no idea. I get the call around 1 o'clock at Milwaukee time at the RNC convention. I'm hanging out with my kid. Another one of my kids is in the other room asleep because, you know, our kids are young, so they nap still. And he makes this call, and he's like, hey, do you want to be my vice president? I was like, oh.
Was it literally just like that?
Well, actually, what happened is I get a text message from a staff member on his team that says you just missed a very important phone call. And I don't know, you know, because there's so much inbound traffic that I think it just went straight to voicemail. So I call him back and I'm like, hey, sir, what's going on? He said, JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I'm going to have to pick somebody else now. You know, so I'm about to shit a brick here. And then he says, no, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I want you to be my vice president. And the funny thing is, you know, my 7-year-old is in the background and he has no idea what's going on. And I love that, right? It's one of the good things about this. He has no clue what's going on. He's like, Dad, who are you talking to? He's talking about Pokemon cards, right? And Trump hears my son in the background.
And he's like, shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking piece of shit. I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. Is the real story that happened. But everyone was like, ew, you're gross. You're like a gross monster for saying that. So he changed his story to whatever he's delivering now. He literally was just like, you're a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to the fucking president, dumbass.
And he says, well, who's that? And I said, that's my 7-year-old son, you. And he's like, put him on the phone.
Ew, Joe, you have no fucking respect for yourself. You goddamn ape.
And Trump kind of chuckles, but also is probably judging me because it was a somewhat inappropriate joke for a 7-year-old to tell. But yeah, here we are.
Well, that's the only ones 7-year-olds remember.
That's right. Well, it's like, I have terrible language. I mean, it's one of my many flaws, but I was raised by my very working class grandmother, and she was actually she was a very devout Christian, but she also had, a language that would make a sailor blush. And so I talk like that because I was raised by this woman.
Those are fun ladies.
Those are fun ladies, man. She was she was awesome.
Oh, he loves JD. Oh, gross. How can you not see the fucking fakeness? Oh, God, he is eating the boot in its entirety. God damn. Why'd you skip like 30 seconds after pausing? I just wanted to move along with this, like, my child story. I don't really care about it.
She was an amazing person, a huge personality, right? We called her a force of nature because she was such this big personality. But my wife's rule is, basically he's only allowed to cuss when he's telling this one joke. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah, so he told this joke to Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly. He says it 14 times a day.
Yeah, early on I told my kids, you can swear in front of us. I go, but don't swear in front of other parents.
Right.
And don't swear for no reason.
Right.
This is Wemby's costume? Ain't no fucking way. That's hilarious, dude. That's my number one pick, dog. Your number one pick can be pushed away with a light breeze, okay? That man needs to put more muscle on them bones. Okay, he's great. He's great. He would cook you. Yeah, no shit. He's like 7'14". Okay, he's 8'3". Yeah, he put on 15 pounds this summer. He needs to put on another 15. Keep talking like that. You won't be allowed in Texas. This ain't LA, buddy. He needs to eat more. That's it. Harris Camp not closing the door. In an interview just now, Harris spokesperson Kevin Munoz seemed to suggest that the Rogan interview is still a possibility in the final stretch. Not closing the door on anything there, he told me. Stay tuned. But added that Harris is pretty damn busy. It's hard to schedule things. Dude, get Tim Waltz on the line, dude. It's hilarious. He got cooked on the box out. Bro, that's I saw this. Look at this. Look. That's the funniest, like, bro, that's not even that's what I mean, bro. That's not even a box out. He literally moved him out of the way. He said, little boy, move out of the way. You're little. You're tiny. But I better stop talking down my goat. Listen, Wemby is so impressive as a specimen. Okay? He is so incredibly impressive. You're only mad because he cooks Şengün every time they play? Yeah, except for the one time that it mattered where Şengün dropped like, what, 45 on him? Sorry. Turkey on top, baby. The North remembers, okay? I remember. Specimen is crazy. Yeah, under any other circumstance, it'd be considered a crazy thing to say. Not for Wemby. He is literally an alien. He is not a human being. I mean, he's incredible. Like, look, bro, look. He's not even like fully reaching up. And he can basically grab rim while kneeling. Okay? It's not normal. You calling Wemby a specimen is all you need to prove that you're white? Wait, why? He is not human, dude. He is above and beyond. Like, a guy like that should never be able to shoot a three-point shot. Okay? The new NBA is not normal. A person who is 8'14", okay? A person who is 8'14" is literally consistently shooting threes. Like, that's not a thing. That has only happened in fucking Space Jam. Okay? Wait till he learns how to flop. Brother, if he learned how to flop, they'd have to wipe the entire fucking floor. The entire court would have to be wiped every single time he flopped because he touches one side of the paint and also at least the three-point line of the other side of the court. What the fuck is 8'14"? Is his size. He's 9'3". 7-footer shooting threes is utter woke nonsense. Yeah. NBA used to mean something back when you had math teachers and plumbers playing, okay? Look at the way he grabs it after. Look. Like, look at that, bro. He stood up. You know why his arm is bent? So he doesn't accidentally touch rim, okay? So they don't speculate that he is deliberately trying not to goaltend. Okay? Because if he puts his hand up, he's goaltending. It's not normal. He is a freak. And not of the Greek variety.
All club needs from him.
Oh, that's disgusting. No. This one is disgusting. Because his arm reaches to the three-point line from the logo. Okay? What? Who? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What is happening with big guys taking these fucking insane threes, dude? What do you do? You can't show terrorists on Twitch, buddy. It's true. Like, look at, like, what do you do here? What do you actually do? You need like John Moran or something to just like fly and just stay up there for like 3.5 seconds, just casually waiting for the potential that he might just fucking drop a three-pointer from the logo. Yeah, you need a jetpack. cheerlead throw your teammate. Yeah. Start practicing some fucking cheerleading lifts. Like, this is some shit you see in animes and you're like, oh God, these guys don't understand how anything works. Like, really, dude? You have a 7'13" player who also can drop 3 points, 3-point shots. Like, okay, like, come on. This is literally made up. Like, this would not exist in the real world. Yeah, Kuroko no basket. Yeah, he is. He's like a fucking 2K player that you modded and you maxed out all the stats. Like, this just doesn't make sense. Oh. Hello. What do you want? Are you bored? Oh my God. What? What? Okay. What? Here. Okay. 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 Oh, that's crazy. Are you happy now? Are you happy? That's crazy. She literally was like, nope, I need uppies. Oh, no kisses? No kisses? No kisses? Give me a kiss. What? She is a baby. At this point, I've actually moved on to adult food for her too. Damn, we just fucking moved away from the JD Vance interview so fucking fast because it's so goddamn boring. Kaya 1 year ago. Yeah, y'all want to see? Y'all want to see what she was like a year ago? Taking a poop at the vet? That's you. Look. You did that. You pooped at the vet. She don't give a fuck. What? No. Players who've been successful have attacked Wemby lower than his center of gravity. His dribbles take longer to reach the floor. Go over steals, he brings it up. Utilizing ball denial and getting into his possessions early is key. Look at how defenses have successfully slowed down Garnett and Durant. You won't be able to lock Wemby up, but you can force some turnovers and make his gaudy numbers less efficient. Kaya is like the Wemby of dogs, dude. Look at the size of this lad. This lass. Okay, calm down. Oh, God. Oh. Do you want to get down? Fuck, there's hair everywhere. Best way to neutralize Wemby is kick him in the shin. I agree.
Well, because they judge you, right? The other parents judge you. How old are your kids?
Well, the youngest ones are 14 and 16, and I have a 28-year-old.
Okay.
But when my 14-year-old was 2, we were on a...
I'm just going to look at some of the highlights in this interview. I don't want to listen to everything. Here is here's a wonderful moment.
I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote.
Oh,
because,
sure.
Again, they just wanted
sure.
to be left the hell alone, and now you have all this crazy stuff on top of it. And I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote.
Oh,
because,
sure.
Again, they just wanted to be left the...
Oh my God, he talked about AGP. There ain't no fucking way, dude. He is so perma-fried from being online. Oh my Lord, dude. That is insane. Dude, this is classic, like, chaser transphobe shit. Okay? I make an exception for myself for knowing what this is because of my endless amounts of coverage on transphobia. But if you're like a straight white guy, okay? If you're a straight white guy and know what fucking AGP is, like you're really tapped in. You're really, really invested. JD Vance on Joe Rogan's show talking about AGP, a discredited theory about being trans that states that being trans is just a fetish. Yeah. You have to be like a 4chan chaser to know what the fuck it is. Yeah, autogynephilia, chat. I don't think trans people know what it is. Brother, you aren't the only pro-trans guy. No, I'm just saying that, like, you would have to... The only way you would know what the fuck this is if you're, like, a normal person that isn't, like, constantly thinking about trans issues is if you have encountered it in the fucking wild. And the only way that you encounter this in the wild is if you hear it from, like, either trans Twitter, your trans friends making jokes about it, or potentially from a rabid transphobe. I'm trans. I've never heard about it. Autogynephilia is like the idea that trans women are still biological males who have a fetish. As a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. Anyway. That's wild shit. Cool stuff from the normal gay guy. Anyway. Joe Rogan gives a more damning review of Tony Hinchcliffe's MSG performance than I possibly could imagine.
But I think Don Rickles was almost like... He was in this category of ultra famous comedian, right? He was in this Dave Chappelle type category where just seeing Don Rickles, all of a sudden it was a comedy show.
AGP is based on a study that found that most trans women feel sexually aroused by being seen as a beautiful woman. The reason it's so easily debunked is if you do the study with cis women, they also feel sexually aroused when they get to feel pretty by a romantic partner.
Like, oh my God, Don Rickles is here. Tony Hinchcliffe does not have that. right? If Dave Chappelle went up and did 10 minutes in front of Donald Trump or 10 minutes in front of Kamala Harris, that's a different thing. Because it's like he's a cultural icon, and you immediately go into stand-up comedy mode. Like, oh, shit, Chappelle's here, right? That's what Don Rickles had with Reagan. Tony doesn't have that. It's a bad thing to do. The whole thing's bad. It's like doing a bachelor party. Like when you have to do comedy at bachelor parties, they want whores and cocaine. Why is this guy telling jokes? But it's just a bad environment. It's a bad environment for comedy. And, you know, that joke, I would have told him, don't you fucking dare do that joke. I never, like, sat down with him. I didn't know what bits he was going to do. But then I heard he did that joke. I was like, oh Jesus, Tony. Here it comes.
I think there are comedians probably who... I think Tony is the wrong type of comedian for that environment. If you had someone
100%.
come in who wasn't a roast comedian, who actually made everyone feel good and like
you know
just
who
clean
could do
and...
it? Who could do it and just talk about cultural issues and get everybody to laugh is Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore is really good at that. He could do something like...
What the fuck? Dude, oh my God. Brother, Joe Rogan is going to cook this fucking campaign. Trump heard that and is like, well, time to activate Jimmy Dore now. The trigonometry guys are, I don't know. I'm very annoyed by them. But I think it could be because they're British. Like, they're too British.
Like that, because he's so knowledgeable when it comes to politics. He could bridge the gaps.
Ew, this guest is extremely pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian and anti-Muslim. Yeah, it's the Joe Rogan experience. That's not shocking.
Between humor and fact and reality and what we're up against. He could do that. But it's not Tony's wheelhouse, man. Tony's just talking shit about people's clothes.
Yeah, Joe literally fucking said Tony would have been perfect not that long ago.
For a lot.
Anyway, here is JD Vance to Rogan on Sharia law in Minnesota.
A lot of people, worst case scenario, when they start thinking about religious influence on the way they're allowed to behave and the way their state is governed. Worst case scenario is a state adopts Sharia law. This is worst case scenario.
Yeah. Bro, we are not living on the same planet with these fucking people, man. I'm sorry. It's just like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? What are you saying? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your fucking mouth? Like, worst case scenario is a state adopts Sharia law.
Yeah.
And I think all these people that would cry against the concept of Islamophobia really need to understand what that means and what you're talking about.
What are you saying? First of all, I don't think any single fucking person that is advocating against Islamophobia, okay, saying that this is damaging, is also simultaneously going, and we want Sharia law. I'm a person who fucking combats Islamophobia. No, there is no world where I'm saying like we need to be following any religious doctrine, let alone the false interpretation of like Islamic doctrine, whatever the fuck someone saw fit, whatever some fundamentalist decided is the appropriate standard. We are like saying this in the state of Texas is additionally funny, okay? Dog, you literally have Sharia for Christianity right now. But it doesn't read in the same way because you don't see Christianity as a threat in the way that you see Islam as a threat. America is barreling down, spiraling out of fucking control with religious fundamentalism of the Christian variety. This fucking dipshit has not one, but two of the prominent fixtures of said decline on his show back to fucking back. JD Vance even nuttier than Donald Trump in terms of like Christo-fascism, okay? Like Donald Trump is a narcissistic New York liberal, zesty, asexual, biromantic queen, okay? We know this already. He loves opera. He loves Broadway musicals, yada, yada, yada. He doesn't give a fuck about Christianity nor the Bible. He just likes to act like he does in an effort to fucking lure in suckers. JD Vance, on the other hand, is a uniquely demonic figure. He is a real recent convert. Okay? And this fucking dipshit is interviewing potentially the next vice presidential candidate who, if given the opportunity, would abso-fucking-lutely implement Christian fascist principles, like Christian fundamentalist fascist principles in this country. And he's like, you know what's a real problem? Sharia law. What are you saying? What is the Christian equivalent of Sharia law? Here's a quick example. Not allowing women to vote. Revoking women's right to choose a medical procedure that they should be allowed to get. No fault divorce being banned. You know. Any number of different things. Yeah. Not allowing gay people to get fucking married. Not allowing trans people to exist. Now, of course, for Joe Rogan, all that stuff is good. It doesn't read as like religious fundamentalism.
Talking about, and to say that that's an outrageous and ridiculous idea that's never going to take place, it's kind of already worked its way into some societies.
It has.
It has.
It has.
And there are, is it Minnesota that has call to prayer? Like, is it Minneapolis?
I don't know where.
What place-
I know that there is a place in Minnesota, I believe, where they have prayer calls as a matter of local government. I do think that's happening.
What? Are they saying that there is a call to prayer in a fucking majority Muslim area? So there's like mosques? Is that what he's saying? Because a call to prayer is the same as a fucking church bell, dumbass. What the fuck are you? What? What the fuck? Minneapolis becomes first major U.S. city to broadcast Islamic call to prayer 5 times a day. Minneapolis will allow broadcast of the Muslim call to prayer at all hours, becoming the first major U.S. city to allow the announcement or azan or adhan to be heard over speakers 5 times a day year round. It's literally the same principle behind a fucking church bell. What are you? What? Ezan is how we say it in Turkish. I'm from Australia. Is freedom of religion just not a thing in the US? I mean, it is, or it's supposed to be. But I think they're just racist. I don't know. Like, I mean, that's what it is. It's got to be it, right? I literally live in Minneapolis. Not one person complains about this. Not one person. Not really. The prayer is saying for 5 minutes, at least when I was in Iran. Okay. Someone needs to explain to me what the problem is with the call to prayer being broadcasted from a mosque. Guy who's in Iran. What's with all the Muslims? Yeah, it's like a Nick Mullen joke, dude. What's up with all these Muslims here? I mean, I don't want to hear any religious shit. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Come on, brother. That's a fucking ridiculously annoying r/atheism nonsensical fucking bullshit, okay? It's not like religious domination, dude. It is no different than, again, the church bells. The problem is people know Islam is from the Middle East, but forget that Jesus is also from Palestine. We think he's from Kansas with blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh. Look up Shabbat Siren Crown Heights. Yeah, like... I want to hear the call to science 5 times a day. Yeah, that's what I need. Excuse me, don't say bless you when I sneeze, please. I'm an atheist. I never say, oh my God. I say, oh my science. Bibles in schools is okay, call to prayer bad. No, that's the point. Bibles in schools is not okay. That's a whole different thing. Having one of the major religions that have like a big chunk of the population in Minneapolis have a call to prayer, to me, and maybe it's because I grew up in fucking Turkey and I heard the call to prayer 5 times a day and it's not a thing that even tracks with me when I hear it. But it's just not, I don't know. It's just not a thing. It's no different than like when I fucking stayed next to a massive church in Australia and yeah, the church bells rang like a lot. Who gives a fuck? That fucking chatter thinks that when you hear it, they have to pray. Like, bitch, it's not for you. Yeah. Like, what do you think? Like, you think Muslims hear the call to prayer and then activates like their Islamic, anti-American, anti-Christian beliefs? Is that what it is?
That starts getting real weird.
Yeah.
Well, stuff like that starts getting real weird. And when you have people that are openly saying our goal is, and they've talked about this in Toronto, like activists have said, our goal is to outbreed everyone who is not Muslim. And
dude, come on, dude, we have to ban Facebook. We have to get grandpa off Facebook. Okay. You're a whole ass man, dude. You got fucking children. You're soon to have grandchildren. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying?
And
scares the hell out of
voted
me.
out, and
it's very frustrating because, like, Kaya, place. It's very frustrating. Place. Because this is like some direct European style Islamophobia. Okay? This is a European version of Islamophobia. It's very, very annoying that we're reaching European levels of Islamophobia. Like we're just biting their shit now.
put Sharia law in place.
Yeah, that's very scary.
Women have to wear burqas. This is how it works.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Oh my God. 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 That's JD Vance sitting across from him going, yup. Yup.
That's what to me is so crazy about some of the hyper left-wing reaction to, the idea that like somehow I want to force every man, woman, and child to go to my church is ridiculous. I just don't want to do that. I've never had any.
Brother, you are literally talking about hearing the azan as like Sharia law being implemented in a state. That is precisely the point there. If you don't got no problem with fucking church bells, okay, but you have an issue with a call to prayer, then yeah, you want one thing to exist and then the other not to. This is white people in Dearborn racism. Like, there is no, like, what are you talking about? I mean, even Turkey itself in its entire existence, like, absolutely fucking guts this argument. You know? My mom would laugh at the idea of wearing a hijab, like, straight up. And she wouldn't even laugh. She'd be actually very angry if I suggested that to her. But, like, it's so ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, all Muslims are monolith, you know? They would never, every Muslim woman has to wear a hijab. It's like, I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, you know, whether it is a direct consequence of social conditioning or not, like, there are people who choose to do it, okay? What the fuck is it to you? You know what I mean? What is it to you? I don't see you running around ripping that shit off of nuns, you know? The fuck? Who cares? Imagine going to fucking Brooklyn or like the Bronx or whatever, like, and just like ripping the wigs off of like Orthodox Jewish women and being like, no, you are being oppressed. That would be fucking ridiculous. You should go to jail for that. That is a fucking hate crime. Okay? The fuck? Like, what is this? Like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like Joe Rogan would be the type of dude who'd want to mandate everyone wake up at 4 a.m. The Fajr Adhan would help with that, bro. I mean, you are not wrong. Islam in that sense is the perfect religion for Joe Rogan. It's the wake up at 4 a.m. religion. So, you know, fasting too. Joe Rogan loves fasting. Yeah, I heard these Muslims, they do fasting. Bro, Joe is way too close in proximity to the UFC to be able to talk like this about Islam. It's actually quite alarming that he just does not, like, he has access, and I know he respects these people, okay? He has access to some of the top dogs of Islam, including but not limited to literally dudes named Islam, okay? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand this shit. Like,
any interest in doing that. But where you see actual real religious tyranny.
Are you kidding me, dude? Fucking Dana was at the Trump rallies? Yeah, brother. Also, Dana is one step removed from fucking saying the Shahada. Okay? What do you mean? Right now, the UFC at every fucking every weight class is about to have a Muslim, Dagestani, or Russian guy be the champion, the belt holder. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Like, virtually every fucking weight class of the UFC is about to have a Muslim, Dagestani dude. Potentially, it's not. It could happen. Okay. No, I'm saying it's 3 weight classes. Alex Pereira is also Muslim, so there's that. Wait, what? I'm a Muslim progressive fan of the UFC. It's so sad seeing some of the fighters on the caucus being fans of Donald Trump. Why is that a bad thing? Did I ever suggest it as a bad thing? I did not. I'm saying that if there's one person who should be like directly humanized, okay? If there's one person who should be directly humanized by being around a shit ton of Muslims, it's people who are close to the UFC, people who are associated with the UFC, Joe Rogan being the guy. So it's like shocking that he's this Islamophobic. He don't look that Islamophobic when he's on stage sitting next to fucking Islam Makhachev or whatever, you know? He doesn't come across like that when he's over there interviewing them like, "Oh my God, what a fantastic fight you put on. What do you have to say to the world?" You know? What's that about? Why are you acting different over here? Those guys, well, that's a person, not a religion. Yeah, but he's speaking disrespectfully about that person's religion, these people that he respects. Sometimes you have to connect it to the person, the religion that they believe. Yeah, they do like fucking, they literally say Allahu Akbar before they fucking go and fight. Brothers will not take kindly to these brothers. Yeah. It's not just that. It's also like these guys have literally caused, I think it was Sean Strickland, into submission. Okay. They got one of the dumbest, most racist fucking MMA fighters on the planet. And that is a very target rich environment to openly respect Islam, the religion. Okay. They also secretly use steroids. Okay, Cope. Muslims are only good under 155. No one cares about weight below 170. They also secretly, this is the Islamophobia hour right here. It was my personal 9/11. Also, it's pretty funny to say this when John Jones exists, who happens to be Dana White's favorite fighter. Seems to me like there's a little bit of a double standard here. They're using steroids. Dana White is John sexual? Yeah.
Is increasingly in Western societies where you've had a large influx of immigrants who don't necessarily assimilate into Western values, but try to create, I think, a religious tyranny at the local level. And if you think that won't happen at a national level, you're crazy.
Hey, people will swim in the ocean even though there are definitely many corpses in it. People will not swim in a pool with a corpse in it. What is your dead body to water ratio? That's actually a fantastic question. The answer is I don't go in the ocean. And now you've given me another reason as to why I shouldn't go in the ocean. New energetic entrance of Hamzat Chimaev. Every single fighter does this. Literally every single one. My favorite thing about the Dagestani camp is that they all speak, like a lot of them speak English. I think it's fantastic. They're so fucking smart. They literally are like, yeah, you need to speak English so you can do promo, so that Dana White will let you, you know, Dana White will give you better opportunities. And they all fucking do it.
Hey, first of all, I want to say Alhamdulillah, God gave me everything. Alhamdulillah. I know you got this, they don't like this. Alhamdulillah. Tomorrow night, I'm gonna smash your boy, guys. I'm gonna smash your boy.
Again, full mount, back mount.
There's the choke.
He's got it. It's under the neck.
There it is.
Nope, it's on the
What was he saying in this? He's like, go to sleep.
chin.
There's the tap. Still undisputed. Khabib Nurmagomedov has finished Conor McGregor. And Alhamdulillah, undisputed, undefeated UFC lightweight champion.
Hamzat on Palestine. The Dagestanis also have like insane fucking hairlines, dude. Their hairline reaches their fucking eyebrows. I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Doesn't matter. Please, guys.
Mashallah, mashallah is touching, dude. He's Chechen, my bad, and Chechens too.
Together. Let us.
Your hairline? Yeah, my hairline is busted because I'm fucking Turkish. And also, Allah's light is lost upon me a long time ago. And I do not pray 5 times a day, nor do I fast for Ramadan. What is this? No, smile. Maybe Joe's Islamophobic because these guys keep winning. No, Joe respects these dudes. Okay. Most of the fucking UFC hogs respect these dudes. I would go so far as to say that a lot of these UFC hogs are less Islamophobic because of these dudes than the average fucking liberal. Okay. I'm not even kidding. I think the UFC being dominated by so many Muslim fighters has dramatically improved Islam's stats and broad reception among some of the biggest fucking hogs. It's like, because these guys, listen, these guys respect prowess. Okay? They respect technical prowess. They respect good fighters. They respect discipline. And a lot of these Muslim fighters have earned that respect. Finally, a reliable source confirms Tucker Carlson being mauled by a demon in his bed story. Tucker Carlson told me this story over a year ago in confidence. I'm glad he's talking about it now. I talked about it on air, but did not say his name. Now for the rest of the story. The demonic attacks are happening to a lot of prominent people. Tucker Carlson describes being mauled by a demon. Bro, you're so wrong. Americans hate the Dagestanis because they're wrestlers and Americans just want striking. I mean... Mark Cuban, a really dumb guy who thinks he's hot stuff, but he's absolutely nothing, is now out there saying that I don't surround myself with strong women. Actually, he's very wrong. I surround myself with the strongest women, with the understanding that all women are great, whether strong or not strong. This guy is such a fool. He's constantly on television being critical, and only for the reason that I tuned him out completely while president because he called incessantly. I told him very pointedly, look, Mark, I've got a lot of things to do. I just can't be taking so many pointless calls from you. In any event that affected him greatly because he's a very insecure guy and a major loser. Always has been and always will be. Nobody likes him. Nobody respects him. And he's unattractive both inside and out. He should go back to talk about the person he was forced to support because I didn't want it. Lying Kamala Harris. Also, he's got no club head speed. I may, in fact, be surrounded by the strongest women in the world, including heads of countries who make Mark look like a baby. All the strong women and women in general should be very angry about this weak man's statement. Anyway. No Melania mention? Yeah, the girls are fighting. Anyway, is there anything else that happened with the Joe Rogan? Oh, I forgot to talk about this thing. This shit, dude. Here's Bill Clinton saying some fucking insane shit. Jeffrey Epstein's bestie. In an event in Michigan.
Let me talk about the hardest issue here in Michigan is the Middle East. And I have to be careful what I say because there's only one president at a time and none of us can get ahead of where we're going. But I think we're going to have to essentially start again on the peace process. And I understand why young Palestinian and Arab Americans in Michigan think too many people have died. I get that. But if you lived in one of those kibbutzim in Israel, right next to Gaza, where the people there were the most pro-friendship with Palestine, most pro-two-state solution of any of the Israeli communities, were the ones right next to Gaza. And Hamas butchered them. And so then the people who criticize it are essentially saying, yeah, but look how many people you've killed in Ritalin. So how many is enough for you to kill to punish them for the terrible things they did? That all sounds nice until you realize, what would you do if it was your family and you hadn't done anything but support a homeland for the Palestinians, and one day they come for you and slaughter the people in your village? You would say, well, you'll have to forgive me, I'm not keeping score that way. It isn't how many we've had to kill, because Hamas makes sure that they're shielded by civilians. They'll force you to kill civilians.
Yeah, I mean, the same principle goes for Israel, by the way, if that's the case. But of course, nobody ever thinks about it like that. Nobody ever says like, oh, the kibbutz are actually human shields. You know? And here's the reason. It's because a lot of these people just simply don't see people from the MENA region as human beings. So like, this is such a genuinely held principle for someone like Bill Clinton and many others in positions of power. And that makes sense. I mean, otherwise, how else could you justify so much death and destruction in the region for the past 30 fucking years, and even longer, as a matter of fact? That they don't feel like this could inevitably cause some backlash. Right? it's just shocking. Like, it's shocking that this is his like true perspective, which is not so shocking, but it's shocking that he is he's openly revealing that this is his true perspective. I think a lot of these guys simply don't see the people from the MENA region as human, but it'll never not be shocking to me that they think this is appropriate to admit in public while on the campaign trail as a surrogate in Michigan. Dylan Saba says, what the fuck are Dems doing in Michigan? Racial messaging in U.S. electoral politics is almost never primarily about appealing to minoritarian interests and almost always about assuaging majoritarian anxieties. This applies across the political spectrum. BLM helped Biden win, and the Harris VP nod was effective, not because it brought in black voters, but because it provided coherent counter-programming to Trump's nativism for disaffected whites. It gave them a way to assimilate the racial antagonism core to the U.S. socio-political structure. Likewise, today's Democrats are doing racial messaging around the cost of empire, not to assuage its victims, but to quell the anxieties of its beneficiaries. In other words, they know they can't persuade Michigan's Arabs and aren't even really trying to. They're trying to persuade the rest of Michigan to ignore them. That's exactly what's going on. They're not throwing necessarily. They're simply saying, like, you believe, like, they're giving a permission structure to white people and to people who are not immediately related to Muslims or Arabs or anyone from the Levant and specifically the MENA region to feel in the same way that they do. They're like saying, no, it's okay. Like, of course, these guys are going to go and wreak havoc because our guys got killed and they're real human beings. The other side are not. They're just unfortunate consequences that just happen to be there. That's it. There's no other reason. There's no other way to analyze. There's no other way to analyze like sending Richie Torres to Michigan. There's no other way to look at and interpret like what Bill Clinton is doing here. He's telling people that are neighbors with Arabs that see them as humans to not see them as humans. They're specifically saying that they don't, this is going to be the next, this is going to be the path forward. Yeah. Harris campaign first sent Richie Torres to Michigan to antagonize Muslim and Arab voters. Next, they kicked out a Muslim leader out of a Detroit rally. Then, to finally top it all, they asked Bill Clinton to talk about how Zionism predates Islam. Great electoral strategy. That's it. That's definitely what it is. And they're still likely to win Michigan as well, in spite of all of this. And I think this plays a role in this. Like the kinds of like the kinds of shit that you hear from the likes of the Democratic Party when they talk about migrants and how they constitute a national security threat. You should read it in the same way. And I do. Does that make sense? Like when they lean in to the Republican Party's strategy, Republican Party's communication strategy that like migrants constitute a national security threat, something that the Democrats have never openly been on board with. At most, they've caved and capitulated to it on their legislative agenda as long as they get like some of their bipartisan legal goals across, right? There's always a push and pull there. This time around, it's different. They're also consistently messaging that like, yeah, we're gonna do the border bill. I'm gonna be the border czar. I'm gonna be the competent administrators of these concentration camps. Like that's basically how Kamala Harris has packaged her side. And it's not about, I don't think it's necessarily about like trying to capture the attention of right-wing voters and, trying not to instill fear upon them on an issue that they care about. And instead, I think it's something more nefarious. I think it is about teaching their own base of support, the Democratic Party's base of support, that like climate refugees are going to be coming, and you also need to have that hatred in your heart for them. you also need to feel like they are the other, so that when we do the Nazi shit, maybe marginally less Nazi shit than what Trump is planning, but when we do it, you don't get too mad at us. I think that they're training the Democratic base of support to accept right-wing framing on this issue. That's what I think is happening. That's why I've been so scared about the outcome of this election, regardless of who wins. Make no mistake, I do not think that like a second Trump term will look better in any way, shape, or form than a Kamala Harris victory. I do not believe that at all. I think that I don't want Donald Trump to win. But having said all of that, I do recognize what is going on. I see it with my own two eyes. I think that they are slow rolling the American public to be more receptive to fascist policies.
About the hardest issue here in Michigan is the Middle East. Hamas did not care about a homeland for the Palestinians. They wanted to kill Israelis and make Israel uninhabitable. Well, I got news for them. They were there first. Before there was, their faith existed. They were there. In the time of King David.
Oh my God, Kaya picked up fucking Bernie Sanders. Kaya, no.
David and the southernmost tribes had Judea and Samaria. So here's what I want to tell you. I'm going to do everything I can to convince people that they cannot murder their way out of this, neither side. You can't kill your way out of this. And they have to make a new beginning. But when I read that people in Michigan are thinking about not voting because they're mad at the Biden administration for honoring his historic obligation to try to keep Israel from being destroyed, I think that's a mistake. Because Donald Trump has shown what he wants.
I mean, how is that any different than what you want? Like what you're just communicating, you know? Like that I don't understand. Like you're supposed to represent a difference in policy. Now, this is the other side of the story, that like the American public still has their own opinions on this stuff. So while they are trying to condition a lot of liberals, like diehard loyalists to the party, into believing this shit as well, believing the same exact nonsense about immigrants and the same exact nonsense about Muslims, Palestinians specifically, there are still people who don't believe that, and they go, okay, well, what the fuck? Neither side represents my interests, so I'm just going to choose the side that is like offering me shit. Now, this election cycle, Donald Trump has not done that well enough in terms of like offering goodies to his base or trying to pick apart things that people might be interested in, wedge issues. He's slammed on the anti-immigrant sentiment far too much. He's not focused on what he would do in terms of the economy, fixing the economy. He doesn't even have a anti-establishment slant in the same way that he did before. So I think that's the reason why it's still a toss-up for all of the Trump administration's failures. And I think Bill was anti-migration in the 95 State of Union. Not to this degree, dude. What are you talking about?
But Kamala Harris has said that she will try to negotiate an end to the violence, an end to the killing, and a new peace process. And that ought to be enough.
The five-head jokey thinking here is that maybe Kamala Harris is expertly throwing out these like old white male carcasses, these fucking flub machines everywhere to be like, see, this is what happens when you rely on old white men. You should vote for me instead because I'm not an old white guy. Donald Trump is going around telling Michigan Muslims he'll end the war and be the peace president and how pro-Muslim he is. Meanwhile, them sent Bill Clinton to lecture Michigan Muslims on how it's all Kamala's fault that Israel's massacring kids and killing civilians holding white flags. Whether or not they end up losing Michigan at this point, the Dems deserve to lose Michigan. Sheesh. It's not AIPAC, man. A lot of people are fucking dumb to be like, this is AIPAC. Okay? No, this is just like straightforward, genuine Islamophobia. Directly tied to American foreign policy. Harris campaign surrogates, please stay on message. No history lessons, no jokes. Let's run through the tape here, gang. Genuinely blown away by how many fourth quarter fumbles they've been doing after giving the gift of the worst comedian on earth, insulting the electorate. All they have to do is shut up and preach unity, and they still aren't getting it. This is Democrats. People should stop coping. I think that the Democratic Party's base is not as receptive to this message yet. That's the difference. The base is at odds with the campaign. The base is not at odds with the campaign enough that they will say, we're not voting for you, but the base is certainly at odds with the campaign. Okay? And I say yet because I think that they are trying to get people on board with the anti-migrant shit. They're trying to get people on board with the anti-Islam shit. I don't know, man. I still think the Dems have done the numbers. I think this messaging will get them the win. I think you're fucking stupid if you think that like going to Michigan and routinely saying Muslims suck shit and deserve to fucking die is a smart strategy when the 250,000 Muslims there have historically, post 9/11, voted for the Democratic Party by 70 to 80%. Okay? I didn't say it was smart, but I think they think it is. No, I don't think it's like, I think that they are petty for sure. They see Muslims as like spoilers in this process, but I think there is a tremendous amount of resentment towards, there's a tremendous amount of Islamophobia and a tremendous amount of resentment towards like Arab Americans amongst the Democratic Party. Yeah, Ryan Jerdusky, everyone's favorite Islamophobe, said there's a lot of talk about cannibalizing election day vote, but as of 10/29, 21.2% of Republicans who early voted had not voted in the last 3 elections, significantly higher than the 16.8% of Democrats who can say the same in Pennsylvania. Democrats don't seem anti-Islam, unfortunately bad on Gaza, but not on Islam overall. Oh, dude, stop. Why do you think the Democratic Party is trying to prepare the voter base to accept Nazi policy? Because they are going to do it. They are doing it. They're doing it right now in Gaza. And they are saying that they want to do it at the domestic level against immigrants. Liberals, unfortunately, without any sort of like ideological rudder to steer them in the appropriate direction, are simply always responding to fascist incursions. And they're responding by accepting the civility framing. Civility to the fascists. The same way that coincidentally we just had 3 major publications doing piece on the inevitable war with China just in the last week. Yes, consent is being manufactured, and Americans are abso-fucking-lutely going to be on board with a war with China. Are you kidding me? I mean, one of the most common attacks I get is that I'm far too pro-China, that I'm a CCP agent. It's just a sad state of affairs, but I do think that that is what we are moving towards. What about the fact that Trump constantly admires Netanyahu and tells him that he's not going far enough and joking that Gaza would make good beachfront property? I just don't get it, man. I know what Dems are doing is fucking idiotic, but Trump will be the literal end, in my opinion. Brother, what are you saying? The Democratic Party is openly saying we don't want your vote. Like, what do you mean? I could repeat those lines every day of the week, but you can never out-message the campaign. The campaign is openly saying, we will do this without you. We don't want you in our coalition. That's it. And they're kind of saying that to tens of millions of people that are directly related to undocumented migrants too. It's genuinely terrifying. The reality of the matter is, there is no red line with Israel. Biden has proven that time and time again. He's shown no interest in restraining Israel, even if it's to the benefit of Israel continuing to be an apartheid state. That's where we're at right now. Anyway, on that note, I will see you tomorrow, chat. I love you all. We'll watch Tyler Hitler Rivera tomorrow. That's all I got for today. No spooky games all October. I played one day of spooky games I gave you. Guys, there's a fucking election happening in 4 days. Please give me a goddamn break. Like, oh my God, I know. Anyway. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.